She will be the anchor for the session.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the celebration of the World Quality Day. A very interesting topic. That's does India need multiple accreditations? But before we get into it, let us look at the background. Why we really chose to go in for this topic. So, as you all know, our consortium of consultants of Chennai. This has been a very active body over a period, and it has been actually, engaged in an activity of bringing in consultants from all over the country together and discussing what more does India need to really be the strength in quality. So this is a registered association. It's a platform for management systems consultants and allied consultants. The whole purpose is to disseminate and strengthen the knowledge of the consultants in connection with their profession and the industry. The idea is to focus on knowledge dissemination to the industry on an ongoing basis about the standards, certifications, accreditations, inspections, regulations, and anything else that relates to any of these. This association is very closely working with the industry platforms. And today, at least about 100 consultants from all over the country are associated with this consortium, and all are sharing knowledge. We are making a lot of presentations in different groups to put our thoughts across, quality thoughts across, how we can really enhance from where we are right now. Now, as far as we talk about quality, this quality definitely with the emergence of technology, with the emergence of a lot of regulations in place, it has become stronger. Demands of the consumer has become stronger, as a result of which every stakeholder has to play a very interesting role wherein they keep on upgrading themselves from where they are. And this process of upgradation is actually getting more and more cumbersome because it's not at par across the globe. So what we are trying to do with this kind of sessions is like bring in the views of different people from across the globe, and let's look at how we can enhance ourselves. What is the expectation of the various stakeholders? What is the expectation of the consumer? Now, if we have to look at this aspect very closely, we have to very closely check what is our consumer wanting. And does the consumer know about what is quality exactly? So there are a lot of efforts being made at making consumers aware of what quality it requires. In the recent past, we have seen a lot of incidents, and when we as quality professionals look at these incidents, we can really find the loophole there in the system, be it the regulation, be it the certification, be it inspection, be it any of it. So right now, it's the time for all of us to come together and really look at how we can prevent such incidents from happening. What is our role in it? How can we be more stringent in the way we look at it, in the way we want it to be a really quality work which has been done across the value chain. So let us really work on this. Let us have a conversation related to it. As far as the conversation related to multiple accreditation is concerned, let us look at what each accreditation body is really coming with. Are we at par with each other, or are we saying that this accreditation is easier to accomplish than the other accreditation? That shouldn't be the case, because we are all looking at quality together. So if we are saying that, okay, I am accredited by XYZ, then I have a stringent norm and I will be following a particular process. And this has to be the same across. So let us look at the views of different accreditation bodies. We have some of the best accreditation body personnel here who will be talking about their systems, will be talking about whether, in India, we can enhance with multiple accreditations, or we need a single accreditation, or how do we go about it? Excuse me a little. So let's look at this whole thing with a holistic approach, and let's come together and make this quality related information, quality related understanding, and the quality related work more stronger than what it was yesterday. We welcome all the representatives. We welcome all the speakers here. We have some of the best speakers in the industry who can give us a bird's eye view about the accreditation that's happening, that's there, that's existent, and how we can proceed further, how we can actually go forward and make this whole work stronger. So to begin with, Mr. Raj, can we begin with you?
Okay.
So
Good
I'll
evening.
give you a small introduction about Mr. Raj. Mr. Raj has a master's degree in science, Masters of Science in Industrial and Management Systems Engineering from the University of Nebraska, Lincoln, and Bachelor's in Engineering. He is currently heading IAS as the president. He has over 20 years of progressive technical and management experience in conformity assessment and accreditation area. He has served and led international teams to Japan, India, Singapore, etc. on a variety of global assignments in peer evaluation of the national accreditation system. He has led the successful expansion of IAS business operations in Middle East, China, Turkey, South America over the past decade. Sir, can we begin with you?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. So let's hear Mr. Raj.
All right. Let me see if I can share my screen here and then we'll commence. Okay, here we go. Okay, can you see my screen? Can you see my screen
Yes,
now?
yes. Full screen mode, please.
Yeah, I'm trying that. Okay. Thank you. Good evening from Los Angeles, California. It's almost 10 o'clock in the night. And I just was in India for about 2 weeks. It was quite an hectic trip. So I'm still recovering from a jet lag. So apologize if I'm not very coherent this evening, but it's a pleasure to be in this forum, this panel, and especially want to thank Ms. Rama Vaidyanathan for her consistent outreach to us and certainly to my colleagues in IS. And the work that you folks have been doing, I'm extremely impressed by the kind of work you have done and the kind of meetings and everything that you've been doing even during the COVID times. And it's a much valuable part of what I call the conformity assessment ecosystem that in a large economy, in a large diverse country like India, is playing a vital role. I have no doubt about it. And I've heard a lot of good things from other colleagues about it. So I want to salute you, Rama, and your team for doing this very important work. I also want to acknowledge my valuable colleagues here. I met several of you over the years in one panel or other, Mr. Kaul, Rana, of course, Mr. Paneri, who's on this, Venkateshwar and Venkat, my dear colleague from NABL, and I believe I have not met the other individuals, but it's always a pleasure to circle back and be with folks like you. In general, my 2 weeks visit to India was quite exhilarating, and I had a chance to meet some of you in the New Delhi meeting, and others I could not meet. But one of the interesting things, and I shared this with my colleagues, is the Minister of Commerce had in the India Heritage Center, he had given what I thought was an extremely good speech on quality and certification and inspection. I was actually quite amazed that a politician, Minister of Commerce, actually spoke without notes on a subject that is obviously not necessarily something that he thinks about on a daily basis. And I came away mentioning to people that to build that kind of quality culture is, requires at the highest levels of the political structure as well as in the conformity assessment structure, that kind of care and attention. So as I said, I just got back from India, and it was wonderful to meet some of the professionals in the field. Now, coming to the subject in hand, does India need multiple ABs, accrediting body, US perspective? Obviously, it's a subject that can be certainly controversial in some aspects within the political and economic structure of a country. Therefore, the comments I make are not necessarily the comments of the organization, but comments based on my 30 plus years of experience being in the field. I have myself personally have come a long way in changing my position with regard to a single AB versus a multiple AB over a period of years. When I was a young engineer working in this field, and I worked in the conformity assessment field before I switched over to the accrediting body area, I remember coming to think about it as perhaps accreditation bodies should be an apex organization. But over the period of years, having worked in the operational and strategic area, it is clear to me traveling around the world, over the last 25, 30 years, that the global economic structure, the national economic structure, and the global regulatory structure, the ILAC, the IAF, APAC, IAAC, all this today requires that a nation, that an economy take a much more broader perspective on accreditation. And I'll give my thoughts on it for sure in terms of why I think like that. Now, I want to lay a couple of quick pointers before I dive into my presentation. Some of the discussions with regard to multiple ABs and single AB has also come from what we in the United States believe to be a European perspective, particularly from the EU perspective. And the EU, historically, given the nature of its political economy, has taken a very narrow view in our perspective, in the American accreditation body perspective, certainly in the conformity assessment world of the TIC, major TIC businesses, TIC meaning testing, inspection, and certification. Over the last 5 years, we have had extensive discussions in the United States, not only among the accrediting bodies in US, but among the major certification bodies, major inspection testing bodies. And we have all come to the perspective that the EU perspective on this is, in our view, misplaced. And that view particularly is not effective for larger economies, complex economies, and dynamic economies like India is. And obviously, the 15, 20 minutes is not the forum to talk about the rationale for this, but I want to lay that thesis in terms of why I believe very strongly that the multiple AB is an important aspect. I'll share with you the American view. I also want to mention to you, this is not just an American view. This is a view that is slowly gaining traction in multiple countries, and I will illustrate that with a few other nations and what they're doing. Just a very brief note on who we are. So for some of you may not be familiar with where my perspective is coming from. We are one of the oldest accreditation bodies in the United States, established in 1975. We have about 1,500 accreditations in 54 countries. So we are, by definition, the international, and the IA International is global. We continue to get those customers from around the world. And I've said this before, and I'll say it again, that these accreditations, we absolutely do not do any sales or marketing. All of this is word of mouth. And as our brand, as our work, and as our responsiveness spreads, the customers around the world call us It is not necessarily because they like Raj Nathan or they like the sound of the word IAS, but it's because of what we are offering as a service industry. And I've said this before, that at the end of the day, we are a technical organization, but at the end of the day, we are a service organization. We are all consumers at some level. And I think it's important all of the accreditation bodies keep that in perspective, that just like the old statement, justice delayed is justice denied. I always say service delayed is service denied. And I think that is something which has been in our DNA, at least since the last 15, 20 years when we started getting customers globally. And we are very, very good at servicing the customer, whether they are in Mozambique or whether they're in Kochi, India, or whether they are in Medan, Indonesia. So we believe in that. We believe that as a California-based organization, even though our heart may be beating in California, we are constantly thinking about how we can service a customer in any part of the world. And I think our testament to that is our continuing growth. So I think I want to again emphasize the fact that the accreditation is not necessarily something that needs to be within a geographic boundary. And again, we have been with the IAF, ILAC, and APAC for a long time. We are the founding members as well of the Asia Pacific organization way in the 1990s. We are a wholly owned subsidiary of International Court Council, which is a nonprofit association that provides a wide range of building safety solutions. And there's a lot of information on that as well. I don't need to necessarily tell you, this audience, what is accreditation, but this is the formal definition coming from the IAF. Now, again, for this audience, perhaps some of these slides may be somewhat redundant, but I think for those of you who are not familiar, we all operate under 1711, the international standard, ISO IEC, acceptance by IAF, ILAC, and APAC. For us, APAC, we are also members of IAAC, which stands for the Inter-American Accreditation Cooperation, which is for South and North America region. Asia Pacific is for the Asia Pacific region, and we are members of that. Incidentally, I'm also the vice chair of the APAC Executive Committee, a role in which takes me around the world. And in fact, my invitation to speak in New Delhi was as the vice chairman of the APAC at the meeting there where the minister had spoken to. And of course, for those of you who are not familiar with IAF, ILAC, and APAC, these are apex organization of accreditation bodies. And these are the bodies that recognize the accreditation bodies. They have, in my view, a fairly robust process of evaluation. The term used, evaluation, is when an accreditation body peer evaluations is conducted. Assessments is what we do as an accreditation body. So these evaluations tend to kind of keep certain level of standard benchmark between the various accreditation bodies. And it certainly creates under the WTO the kind of via media and drops the obstacles to trade that is very much enshrined in the WTO rules. Now, the US perspective is an interesting perspective. For those of you who are not familiar with the United States accreditation body, we have multiple accreditation bodies. When I started in this business, there were virtually only 3 accreditation bodies in the United States. And now we are reaching almost 10 accreditation bodies in the United States. There is one accreditation body at the federal level. There are a number of bodies in what we call the nonprofit. We call it the nonprofit public benefit, the income tax or the Internal Revenue Service ruling. They form under the IRS ruling 501c3, 501c4, 501c6. These are various classifications that the income tax authorities of US assign to nonprofit bodies. And interestingly, there are also private accreditation bodies in the United States. We all operate under the ILAC and IAF structure. We compete and cooperate. In my view, it strengthens the conformity assessment scenario around the world. And this is a very interesting development as far as where we are concerned. And I'll share with you a couple of things we have launched in the last few years, how we compete and we cooperate. But in addition to that, there is what is called the Antitrust Sherman Act. This is an act of Congress, the US Congress, going back to 1930s. For those of you who are familiar with the US political history, was formed to break up the great trust, the industrial trust, the Standard Oil and so on. And this were formed to essentially prevent collision of industrial forces, monopoly forces, to do collaborate, coordinate, cooperate, and price fix, and do anti-competitive behavior. And we all of the accrediting bodies in US, we operate under these prohibitions enforced on us. So when I say we cooperate on all technical areas, and we certainly do not at any stage talk about market carving of the marketplace or price structure or any such sort of thing. And we follow that very diligently because the Department of Justice is very, very diligent about following up if there are any complaints or anything that come on this regard. Now, the accrediting bodies in US do operate under sectoral areas. And that statement, organic certification, industrial hygiene, should be in the next bullet. But essentially, some of the ABs are sectorally focused. They're not necessarily broad-based. For example, there's an accrediting body purely operating under organic certification, and another accreditation body predominantly operating under industrial hygiene testing labs. And then there are a whole bunch of other accrediting bodies that operate only on the ILAC side. And then some of them operate in the ILAC and IAF side. Some of them operate only in the IAF side. So it's a kind of a hybrid scenario in the way accrediting bodies and their business strategies are positioned. And finally, and this is a very important point in my view, that by all these accrediting bodies operating, we have increased the footprint in ILAC, IAF, and other national and international standards and regulatory bodies, because a single accreditation body, by definition operationally, is not able to cover and justify its presence in the multiple forums that accreditation body need to be and should be present, in my view. And so we are able to intelligently share some of that resources within the accrediting bodies operate in the United States. There's a few slides on India. I don't need to obviously mention all this to you, but the current status is obviously one accrediting body in ILAC and one in IAF. And very recently, we had another AB, Mr. Rana's AB has become an APAC and ILAC signatory as well. So you're kind of generally going towards a little bit of more multiplication of the accrediting bodies in India. Now, when I heard the minister in New Delhi, one of the things that struck me as very important, his emphasis on how the support for the small and medium enterprise applicants, and that becomes very, very important even in a country like United States, where many of our customers are really operating in very, very small sectors of the economy. And we pay close attention to them, whether we talk to Intertech or whether we talk to Underwriters Lab or whether we talk to CSA, Canadian Standards Association, or SGS or TÜV. We talk to the little guy. We talk to the little fellow who is equally important to us. And I think we have built that into a DNA in terms of how we operate. And India being a very complex and a very far-flung economy, it's equally important that the accreditation structure in the country support, as the minister said, the growth in small and medium enterprises to support what he termed the Atmanirbhar economy that the government has been advocating for some years. And he's right. I think an economy of that kind needs a more diversified accreditation structure, in my view. The increased demand in India, we see that. Incidentally, our customer base in India continues to grow, but not at the level that we would see in United States or some other parts of the world. But we do get inquiries, and these are customers who might have a need for either multiple accreditations for a variety of reasons, which I'll briefly go into, or they simply may want to choose an international accreditation body for their marketing purpose because 99% of their services are global, and that sort of thing. And one of the things we constantly hear is that they are looking for cutting down on the time delays in getting their accreditation. And certainly the delays may not be entirely due to the accreditation process. It may be inherent to the customer itself, but certainly that's something we certainly hear. And we also hear about, not just in India, but in other parts of the world too. As the load on the accreditation body grows, we see this as an operational challenge. It's not necessarily only confined to the accrediting bodies, but it's confined to all sectors of the economy. But I think the important thing to note here is that there is certainly a need to do a better turnaround in terms of the service quality. But of course, the other argument that certainly I've heard also, that the type of delay and the type of inbuilt due diligence that is being exercised by the accrediting bodies may have reduced some risk of fraudulent activity. And that perhaps is true, because by definition, when you have the kind of due diligence, your risks, you are mitigating the risk at a considerable level. And therefore, there is a real possibility that therefore you're weeding out some of the bad actors from the good actors. And again, we believe, at least from the American perspective, that the industry's ability to market products and services beyond the national borders certainly will increase. And I think having accreditation bodies that can service customer needs as multiple market sectors would provide that. This is something we cannot empirically prove this at this stage because there are not enough global models to validate this. But certainly in the United States, we have seen that all of us as accrediting bodies have grown, and we have become more adept, more efficient, certainly more cost conscious, and we have become better at cooperating. And it has certainly helped the customer. And I think the lady who did the introductions talked about what expectation we have of stakeholders and what is expectation of consumers. So I think those kind of things can be only met, in my view, when a consumer has a choice, when a stakeholder has a choice. Right now, the choice is either limited or practically does not exist in many economies. And that's never a good idea, because we operate in a global economy, and choice is a fundamental factor to a modern global commercial economy. And of course, there are areas of workforce skilled accreditation training. That is another area that requires a very fast-paced accreditation service. Again, I'm not entirely familiar with what India is doing, but we see in the United States the same need for it. The effective operation of the markets, yeah, there's no question that there are many studies that have been done internally in the United States in various sectors, not necessarily in the accreditation sector, that clearly proves, what the market advantages of a competitive and cooperative economic relationship should be. And it, in my view, it applies to the accreditation world too. Again, these are things which I mentioned to you in one form or other. The quickness, responsiveness. I think we all operate on the responsiveness scale these days. When you go to an Amazon.com and order a product, I mean, the main reason, other than the pricing structure, is the way the whole structure has been built over a number of years on the responsiveness. Accreditation in my view, is no more an exception. I know well-meaning people will argue that, well, accreditation is not a commodity, but in my view, accreditation is a service that requires responsiveness. We are not exempt from the forces of service. We are not exempt from the forces of good customer, business relationship. So I am a little bit unsure when people argue that, the accreditation bodies are exempt from quality of service. Now, sure, they have to. Quality of service includes obviously timeliness. Quality of includes good price. Quality of service include transparency in operation, openness in all the relationships. But it also requires obviously competent service. That goes without saying. And if our competence is not there, APAC and ILAC and IAF will certainly, and the marketplace will certainly take a strong view of it. So I think, notwithstanding some market practices where some conformity assessment bodies may be playing loose and fast with accreditation, I think I want to let this audience know here that we take very, very seriously these issues. Now, when we, as an accreditation body in the United States, we go look at all these conformity assessment bodies, we simply come from that area of how do we service this customer effectively. Now, the customer, having gained that accreditation, is not delivering the service with integrity, speed, and quality. That's a different matter, because it's a matter that can be easily resolved by the feedback mechanism, by the complaint mechanism, and by the reassessment mechanism. So I urge those of you who are in this business to use this mechanism, because any self-respecting AB will essentially be responsive to a customer, to a complainant, to an international body. And I see that on a daily basis from my stand. So I think having, therefore, multiple ABs will definitely increase that. Reliability and competence, and frankly, the resources that has been generated as well in the country in terms of human personnel, because working in different accrediting bodies, we have gained a lot from that in the United States. And then, the issues of potential barriers to trade and arrangements for India would be huge in terms of having multiple bodies. I think these are some of the things that, again, goes into industry-specific areas. Certain industries might perhaps want to work with particular accrediting bodies depending on the sectoral competence, which I touched upon. And we do have, ultimately, the conformity assessment services do not stand apart from the economy. We have impacts on public service. And when you look at the health sector is both a public and a private service. So accreditation should be viewed in a similar range. Education is, for a long time, was in the public sector, but then it became a public and private sector. So I think those of the individuals who want to look at servicing the community should not be afraid of that, because competition at the end of the day certainly forces us to look at our internal process and external process. We don't see that as a negative. We see that as a positive. All of our accrediting bodies in the United States have grown. We have all become much stronger. So it hasn't hurt from a business point of view or from the perspective of improving our process. And again, risk management, particularly in the global scheme knowledge, I think one of the major advantages of having multiple is a cross-pollination. And I think having, therefore, both from a local economy or from an international accrediting body, the kind of cross-pollination of accreditation will bring technical experts that can provide the kind of international standards knowledge when they do these conformity assessment activities. I've listed a few of the technical areas. Again, the next steps, I want to leave a few thoughts before I end here. I certainly want the policymakers in the country to think a little bit more broadly of the nation from the perspective of the user, the industry, and not just from the point of view of the accreditation bodies. because all of us would like to, I mean, I would love to have a monopoly of services in my country. I would love to keep all the money and, enjoy the fruits of the labor. But at the end of the day, the benchmarks that any company, any commercial company, any non-commercial company for that matter, are gauged by is not only by their business performances, but certainly by all of the other metrics as individuals. And I think, therefore, the principles of competing, cooperating, ABs needs to be certainly embraced by an economy like India. It certainly needs to promote that, because India has done very well, as all of you know, in the last several decades, due to the competitive spirits that have been unleashed in the country. It certainly provides a free choice. I mean, we are all consumers, and we have a lot of choice. And why should the accrediting bodies have the monopoly on the free choice? Because the conformity assessment bodies need to have that. And they may have 100 reasons. They may not like the way Raj Nathan's name sounds, or like the way I comb my hair, or the way I look. And that's a free choice. He or she needs to essentially pick based on whatever is the reasons. And, I'm not going to sit here and say we are God's gift to accreditation, because we certainly work very hard. We try to do the best we can. And there are areas of improvement, like we all have areas of improvement. So a customer needs to have a choice, whatever the reasons are. And that choice should be based on, obviously, on competent accreditation bodies and recognized by ILAC and IAF. They're not going to any other bodies. And I think we all need to have a belief in the system of the international recognition scheme. And it needs to be encouraged, and coordinate with the regulators. And that's very important, because even in the United States, there are a lot of regulators who do not understand conformity assessment and accreditation body practices, even after almost 100 years of industrial growth in the country. So that education can be strengthened by multiple accreditation bodies. And I would also urge that the Indian conformity assessment consumers encourage foreign well-established AB to open offices in India, work with the Minister of Commerce, Minister of Trade, and consider the necessary via media, because at the end of the day, an AB's interest is to grow their business, to bring the best practices like so many companies have done around the world. When a Microsoft or when a Oracle, or when a car company like Hyundai or anybody comes into a country, they're bringing their best practices to the country. And that, by definition, by osmosis, those best practices do seep into the country's economy, into the technical skill. It's happened in every industry. And why should it not happen in the accreditation world? Consider tax reductions, rebates. That will be beneficial for the ABs to sustain long-term in India. And that's an important element of the overall practice of how the conformity assessment structure should be built in India. Invite ABs to be involved and contribute to the technical regulations, because many of the technical regulations that are developed in any country, they're always behind. As a matter of fact, at the New Delhi meeting, a gentleman named Mr. Rajiv Nath, who is the managing director of Hindustan Syringes, and I understand his company sells almost 80% of the syringes, etc., to the world, was presented a wonderful presentation of how much challenges there in terms of the standards with the international community, and how much more India needs to go to bridge the gap. If any of you have an opportunity to get that presentation, I'd urge you to take a look at that, because this gentleman really made a very, very nice and a very clear technical presentation. That's just an illustration of the kind of gaps that an economy like India needs to close. And US is no exception. The US regulators are equally bad. They work very hard, but like everything else, they need help, and we can cooperatively do that. So to end my presentation, Rama and panelists, I want to offer that the USAB perspective is very clear. It has our accreditation community has grown stronger. We have become much closer. We cooperate, we coordinate, we compete. And based on all the experience over the last 25, 30 years, it has not hurt. It has benefited the customer. And I urge this organization to take up this matter very strongly at the policy level moving forward. Thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir. It was so interesting to hear you. And let me just be honest with you. Every word of yours looks like you want to contribute to the way India is growing.
Absolutely.
So, thank you so
Absolutely.
much for this. I mean, we are really honored. We had the privilege of hearing you today. Thank you so much. And we would like you to be here till the end of the session because we'll have the Q&A in the end.
Sure.
Okay, thank you so much. Next, we invite Mr. Hans-Peter Ischi to come forward and make a small presentation on his thoughts of India needing multiple conformity assessment bodies. So, Mr. Hans-Peter Ischi, he is an international conformity assessment expert. Currently, he is a director at Ischi Consulting Campaign. He held the position as a director, Swiss Accreditation Service for 20 years. And he's a member of the Executive Committee, European Cooperation for Accreditation for 15 years. So we are looking forward to hearing from you now. So please join me and welcome Mr. Hans-Peter Ischi.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for the introduction. It's an honor for me to provide you with some information about the European perspective about accreditation. May I share my screen? I have prepared a presentation. Yes, I will.
Do you want us to share from the back end, Mr. Ischi?
Okay, I can do. Can you see my screen?
Yes. Yes, full screen mode.
Okay, great. Well, the European perspective is a little bit different from the US perspective, but I'm not going to rate what it is, what is better, what is less good. It is just different. And the idea is of the European Commission, when they established the European system, they said, we want to make sure that there are sufficient, competent and internationally recognized conformity assessment on the market to support the industry, to support trade, but also to support governmental units to implement the necessary conformity assessment activities we need. So the European accreditation system has basically two functions. It shall support first the industry in trades, but also the regulated area to issue, to implement the regulations to ensure safety, health, environmental protection, etc. So in order to issue a system where we have competent and reliable conformity assessment bodies on the market, the European Commission said we do not need an accreditation system, which is another market layer. We want to have an accreditation system, which is not part of the market, but which is to support the market of conformity assessment bodies. And that accreditation system should be used in both the regulated and the non-regulated area. And we want to have an accreditation system in place, which is closely working with the governments in order to support the governments. The government itself cannot do conformity assessment anymore. Products are more and more complex. The demands of the consumers are increasing. And with that, the conformity assessment bodies, which are part of the governments, are not anymore in a position to focus and to deal with all these demands in conformity assessment bodies. So we want to use in an effective and efficient way the private conformity assessment bodies which are on the market. But we need a system in place that these conformity assessment bodies are reliable, are efficient, are service-oriented, are working with a high quality. And at the same time, the European Commission established the new approach concept. That means the concept where we had the CE mark in place. They intended to establish a system to allow the industry to come with the products to the market in a faster way, to look for a cheaper conformity assessment procedures, but more efficiency with high quality, to avoid also unnecessary duplication of third-party assessments and testing and conformity assessment. Also to have competent conformity assessment bodies in the field of management system certification, to build up know-how in management as well. Of course, has nothing to do with consultation, of course, but to have conformity assessments which can be a mirror to the industry, which about to provide them with feedback about the effective efficiency of their management system. And also we want to give the possibility of producers to have their in-house testing facilities established. And as already mentioned, the consequence was that accreditation is governmentally derived, not necessarily governmental, can be private, but it should be on behalf of the government and controlled by the government and not be another market player. Accreditation should be to support the market and not be part of the market. And the intention was you cannot be either both. You cannot be part of the market and support the market, to make sure that the market of conformity assessment bodies is reliable and efficient and effective. You should be a tool, accreditation should be a tool of the government to control the market of the conformity assessment bodies and to ensure that this market is reliable. As already mentioned, as globalization and complexity of technologies is more and more important, as governmental bodies cannot support anymore all the conformity assessment bodies themselves, they need to use prior conformity assessment bodies, which are those to support the government needs and the industry needs. And with that, the European Commission also supported the regulators, where the regulators should be able to benefit from reliable testing, certification, and inspection activities, to reduce costs, to deregulate the market in the conformity assessment field, and to increase transparency to the market. And for the producer, they wanted to establish a system to demonstrate conformity. Conformity assessment should also be a marketing tool. It should be a tool to overcome technical barriers to trade. And for that, we need a system in place which supports the market, to reduce product liability, to increase confidence in products, and to reduce transaction costs. And also, finally, the consumer should benefit from accreditation, as accreditation should be a tool to reduce the risk of non-conforming products in the market, to be a source of reliable services, of quality of labels and conformity marks, and multiple and good infrastructure of conformity assessment body should also support the variety of products in the market. For this, the European Commission supported the EA, the European Corporation for Accreditation, also financially, to establish a system in Europe with governmental or governmentally derived accreditation bodies. But they said, as these bodies are then monopolists in the market, it will be important, and this is what my American colleague also just mentioned, it would be important that these accreditation bodies are working in a client-oriented way. They should remain service providers. They should work in a customer-focused way still. And for that reason, the EA Advisory Board was established, where the consumers, where the industry, where the European Commission, and where the conformity assessment bodies are established. And via the EA Advisory Board, the European Commission is giving a massive input to the European Corporation for Accreditation to look for a service-oriented, for an efficient accreditation system in Europe. I agree with my American colleague. If we would not have that advisory board, it would be difficult to work with monopolistic bodies in a free market. And we have, of course, as you have in other parts of the world, in India, in the US, we have a free market in Europe. And accreditation shall support this market. And the EA Advisory Board is to give feedback, is also to control the European Corporation for accreditation. And the EA Advisory Board goes so far that they still are having a look how the multilateral agreement, the peer evaluation system between the accreditors is working. They deal with complaints from, for instance, by national accreditation bodies in the frame of the peer evaluation system. They are looking into the reports. They want to know how efficient the national accreditation bodies are. The EA Advisory Board was established in 1998 to ensure active and balanced involvement of interested parties, to represent a link between EA and the EU Commission and the EFTA Secretariat, and to be a channel for all the stakeholders. So all stakeholders, all organizations, conformity assessment body organizations, consumer organizations, which are represented in the advisory board, have a voice there and can influence accreditation and can give feedback to accreditation. The tasks of the European Advisory Board is to give advice to general direction of accreditation in Europe, to oversight the peer evaluation process together with the executive committee and the EC services and the EFTA Secretariat, to assist EA in coordinating stakeholder coordination, and to give input to strategic aims and priorities on its own and on the request of EA, to support EA promoting the visibility of accreditation in Europe. That's also very important, as consumers should understand accreditation, which, as we know, is not always easy, as it is a complex system, but consumers should understand that conformity assessment is not just the end, that conformity assessment services itself are supervised. To offer arbitration advice on disputes related to accreditation and guidance produced by EA, and to be a main forum for exchange of information and experience and discussions in Europe. To adopt resolution on its findings and guidance to EA, and to receive a report from EA on a regular basis. On a regular basis, that means at least twice a year. And based on the good function of the European Advisory Board, the EU Parliament established the Regulation 765/08 on the establishing on the European accreditation system. And based on that regulation, it is said that accreditation is a public authority activity. It should be non-competition. It should there should be rules for cross-frontier accreditation. There should be rules for cooperation with the other authorities. There should be one national accreditation body. The national accreditation body should be independent, impartial, and not for profit. And it is, as accreditation is not part of the market, it is to support the market, and there should be no competition. And the national accreditation body shall be recognized by the EAMLA. This is, of course, the reason is that via the European Advisory Board, there is then some influence to the accreditation bodies, and that there should be a balanced representation of interested parties. And of course, that means meant for EA that they had a new role. They had to establish all the needs coming from the governments. They had to be open to different industrial societies to deal with all the technical areas and the needs in all the technical fields. They had to improve its peer evaluation process. They had to agree a common approach for the assessments in the regulated field, as we had to harmonize there. They had to improve its administration and to strengthen the role of and cooperation with the EAAB. And it is also important to mention in the frame of these harmonization activities that there, of course, is still a benchmarking process in Europe. Countries and economies in Europe are relatively small. Even France and Germany are relatively small countries if we compare with India and the US. And the market is open in Europe, not just in Europe, the market is worldwide. And that means there is some kind of benchmarking also between the accreditation bodies, how they work in Germany, how they work in France or in my country and so on. There is a comparison, and what is done better in Germany, what is done better in the UK and so on. So this benchmarking process works well anyway. There is no competition, but there is a strong benchmarking also, and this is challenged also by the EAAB. Accreditation as an authoritative service means also that the conformity assessment body shall seek accreditation from the national accreditation body. There was a transitional phase for that. And that accreditation bodies have a responsibility in surveying the market in a way that discovered frauds are discussed and solved. And that solution had to be found for international CABs, which have multiple sites established in different countries around the world, establish a close cooperation between the local and foreign ABs, like TÜV, like SGS. These are international conformity assessment bodies. And for that, we had also to find solutions. It is important that the European Commission also said the international cooperation of EU in ILAC and IAF must go on. The market is international, and that through the MRA and MLA of ILAC and IAF, other accreditation bodies outside Europe shall be fully recognized and are part also of the market in Europe. Today, there is a wide range of activities where EA is currently supporting the Commission, its emission trading system, its organic production, its animal feed, health and welfare, its quality assurance, its maintenance of freight wagons and security of trains, its construction products, electronic signatures, protected geographical indications and traditional specialists. It's a regulation in certain fluorinated greenhouse gases. It's promotion and use of energy from renewable sources, vehicle inspections, and many other fields where accreditation, where EA is working closely with the European Commission and its units, and where also EA gets the technical support from these governmental units. That has a consequence also on the national level. That means normally the governments are electing the directors, that normally on the national level the governments are represented in the boards. But as the regulation 765 says, it shall be a balanced representation also on the national level. That means the governments will be represented on the boards of the accreditation bodies, but also consumers and industry must be represented on the boards of accreditation, provide feedback whether accreditation is delivered in an efficient way. These boards are also very important as accreditation bodies also needs input. Accreditation bodies cannot just develop from its own all the technical knowledge in all these fields, so they need a lot of inputs, they need committees, etc., to make sure that from the technical point of view, accreditation is provided in an efficient way. There is also a system established where the accreditation body and the conformity assessment body and the boards are working very in an efficient way in all these fields where new technical regulations are established. If new technical regulations are established, it is important that accreditation is involved as soon as possible. It has to make sure that technical regulations and conformity assessment bodies implemented and included in these technical regulations. Conformity assessment is established in a way that it is controllable, that it is clear what it means, whether it is testing, product certification, that the schemes, that the regulated schemes are well defined. And this means also that accreditation bodies are supporting the governments when they establish their regulations, and then on the other hand, when the regulations are implemented in a economy, the governmental authorities are then also supporting accreditation in the technical field and in executing the technical regulations. It is important that there is a close collaboration between the authorities and the accreditation bodies in a way that accreditation bodies and authorities understand each other's needs, that accreditation bodies are have a good understanding of the regulations on one hand, and the authorities have a good understanding how the conformity assessment structure market is working. Governments are scheme owners, and they also define the schemes, and the accreditation bodies are supporting the governments when they establish the schemes already in the development phase. I was for several years, as it has been mentioned, the director of the Swiss Accreditation Service. Meanwhile, I'm retired and happy to provide some consultancy activities. At that time and still of today, as of today, SS has several objectives and for these objectives is also financially supported by the government. There are regular meetings with the authorities to understand their needs. It's the objective of SAS, besides providing the accreditation services, to support authorities in establishing national regulations in the field of conformity assessment. It's consulting the authorities in the field of conformity assessment, providing input and invite the authorities to participate in the assessment, just to establish also trust between the authorities and the accreditation bodies and the conformity assessment bodies, and to invite the authorities to support accreditation decisions, whereby it is obvious that accreditation must be independently and cannot consult before decisions are made. And there was close cooperation between the Swiss accreditation, or still close cooperation between the Swiss accreditation service in the construction field, in environmental protection, in energy, electrotechnical products, transportation, food, agriculture, health, safety, crime scene investigation, security aspects, tourism aspects, trade in general. And also the new approach supported this cooperation between public authorities, market operations, standards bodies, conformity assessment bodies, and accreditation bodies. And just to finalize, I think accreditation as it is established in Europe allows to clarify roles, the roles of the government, the roles of accreditation as a system, as a service, but also as to support the market. And in the sense of the European regulation, accreditation is a service, but a service which shall support the market. Well, this is right. Sorry for that. Thank you very much. I hope that I did not keep too long. Thank you very much.
So we will be having the question answer sessions in the end. So we are collecting all the questions from our participants, and we will be addressing them in the Q&A session, which is going to be at around 1 o'clock. So thank you so much, sir, for your presentation. A very interesting one, and very interesting to know that, we would like to go in for sectoral focus, which really looks like the need of the hour. And in this perspective, India really needs to, do a lot, because we have not been working on the sectoral perspective yet. So we request you to please stay on so that we can have the Q&A session in the end, where, you can also interact with the participants directly. Next, we would like to call upon Mr. Venkateshwaran from our National Accreditation Board for Testing and Calibration Laboratories. Can we please have the Mr. Venkateshwaran has a master's degree in quality management from BITS Pilani. He's a Bachelor of Engineering from Madurai Kamraj University, has about 24 years of experience with 9 years in the industry and 15 years in the National Accreditation Body. So he has actively worked in development of standards and is a member of committees for International Standards Organization ISO WG 44 for revision of ISO IEC 17025, Management and System Division, Bureau of Indian Standards, Indian International Laboratory Accreditation Corporation, National Stock Exchange Gold Standard. Let's welcome Mr. Venkateshwaran.
A very good afternoon to everyone. Very sincere thanks for the good introduction on me. First, I would like to wish or greet everybody regarding this World Quality Day. Nice to have or to be in a forum on discussion on this topic. Before this topic or what exactly the organizer is going to conclude on what I'm going to say, what I wanted to make over here is accreditation body. Now, what is an accreditation body? That's what we need to understand over there. Because excellently told by the previous speaker about different perspectives. But accreditation body, the definition goes like this. It's an authoritative body that performs accreditation. The note says the authority of an accreditation body is generally derived from government. And this is the definition, what it is been given into the standard. I'm making this definition for a purpose because that will give you an answer to the question what has been raised on this platform for discussing. Having said this, I don't want to tell that the competition is not good or not healthy. It's not on a competition note. Accreditation is always relying on the competence of scope, what is being given for any users, what is that they are coming up for taking an accreditation. So if you see in India, the context is something like this way back to 1975, where this accreditation thing got developed. And the project was given to Department of Science and Technology. 1982, it rolled out as National Coordination for Testing and Calibration Facilities. NCTCF was the program. So in the Department of Science and Technology, the program was getting operated that time. So first it started with testing facilities, and then the calibration facilities for accreditation was being taken up with National Metrology Institute, NPL India. And then the program was going on. In year 2000, if you would have seen, the MRA has, NABL has got a mutual recognition arrangement with Asia Pacific Accreditation Laboratory Corporation. Laboratory Accreditation Corporation apply. Today it is APAC. Now the purpose of taking a MRA is that a report, what is being issued by a NABL accredited lab in India, is accepted with all the mutual recognition arrangement partners across the world. So the purpose of MRA is that not required that organization in India need to take an accreditation from another country or another source. So this MRA facilitates on this, and the acceptability is on that particular note. So therefore, the system what we had in India on this is the history, how it has got developed and what it is growing up. In a system what we are working on, it should be more transparent, it should be impartial, it should give the need on what is that it is required by the customers. It is all fine and it is all very good. Over and above, it needs to give a confidence on the activity what we are doing. Therefore, instead of focusing on numbers, it is always possible to focus on the quality and the desired output. Whether a competition is required onto a sector or not, and what is the advantages out of that, why certain countries, other countries are looking forward for doing it in a different manner. All these things needs to be analyzed and has to be taken into account for taking a kind of decision on what it is. So from NABL perspective is concerned, as an accreditation body for this many years, what is that we are catering to the customers and how things we are rolling it out is known to everyone. Same way in India, another particular sector, if you see on certification bodies, again, there is NABCB, National Accreditation Board for Certification Bodies, where they are doing about inspection bodies and certification bodies. And NABL takes care of testing laboratories, calibration laboratories, and then PTP, RMP, and medical testing. So this is the sector what it has been growing on. Suddenly a point on multiple ABs or a kind of concept is cropping up. There will be a definitely reason onto that. And whether it is on a satisfied service or not satisfied service. And what is that we wanted to achieve out of that? I mean, these are all a kind of thought process what we need to have on making it happen. Why we did not have so many years, and what is that suddenly it has to happen? Like that, there can be a number of questions on to answer on that particular things, or to find out what exactly is needed and for whom and how it is going to get benefit. That's more important in taking a call or in deciding something. But I should also equally appreciate the consultant organizations, Rama Venugopal and team, for taking up a kind of topic where it has leverages on every corners and has a kind of a mouthful of things to discuss. The number of things what needs to be concentrated and what needs to be done. So the focus should really be on that particular sector rather than on a discussion about multiple ABs. That's my view. But being a quality day, of course, at the end of the day, satisfaction is there for everyone. I mean, in every business, whatever the activity is being done, I mean, accreditation is not a standalone thing as what Raj was talking on. Perfectly, it's all agreed with what it is. Because all the knowledge what I get or what we get is again from Raj, Nathan, I mean, all from the seniors. In fact, for me, Mr. Anil Delia is mentor, and the way what we have been taught and how that has come up, including Dr. Rana, because he was my senior when I was in NABL, when I joined. So, I mean, of course, in all particular areas, what all is being told and what is that we have understood and we have grown up. In fact, other side, if you see for NABC, you know, Anil Jori was guiding us on number of platforms. In fact, when I was with CI, Mr. Anupam Kohl was there into this. In fact, he only introduced about this lab concept and what needs to be done and how things has to come up. So, of course, seeing everybody onto this, in fact, the moment we see AOIL, again, it has been founded by our own director, Mr. D.S. Tiwari. And there is an accreditation body with them also. So everything for whatever it is going to happen will have a kind of cause, or there will be a reason behind that to happen. So whether regarding accreditation body, whether it's going to be a business or it's going to be a commercial, or what is that we are going to gain out of that, that needs to be seen, and that needs to be, I mean, understood on very well. An excellent thing from Hans-Peter Ishi also, that, I mean, Doctor, he told about the European model. European model is also a very nice model where they tell that it's all about government and then how it has to get reached out for the common man. So when we are talking about these kind of structures, we need to keep in mind what is the definition of an accreditation body, what is their role, whether, I mean, numbers needs to be there or not, all that particular points comes up. Of course, in any particular business, you will have a competition. I mean, it's not that be a monopoly. Monopoly is something else where we define it for a different sectors. So from my perspective or from NABL's perspective, the growth in India is like this. So the moment we are talking about India, at least Indians should know better on that. And for me, at least I was fortunate enough to learn, even including Dr. Rana or Raj or everyone over here. And so always I think, I mean, wherever there is a gap, I understand, learn, and then proceed or move ahead on that. So to the best of my knowledge, whatever I have learned from everyone is about this, that an accreditation, I mean, is an independent thing, where an accreditation body is again an independent organization where the powers are being derived from the government. So the focus that's getting a reality in Europe, that's what he told. So combinedly, if you see all these particular things, you will get the answer for yourselves. But this does not mean an organization shouldn't perform better or shouldn't give a service better, or we should not be responsiveness. All those things are not the meaning on this. We need to, if it is not there, then that needs to be questioned, it needs to be corrected, it needs to be put in place so that things are happening for our own better. because in this particular sector, if you see, everybody are a stakeholder or one or other way as an interested party. I mean, like a consultant will be also required to handhold somebody to get things done. I mean, again, there will be requiring an organization which collectively puts out all the people's point that this is what we wanted to address. Like that, every sector is important on making this, whether same way with respect to industry is concerned. I mean, unless and until industry is not there into this, what they wanted, that will not be known. So a feedback mechanism should be there. I mean, if we find that there is no improvement on some sector, I mean, rather than multiplying a factor and then going on into a different note, so we need to seriously think about the particular activity, what is being done, and how things has to move ahead, and what is that exactly we need for, and what is it we are going to achieve out of it. I just wanted to only develop on this much. And again, the time given to me, about 10 minutes plus, I think I could do a small justice on this. Thank you so much once again. And I'll request the organizer not to summarize what I have told, or don't put your own points on what I have spoken. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your thoughts on this. Very well taken. And I think we need to really discuss on this on a regular basis to really bring it forward to everyone. This will really create an awareness in the industry over a period. Thank you so much, sir. We would request you to stay on till the end so that, the participants can actually ask questions directly to you and we can have an interactive session. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Next, we would request Mr. Rana to share his thoughts on this multiple accreditation bodies in India. So Dr. B.K. Rana holds a PhD in biochemistry, a diploma in German, and a postgraduate diploma in hospital and health management. He's a board member of the International Society for Quality in Healthcare and Asian Society for Quality in Healthcare. He has served as a chairman of Asian Society for Quality in Healthcare. He has been the founding member of the International Academy of Quality and Safety. He is an international consultant and expert for the WHO, World Bank, ADB, USAID, ISQA, UNFCCC, GIZ, and several other national and international organizations. He is also a founding member of Scientific Advisory Board of International Alliance of Patients Organization, London, UK. He holds an expertise in establishing healthcare accreditation body, laboratory accreditation body, implementing quality management systems, accreditation requirements, and standard developments in the field of quality improvement and patient safety. So we are honored to have you here today to share your thoughts. So over to you.
Thank you very much, Krishnaji. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me, Krishnaji?
Yeah, clear, Dr. Rana.
Thank you so much. It's really an honor for me to be here today on the occasion of World Quality Day. So I would like to congratulate and convey my sincere, heartfelt gratitude to everyone around here, present here, and around the world. A very happy World Quality Day. Thank you, CCC, for giving me this opportunity to speak on this very important day. And thanks to Raj, Hans Peter, and Venkat on their views and thoughts. Very informative, very crisp messages from the three speakers. And it's really a topic, I agree with all the three speakers, a topic of discussion, but also to assimilate information for the better purposes. So the question which is being asked is, does India need multiple accreditation bodies? And of course, there would be some differences of opinion, and Venkat mentioned yes or no, but we have to see in the context of the need. And every country has its own system, and we need not to necessarily look at other countries just an example for something, yes, or for not, no. So if we have to look at different countries, so we have to look in the board's perspective, whether you need to have multiple ABs, or you don't have to be. You can't just go by one example of A, that they don't have it, and the B, they have it. So I think it's a context which is more important. A little bit on 2 slides on QAI, Quality and Accreditation Institute, started as an accreditation body in August 2017. And we operate laboratory accreditation as well, healthcare accreditation. And in healthcare accreditation, we are the fastest developing accreditation body in the world. And we say this because we have developed 14 sets of standards in healthcare accreditation in less than 5 years of operations. Under the umbrella of Center for Laboratory Accreditation, CLA, we operate medical laboratory accreditation program as per ISO 15189, testing lab as per ISO IC 17025, calibration lab as per ISO IC 17025, and biobanking accreditation program as per ISO 20387. I'm really happy to say that we are first in India to start and third in Asia Pacific to start this new accreditation program for biobanking. We also offer a recognition program against the Clinical Establishment Act requirement defined by Ministry of Health for 3 different types of medical laboratories to help and motivate labs to adopt quality practices. I'm really happy to say that we just recently on 31st of October become full member and signing MRA, becoming the MRA signatory of Asia Pacific Accreditation Corporation, APAC, and we are on our way to signing MRA with ILAC as well. And as Venkat gave you a brief history about Indian accreditation system and on conformity assessment bodies, I can say I remember, I'm really proud to say I was part of the team of NABL in 2000, year 2000, when NABL signed APAC HMRA exactly on, I think, 26th of October, 2000. And so in India, it's a landmark for India as a country to achieve second accreditation body MRA status after 22 years. And so October 2000 and to 2022. And I'm really lucky, I can say, and honored that I have been part of both the occasions in 2000 then and now in 2022 in QAI. This is our axis, our testaments to improve and demonstrate our competence and credibility of accreditation programs. So if you look at what's going on here in India, if you look at the labs, including testing, calibration, and medical, in 20 plus year, we have accredited around 7,900 labs as on November 2022. And I put this data from, of course, from NABL website, QA site, and some other organizations offering accreditation here, which is like around 4,500 in testing, around 1,000 lab in calibration, around 2,400 in medical field. And in medical field, particularly if you see, they are expected or estimated around 100,000 labs. And this will be more. It's just a very conservative estimation of those labs, which are really considered as the big labs and a smaller lab, but there may be many others, minor, what you call it, micro labs existing in different part of the country. So it may go up to 200,000 as well. And out of this 100,000 labs, we have around 2,400 labs which are accredited, which is about 2.5% covered under accreditation program. So we have a huge, what you call an opportunity to look into this and then how we can really work on. And in terms of PT provider accreditation, we have 56 as on date. If we look at what's going on in Asia Pacific, and this I took from APAC website as on today, it talks about 62,500 conformity assessment bodies in different standards like 17025, 15189, 20, 34, and 43, and 20387, and around 5,000 in certification area was 65, 21, 24, and 29, and 65, etc. So if you look at the numbers, it's not that much. And if you look at the India geographically and the population base, after China, of course, we are the most populous country in the world. The number is not that much if you look at whole of Asia Pacific in terms of numbers. So it's not only India, but there is a gap or an opportunity for everyone around the Asia Pacific region to really grow. So questions to ask ourselves, basically, it's not an answer yes or no, but the questions to ask is, can these accredited labs serve the entire country? Whatever numbers we already have in place, are they sufficient? Do the community or the service users have the equal opportunity to seek the services? Is quality restricted to areas where these labs exist? Is it that they are the only one receiving the quality services and not the other areas where the labs are not, which are under accreditation programs? Are quality practices not necessary to be followed by all labs? Is technical competence to carry out either testing or calibration or do any other conformity assessment activity not necessary for all labs? Do all labs have access to accreditation system? We say we have system existing, but there may be opportunities for labs who may not be getting access for A, B, C reasons, whether they are in the remote area or whatever reason. Does the current system supports each other? Now, if you look at the whole conformity assessment ecosystem, we talk about testing, calibration, and inspection, proficiency testing, reference material, accreditation program. They are really interlinked to each other. When we talk about 17025 or 15189, they say you need to participate in proficiency testing. Now, how we get the credible proficiency testing provider? So you need to have an accredited PT provider. So we have already, of course, thanks to NAVL, they have already started a scheme. We have a couple of around 50, 60 providers, but still we hear labs are not able to participate, not able to find. So there is a gap which need to be filled up as early as possible in that area. Similarly, for testing lab, again ask, your equipment need to be calibrated. So do you have sufficient labs for calibration for different parameters? Similarly, so see, this all goes, in an interloop of requirements. So this ecosystem needs to support. If any of this vertical will not be functioning in adequate numbers, then the other system would definitely get affected. So that's very, very critical point which we have to look at. The next question we ask ourselves, does the user cap has the option to choose AB? Yes, of course, this is upon AB, it's not cap that they can choose. But again, looking into the economics of things, if they want to choose something within the country, do they have option today, right? They may go out, this is their choice, they can decide, but is it economic for them? Is it feasible for them? So these are certain questions I thought to list out to answer to move forward. If you look at, and I'm just taking on the healthcare side, we all countries around the world, including India, is signatory to universal health coverage, which means that each country should be able to provide accessible, affordable, and quality care to their citizens. And when we talk about this, this is one of the favorite slides. I use it. That USC is three-legged stool. Of course, there is an accessibility. You can have a number of healthcare facilities to get access to healthcare. You can make it cheap, like we have Ayushman Bharat scheme, which making affordable healthcare for 40 to 45% of population. But what about the rest of the population? So this accessibility and affordability can be addressed, but what about the quality? This is the third leg. And of course, there are many ways of achieving quality, but it has been proven over the last several years that accreditation has been a great tool to achieve quality, right? So how we really access this thing to make sure that healthcare which is existing in our country is working on these three AQA: accessibility, quality, and affordability. So we need to really build. If we are talking USC, we're talking about all healthcare facilities in the country, all the medical labs which are related to healthcare, of course, are to be part of that. So what may be the solution? I'm not saying this is the solution, but what may be the solution, as just my thoughts, is about increasing the number of accredited conformity assessment bodies. So we need to really work on, it's not testing, calibration, RM, PT, inspection or certification agency, and so on. And how we can really look at it. What may be those options? Of course, enhancing the capacity of the existing system, and Venkat mentioned, and of course, yes, they have been working for last 20, 25 years and have been increasing their capacity, but there is a limit to any organizations to expand. And we have an example within India as well, like University Grants Commission, they have National Assessment and Accreditation Council. Now they are setting another entity within because they have seen last 20 years, SNAC has not been able to accredit many colleges and universities because they have their own reach, because there is a limit to spread horizontally and vertically. So and similarly for some other systems are trying to look at other multiple organizations within that system to enhance the capacity. So that's of course option is, and existing bodies would definitely really working on and would work on to enhance their capacity. So that should be. And thanks for all, I'm saying the existing one, including NABL, yes, to look at it, of course. And then, of course, another solution is having multiple ABs. When we talk about the multiple ABs, it's not just you start and you start operating, but there should be an oversight of that. There should be a supervision. And what we have been advocating for last 20 years, 22 years, I remember, where we have been talking about WTO, technical barrier to trade, and we have been saying, okay, what is MRA, mutual recognition arrangement, APAC, ILAC? This should be part of that system. So there is an oversight from an organization at a higher level, which actually look at the system of AB. So is what we call is a recognized body, as an accreditation body should be part of these, giving the credibility, giving an oversight and supervisory role, so that the accreditation body is credible in nature. It's not like something which can start operating without any credibility. So that piece must be there. And that's why we at QI had really worked hard for last couple of years to really achieve it and demonstrate it to other ABs and to conformity assessment bodies, to government, to regulators, to stakeholders, that yes, we set up based on sound principles of international evaluation, international recognition of APAC and ILAC, which has been in practice and used for last several years globally. And concept of we are not just talking India as an extraordinary example to have multiple ABs. There are ABs within Asia, within Asia Pacific as well. We have US, Canada, Australia, Japan, Korea, Russia, Thailand, UAE, Vietnam. And these are, of course, I pick up from a APAC website to know how many ABs are operating in different countries, and these are countries listed have multiple ABs operating, and some are very small countries. If you look at India, is too huge in numbers. We need more and more. This is the small country, the Thailand, in Korea, in Japan, Vietnam, even having those multiple bodies. And of course, NABL, yes, NABL has been insane. And NABC, we look at entire conformity assessment ecosystem. So NABL, NABC went in the laboratory segment as alone, not on the certification. So we have now more than one AB. We have two AB, NABL and QI, who has signed APAC MRA at the moment. So look at some other established sectors, and not just to give an idea. It's not we in the conformity assessment talking something different and extraordinary. There are, like an insurance sector within India. Is there only one insurance company in India? I know everyone knows no. There are LIC, there are United Insurance, the GIC, New India Insurance. These are the public sector. Then ICICI, Kotak, IFCO, Kotak, they are in the private sector. But all work together. And there is a regulator, insurance regulator. Of course, prescribe some guidelines. It's not APAC RA, we have APAC ILAC MRA, but here a regulator. So a regulator is not differentiating between public and private. It's not, it's equal. Their rules are similar for everyone. In banking sector, same. We have State Bank, we have Bank of Baroda, PNB, public sector. We have ICICI, Axis, HDFC, private sector. We have Reserve Bank of India. And RBI does not discriminate in the policies, procedures, and practices when they deal with any of these banks. It's remain same. Telecom, another example. You have public, you have private, and there is a regulator for that, prescribing regulation. And they don't differentiate between public and private, providing equal opportunities to them, providing options for the users, the consumers, to choose what they like and offer. So in the coming to the end is our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Modi's vision for India, making India Atmanirbhar. Atmanirbhar Bharat means self-reliant India. We should have sufficient resources and systems available in India, so we need not to look at anywhere else. So why not in the conformity assessment ecosystem becoming reliant so that we have sufficient ABs to deal with the demand? Vocal for local. Why not we talk about ourselves? Why don't we talk about our own credible system within the country, making it more prominent? Heal in India in healthcare. Now the government is pushing that how we can bring more and more medical tourism, tourists from outside in India. Why? How? Based on a sound system of a conformity assessment. We have healthcare accreditation, we have medical lab accreditation, imaging accreditation existing, which can really support Heal in India. And now India is moving towards becoming a developed nation. We're talking about $5 trillion, $10 trillion dollar economy in next 5 years and 10 years. How we can achieve that, and that's by export of product, export of services. Healthcare services are being exported, products are being exported. So you need a good infrastructure for that to make sure that any product service going out of the country is really assuring the quality of those products and services. So I think these are certain things which already had laid out. So the question, if we say, does India need multiple ABs? I think yes, but the consumer, the stakeholder would know better. They would be in a position to say what they are looking for. And it's just not creating multiple bodies, but also to support the existing system. Whatever AB will come up in India is, of course, to support what already exists nationally. We already have an bill in place for last several years. So this is to support. Yes, you exist. Yes, now we have more to support you. We get more and more so that the ecosystem of conformity assessment become strengthened. And of course, ease of doing business for everyone, whether it is AB, a CAB, or a consumer. Everyone has to have an ease of doing business. And this is what the government focus has been. So I think these are some of my thoughts. I thought to share with you all on this occasion of World Quality Day. And this is a deliberation keep going on, of course. But at the end, we have to look at the end point, which is the consumer going to use the services of CAPS, how they get the credible, authenticated services and products in for their consumption, and how we can make really easier for them to get access to those services and products. So this becomes an onus on us and on us, and responsibility on us and ABs to provide a good, credible conformity assessment system. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rana. It was so nice to hear this, and especially your contribution to the healthcare work. Definitely what you're saying is correct. That is, whether we are really touching each and everyone across the country. And you're correct in saying that India being a huge country, probably most of the rural areas have not even been touched so far. And there could be laboratories existing across the country which are offering services but have not been brought under any accreditation system yet. So definitely it is actually an eye-opener today to understand that we are working in a domain where we are not even sure whether the test reports being generated by those healthcare diagnostic centers are correct at all or not, whether they are dependable at all or not. So this point definitely needs a lot of deliberation, and I'm sure we will look at how we can do this further. We will seek your services as well. We'll check out how we can really work together on this. Thank you so much, sir. So please stay on till the end so that we can have a interactive question answer sessions with you. Next, we invite Mr. Anupam Kaul. So Mr. Anupam Kaul is a well-known figure in the Indian conformity assessment work. So we all have had the opportunity to work with him at some level or the other. And it is really nice for me to invite you here again to present your thoughts. So Mr. Kaul is an independent strategic advisor on quality and standards. He has varied and extensive career spanning industrial quality control, management systems implementation and auditing, standards development, product certification, laboratory testing and management, business excellence, human resource excellence, accreditation, risk management and training, policy advocacy, etc. over 4 decades. Till December 2020, Mr. Anupam led the standards, quality management, laboratory management, risk management, and quality and governance initiatives of the Confederation of Indian Industry. He has played a key role in development of important ISO standards. He is currently the chair of the BIS committee, MSD2, chair of the BIS committee, SSD 19, Basic Service Standards, member of the National Mirror Committee on Conformity Assessment Standards, member of BSI Assurance, Global Impartiality Stakeholders Network, member of Governing Council of RRMA, a body set up to foster policy advocacy and compliance to technical regulations. So welcome, and we await your thoughts on our theme today. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Krishna ji, and thank you, Ramaji, for inviting me today for this. I would call it a debate. It's the way it has gone on so far. It's a good thing, actually. I mean, you take up a topic on the Quality Day, and then you ask people to talk in favor or against a particular topic. So I reminded of my college days. I used to take part in debates, and there used to be very, good the points and counterpoints in favor of the motion and against. So I mean, that's what we've had today also. I think, I mean, two speakers spoke very much in favor and two spoke against it. Of course, I mean, coming a little contextually, of course. So it's been very nice to hear those views. And the other thing, which I'm very sorry, I didn't prepare a slide deck today. Actually, I'm on a holiday. I'm in Australia. And I was pure holiday. So I just got a bit lazy, didn't make any PPTs, but I have my notes, so I'll be using them to present my views today. So please excuse me for that. And another, just to mention that I have been around conformity assessment in multiple roles. So I have been, of course, worked for the industry initially. And then I was, of course, with the BIS, so product certification, then system certification, did a lot of auditing there, did standard development. And then when I joined the CII, so I was actively doing a lot of training and consulting. So I started doing training on conformity assessment standards, preparing CABs for accreditation. And then a huge amount of training also I did on these standards. And then later, I also joined an accreditation body, which is the UNFCCC. It's an international body. So I also had the advantage of working as an assessor for an accreditation body, and also taking part in their deliberations and how the accreditation system works. So I have therefore a bit of experience. Have been on the board of NABCB, NABL. I was also chair of the NABL Appeals Committee. So looked at it from that perspective as well. So what I'm going to talk today is therefore neither favor nor against. I'm going to just raise questions today in my talk, and then probably this very important topic, which is whether to have multiple ABs or not, needs to actually evolve. We cannot take a decision or actually arrive at a conclusion today in a 2-hour session here. It's a very complex, very critical subject. So it needs a lot of more discussion. And there have been certain developments, which I'll talk about a little later, what I am going to speak today. On this subject as well, very lately, of course. So, I mean, just to start with, many things have already been said. To me, actually, the whole purpose of setting up a IAF-ILAC kind of accreditation system was to develop an equivalence program, of certification outcomes globally. That was the whole idea. Started with 9001, 14001, very generic standards. And as we are seeing now, if you look at the scopes under the IAF, so it got into level 4, level 5. Where we have very sectoral standards also getting scopes certified or accredited, which is, for example, CORSIA for GHG in aviation and global gap and so on and so forth. The whole idea was that these equivalences in our accreditation should become directly acceptable to the regulators, both within the country and outside, should also become acceptable to consortiums and also acceptable to the organized buyers. That was the premise under which the whole system was set up 25 years back when QCI also came up. Incidentally, I was involved in that the initial documentation when the QCI was set up. So, so what has happened over the years, and we have heard we heard Mr. Hans-Peter, that ABs have become quite governmental. They're not strictly regulatory bodies, of course. They are supposed to work very independently. But because of the governmental backing and a single AB performing in the country, they have tended to become somewhat regulatory in the manner in which they are actually performing their roles. So they are a single source of approval, single source of administration like regulatory bodies. And if you have accreditation, it opens commercial benefits to the CABs and to the laboratories. And if you're suspended or withdrawn, then it also leads to virtual stoppage of business. So that is, in fact, also how a regulator in certain ways also function. Of course, the regulator also have enforcement abilities or powers, which ABs don't have to that extent. Suspension and withdrawal themselves can become very harsh actions at times. So then looking at impact, whether these premises have been fully fulfilled, have they been achieved? So what I have seen from my point of view, and I mean, again, watching the whole system quite closely, is that this program of accreditation have been able to provide basic qualifications to all the CABs. That means in terms of, yes, they have a system which is conforming to a particular standard, generic standard again, 27001 or 22003 and like those. Or 17021. So yes, they have the basic qualifications in place. And the programs have also been able to raise the auditing standards or testing standards within these, because they have been subjected to close scrutiny examination again and again, hammered. And so therefore, those levels have certainly risen. So therefore, the larger ecosystem has gained certainly, or if the system was not existing, things would have been much worse. That is for sure. So it has had a lot of beneficial impact on industry as such, especially in conformity assessment. And an accreditation also has provided level playing field for MRAs, which or FTA, sorry, I should say, which has also been mentioned before by the other speakers, which is something very good. If you have accreditation in certain fields, it's easier for the negotiators to be able to discuss. But then, where have they not been able to achieve the impact? So what we have not seen, they have not been able to facilitate automatic acceptance of conformity assessment results by the regulators, especially the overseas regulators, and therefore they have not been able to penetrate market access in the way we had wanted. We still have a whole lot of regulatory intervention when market access is to be allowed, and therefore at best accreditation just about helps that, facilitates that, it becomes a pre-qualifier, but not the end-to-end. And the same is applicable even for consortiums and who have their own schemes and organized buyers. So they also look at accreditation. Yes, do you have or you don't have? I mean, to the supplier organizations, accredited certification, I mean to say, but not really that they will accept that certification directly. So there are a lot of intervention that actually happens. Another point that is important is we have accreditations for all kinds of conformity assessment, management systems. We have, for instance, third-party inspections, testing, product certification, and personal certification. Where have they been more effective? I think, to my knowledge and what I have seen, they have been quite effective in the management system certifications and in testing. Where, when I say effective, means a conformity assessment body, when accredited, will use the logo of the accreditation body on the certificate they are going to issue. So in MSS, mostly they always do. In testing, it's mostly done, not always, mostly done. But when you look at the other conformity assessment, like third-party inspections, now here what I have seen, so we have, I think, more than 40 or even, I think, more than 50 third-party inspection bodies in India now. What do? They get accreditation, they get qualified. If you look at the number of certificates they have issued with the logo of an ABCB, it may not even be 1%. So it's as much as that. So it's more of a qualifier, not really benefiting the end user. If you look at product certification, very, very few accreditations have been granted on product certification worldwide. Even though product certification otherwise is very, very prevalent in the markets. You look at India, look at elsewhere, look at UL certification, you look at TUV certifications, you look at BIS certification in India, it's omnipresent, very wide. Is it backed by accreditation? Very little. Where do we have accreditation product certification? Maybe things like process certification, Global Gap, things like those, some of the food certification programs where you do process certification, not really much in product certification. Comes to personal certification again, accredited certification is competing directly with the national qualification frameworks. It's in so many countries. We have it in India as well. We have a whole ministry behind it. We have the National Skills Development Council behind it. They have their own programs for recognition of training providers, vocational training providers, of certifiers, and so on and so forth. So accreditation has not been able to penetrate that field as well. Predominantly effective in management system certification, and of course testing, as we know that it is there, certain testing, calibration, and with that goes of course the PT providers and the reference material producers, all of that, the whole ecosystem of testing and certification. So look at therefore the market relevance of accredited certifications. So they're largely being accepted in the domestic, mostly public procurement. I think NABL and NABCB have been able to do a good job in this, been able to convince buyers, at least in the governmental sector, to ask for accredited certifications, and that has become the norm mostly, I would say, and so it's there. But when you look at the other forms of acceptance, for example, when it is a part of the regulation, do the regulators directly accept accredited certifications from suppliers? No, mostly not. They would still want either themselves to go and look at the organization, the company, or they would want maybe a third-party CB or somebody. They'll designate somebody or an auditor to go and look for themselves, and before they're actually able to approve them. So the accredited certification itself is not the passport. It is still a passport, but not the final passport. It still needs a visa stamp on the passport to be able to provide products for where it is regulatory. And very similarly, buyers also appoint third-party CBs to go and directly act on their behalf, not directly accept a management system certified organization. Yes, this is the body, and we can accept their products. No, they will. Maybe the third-party CB themselves are also accredited, but not necessarily. Then sector-wise. So what are the sectors where accredited certification has been able to make impact? General engineering, yes, of course. General processing industry, yes. But many other sectors. For example, the sector of food, organic, GAP, halal, all of these. Now, accredited certification certainly works in this. There is, of course, we are certifying our companies to 22,000 standards. But then if you look at the program, food, for example, there is the GFSI, the whole big program worldwide. The major 42 retail buyers would look at GFSI as the answer for conformity assessment, and therefore there is a whole system of companies getting assessed directly by the partners of GFSI, the 12 partners, and they don't do it themselves. They themselves run a scheme. Let's say it's almost like an accreditation. So where certification bodies will be approved, and then they will go and do the inspection or assessment, and based on that only they will be able to supply the product. So they have to get approval under that. To look at similarly organic, of course, we'll talk about organic later. Very similar GAP. All these, GAP is also under the GFSI, for example, and there are 3-4 major schemes: the Global GAP, the Asian GAP, we have, and they have their own program. So it's not relying only on the 22,000 ILAC kind of accreditation that we have today. Halal is completely outside the system. Then we have the automotive, for example. Automotive, the AIAG has gone separate. They have their own program completely. Telecom is mostly operation of the ITU, is not part of the accredited certification program. Shipping is completely different. They have shipping as completely their own classification system. IMO norms. Aviation is again very different. Chemicals, textiles, all of these sectors are largely untouched by accredited certification. In addition to that, the entire VSS, or the private sustainability certification schemes that we have seen a lot of proliferation, they're also, most of them are outside the accredited certification, at least the ILAC route. Of course, as Hans-Peter also mentioned, there are many national accreditation programs that accept this, and they also do they assess the scheme owners by providing accreditations, but ILAC, of course, is outside this one. Green building certifications is also outside this one, which is a major program currently going on. But where we have right now, what we are seeing sector-wise in medical devices, for example, the impact of accredited certification is growing, and it's going to continue to be much larger in the future. As far as the accredited CABs are concerned, so as I mentioned earlier, accreditation provides them a ticket to become approved agencies for public procurement. For example, in India, we have the GEM procurement, and we have the defense quality assurance, the defense purchases. So the certified bodies, accredited bodies, can become qualified to also inspect for them or assess for them. Regulators, both India and overseas, they frequently designate or nominate accredited third-party CBs. We have seen in India, the CDSCO has done that for NABCB accredited certification bodies. So that's increasing. But then, of course, as I said, it is only on the back of the regulatory program. So the regulator will also subject the CAB to a qualification process invariably, even if they have accredited certification. We have seen, for example, TEC in India, Telecom Engineering Center, for the mandatory certification of telecom products. They have put a condition of having they call them CAB, which are actually labs. They have approved them, but they go on for an actual approval program. Bureau of Energy Efficiency will do it themselves. Even the bodies like EIC or BIS, who use accredited testing centers, testing labs, have their own qualification program. So there's a lot of duplicate, therefore, assessment conducted, for the testing labs and for the CABs, even if they are accredited. Similarly, scheme or program owners, they develop a system of additional qualifications and approval of the CABs that I mentioned about. So some examples, of course, I can mention is, for example, if you look at, the GOTS, which is for the Organic Certification Global Program for Organic Testing and Certification. So they claim to run an accreditation program based on 17065 period. So it's a claim. Of course, they're not backed by IIF, but that's how it is. They say we will require accreditation to ISO 17065 as a prerequisite, but they actually go on to conduct their own assessment of the company. It's like that. And they also assess the organization, who is the CAB, who can be qualified to be under the GOTS program. GFSI benchmarking program I mentioned, of course. So there's a program for certification program owners, and they are also now doing benchmarking for food safety auditors, professional recognition bodies, that means personal certification bodies. So they also require national accreditation as the prerequisite, but the CPOs, for example, BRC, will actually have a formal recognition process of the CABs and auditors to conduct the audit. So it's all duplicated again. IATF and in the automotive sector, they have their own contracted certification bodies, and they do completely their own assessment of the certification bodies. Even a body like TIC Council, which is a consortium of the TIC, the Testing, Inspection, and Certification bodies, they themselves run a compliance program, which is for integrity and for impartiality and for ethics management, and they go on to assess certification bodies for compliance. So even they don't depend on accredited certification because it has impartiality and confidentiality as part of the standards, but they don't rely on that, and they do their own program. So what I'm trying to say here is that even though we are talking about single AB and nationally, all of this, but if you look at from an industry perspective or even from a CAB perspective, they are being subjected to multiple assessments. You can call them scheme ownership, you can call them regulatory function, but the assessments are going on, and they don't only rely on the accreditation programs run by the ABs. Then we also have global recognition accreditation programs. One of them is the IEC-CB scheme for the safety of electrical equipment run by the IEC. They run their own accreditation program globally. Then we have International Association of Classification Societies, which is for shipping. They run their own accreditation program globally. We have the UNFCCC, which runs its own GHG accreditation program globally. And there are many private accreditation programs also for GHG globally. So India, of course, we've already discussed a lot. We have QCI, NABC, NABL, and NABET for personal certification body. But nobody mentioned about APIDA. So APIDA has a formal program for organic. It's called the National Program for Organic Production, NPOP. It is backed by a government statute, and it is for they run like an accreditation body. They conform to 17011, although they have not become signatory or become member of IIF, but they run it almost like that. But what they have been able to achieve, they've been able to get recognition from the EU and also from the USDA as recognized NPOP conformity assessment program. So it is virtually working as an accreditation body in India. And we, of course, I must really congratulate Dr. Rana for a very singular achievement. 22 years it has taken, but hats off to his perseverance. And so glad to hear that he got his full membership as a signatory to APAC. And of course, it's also going to, very shortly, he should become ILEC member as well. So, and of course, he has also been able to achieve the ISQA, membership. So that's also very, very heartening. Then, in addition to that, we already have other bodies. Somebody mentioned about Dr. Tiwari's organization, Federation of Development of Accreditation Services, which is associate member of APAC. We also now have one more, International Quality and Accreditation Services, a very newly set up body, but we have also been able to achieve the associate membership of APAC, which Raj also mentioned about it. So if you look at this, we have NABL and NABCB on one side, we have a PIDA, we have QAI, we have these two accreditation bodies for testing in India. So it's already, if you look at, we have multiple bodies operating in India. One more topic aspect that I would like to bring in over here is this. So I did a study for GIZ in 2018. I wrote a full study on India National Quality Infrastructure for them. It has been published. When I was doing this, I also looked at the amount of accreditation that have been issued by NABCB in India and by two more bodies, ANAB and by JASANS. In 2018, I'm quoting those figures only. I don't have the latest with me right now. NABCB had issued a total of 123 accreditations in India. ANAB had issued 108. JASANS had issued 179. Now, what does this actually reflect? So this reflects that there is a huge market demand for accreditations by the overseas accreditation bodies, whether it's ANAB or JASANS and DAX and many others in India. That means one accreditation body apparently, which we wanted, and I was been a very active and very vocal member within NABCB and NABL, have always advocated for their supremacy, for their singularity in the past, but the ground reality is actually coming out to be quite different. I was also a member of the BSI Advisory Committee, and when I looked at their certification profile, which accreditation logo they were using, NABCB was just about maybe 5% of the total accreditation that they were issuing. Most of it was ANAB and then BSI, UCAS, and many others actually. So that is the ground reality. Despite our best efforts, we have not been able to break the barrier when it comes to exports. I mean, in India, we have been able to do a good job. I mean, as I mentioned earlier, but if you look at overseas market access, it is just not worked for us so far. And therefore, to wish away international ABs from India, or to say that we'll regulate them, or we have only one AB in India, like the Europe was able to do that, it may be very difficult. And if it is actually done, it may be quite detrimental to the Indian industry. So I think Dr. Rana already presented the situation in other countries. I also did exactly the same study as he did. So I also found that although most countries globally have a single AB, and again, backed again, as Hans-Peter said, mostly backed by, or even Venkat said, by governmental programs. But there are good examples where multiple ABs are coexisting. Canada, for example, we have Japan, we have 3 in conformity assessment. I'm talking about certification inspections. South Korea has 3, Mexico has 2, Russia has 2. Then USA, of course, I mean, as Raj mentioned, 5 are already IF members, and they have 10. Thailand has 2. And also in testing, if you look at, I mean, Australia has got 2, Canada has got 3, Japan has got 3, Russia has got 2. Saudi Arabia has said, despite the GCC, they have set up GCC, they still have their own SAC, which is for testing as accreditation body. They have 2. Thailand has 3 again, UAE again has 2, and USA has 5. So it's like this. So therefore, there are examples globally, and these are all developed, most either developed or good developing countries, which have followed the route of multiple AB. Now, again, the point is whether all these ABs are competing with each other at equal footing, maybe not. So except for US, I mean, US, of course, they do. And in some other country, but when I looked at some of the AB's program, actually they came from, for example, in Japan, one of them is only for EMC laboratory accreditation. It's very, 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 very specific. JASANS is only for 17020 in Australia, not for testing per se. So similarly, in some other countries, the ABs are very dedicated to a particular sector, maybe for example, for food sector, or in Japan, I saw that was only for ISMS. One of the ABs was only operating in ISMS. So maybe they had there's a background, historical background. But the fact is, the countries have permitted multiple ABs to operate. Now, I'll just conclude my my topic with just about the need. I mean, what are the considerations that we must look at when we go into this question a little lately? One, of course, is the need for certification inspection. So customer base is limited in as far as this part, the NABCB part of the accreditation is concerned. About 100, 120, 130 ABs. I think it is one AB can easily handle the workload, and also so it not be very difficult. When it comes to labs, as Dr. Rana presented that figure of a medical lab, 100,000, then we have 2,400 by the work size getting bigger and bigger actually. The scale is already presenting huge challenges of resource management and process control to NABL. So I've been on their board, Venkat is sitting here, I've been on the appeals committee. I have seen personally issues relating to resource management and also of the process control. I'll come to that a little later. On the quality side again, I mean, so assessment quality of the NABCB has been, of course, legendary. We know that. Mr. Anil Johari prepared them that particular way, and it was supposed to be exceptionally high to the extent that people were mortally afraid of the NABCB auditors. I was consultant to some of the CABs, and the question every time used to be, if so-and-so auditor is coming, assessor is coming, how are you going to manage them? It was like this. So on the lighter side. So they were quite stringent by comparison to other ABs, very, very strict on quality. And therefore, in fact, what really happened, some of the other ABs actually benefited from this, and they were able to get more accreditations because of that stringency of NABCB. When it comes to NABL, now NABL is a very different cup of tea. NABL does peer assessments. Peer assessment is good when you're looking at accreditation body peer assessment themselves. When it comes to laboratories, we are drawing people from all over the place. I don't know the numbers right now. One point in time, I knew it was 1,100, 200, 1,200 people doing assessment. How do you prepare all these people together for consistency? I mean, you do calibration workshops, all of that, but people are people, they are different. And there's very little accountability on their part. It's a huge challenge of assessor calibration. So therefore, I mean, whatever it is, as we grow in scale, and as I've already said this, at the moment we grow in scale, quality is always a deficiency. And therefore, I would to that extent subscribe to Dr. Rana's theory that one organization going to manage the entire country in terms of testing may be very difficult to manage that perspective. I went to NIST USA. They run an accreditation program, NV Lab, for testing laboratories. They use their own assessors only. They don't use any peer assessors, and therefore they're able to maintain their quality of assessments very much. Then it comes to accountability. So within the ABs, what is the accountability that they actually, who are they accountable to essentially? Their own boards, the Quality Council of India, for example, which is again, of course, a non-governmental body, really, if you look at them. They have set up appeal mechanisms. I was chair of their of NABL's appeals committee. Mr. Johari himself had an appeal mechanism. But again, it's quite diluted. What can an appeal body look at? Only on the procedural issues, really speaking. But when it comes to decision-making process as part of the entire system within the accreditation program, for example, for delays, for example, or transparency, and things like Rajnathan also mentioned. So those are outside the purview of this appeals program. Then even the committee structure, the committee members are drawn again from outside. They're not part of the organization. We only depend on their expertise, but they are not accountable. So I have personally seen decisions coming out of the committees, which are not very good quality decisions, even though it was supposed to be a committee, but they are not. So therefore, and then there are many other processes, for example, spot checks, suspensions, withdrawals, which can be highly subjective at times, and there is no accountability for that. Nobody can look at that. Therefore, this whole question of accountability is there, and within a single AB, and therefore, maybe if you have more than one AB, this will automatically get answered through a market mechanism. Then the whole question of subject matter expertise. So theoretically, one accreditation board like NABCB or NABL can look at every possible sector. So of course, it is theoretically possible to do that. We can keep adding expertise by having external experts and be able to address each sector or each scope sector. But then I think, to my mind, organizational expertise is different from a hired expertise. You need to have people who know about the sector internally to be able to take those delicate decisions when it comes to, taking decisions on the file. An expert will go probably do an assessment, give you a report, who's going to do a good quality review, or when it comes to sectoral issues which are complicated, somebody should be able to look at them. So therefore, it is important for an AB to also have people internally who are subject matter expert, not just rely on externals. And therefore, if we have more ABs which are more sectoral in nature, I think the quality of the assessments and accreditation will really go up. Then, of course, this whole question of business model, about this debate on that accreditation body should be a not-for-profit bodies, and therefore they are better. And if we have a commercial body, they'll be not as good. I'm a little skeptical on this. So even if you look at a not-for-profit body, I work for the CII, I work for the Institute of Quality. It's a not-for-profit body. Every day I was struggling for revenues. Every day I had a target, I had a performance target, pressures, everything. The not-for-profit is only at the highest level. Down below, everybody is working under revenue targets and pressure targets and all kinds of time targets, everything. So all that, the theory of being a not-for-profit is lost down below. And therefore, let's not actually dwell too much on that. So, and even in a commercial organization, if you have good firewalling, if you had good risk assessment and good risk mitigation, it is very much possible to be able to get over this. So I don't believe very much in this whole business that not-for-profit means always better quality. It's not true, actually. Then another question that is very, very important in this debate, which has been raised, I think, by all the four speakers earlier. So we heard about EU as having one accreditor per country, but EU is, if you look at the entire population of EU, India is twice the size of EU. And then each EU country is the size of an Indian state. If you go by the EU example, each Indian state needs to have a separate accrediting body. So that is the way, I mean, if you go only by the population, or you go by the program. So it's like this. And finally, I would say on the market demand side also. So as we have seen from the figure that I quoted earlier, there is a strong demand for foreign accreditation on certificates issued from India. And therefore, if we start putting any kind of a restriction on overseas AB, that would have an immediate effect on the export that we are going to have from India. So in this, just if I have just one more minute, Krishnaji, just one more minute. So very recently, Quality Council of India has floated a document which is called the National Accreditation and Conformity Assessment Bill. I don't know why they called it a bill. It has not been tabled in the parliament. It's just a document. But what they are proposing is to become a regulator. That means they will approve accreditation bodies in India. They will also approve all conformity assessment bodies in India, and also do enforcement, and also be an accrediting body themselves. I think it's a very, very complicated proposal. It will not work. It's a direct conflict of interest. So although we have been advocating very strongly on having a regulation in India for conformity assessment in particular, because this whole subject of uncontrolled certification and testing certificates has to be addressed, no doubt about this. And therefore, I mean, from CCC, that is the program that we must really strongly advocate to the government, that we must have this regulation. If it comes to AB, I think AB is a long, long way away. We still have just about 2 or 3 ABs which are only fledgling. Dr. Rana had done a bit better. The other two just don't have any accreditations, any certification themselves. I mean, that we should so far. So that's a long way away, whether we want to, I think self-regulation for ABs will be a very good thing to do. And I think it is possible to do. Some checks and balances are certainly required. As Venkat also said, he said that we are open for improvement. I'm happy to hear that. They do require a lot of improvement, certainly, I'll say that. But then I think at this point of time, to go on to regulate accreditation bodies in India is not okay. As an advisor to CII, I've already given my views on that, and which will be duly communicated to government and to QCI. That's not right. In fact, QCI as a society, I don't think how they'll be able to get converted into a regulatory body. But even the thought of it at this moment to regulate ABs and also to run an accreditation program I don't think is inappropriate. So I think I'll end my talk here. I've just raised some questions. Some of them have been uncomfortable, but critical. So hopefully we'll be able to carry this debate forward and come to a good conclusion as far as India is concerned. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Anupamji. And really, it is interesting that you have spoken up about it. This is, if I have to ask people, everyone has this question, including me. Okay. Like, we don't have anything against QCI, nothing. It's one of the wonderful bodies, but there we see there are levels, there are multiple layers, which I personally feel that if we come together, we can do a much better job. So I think your question and your whatever you have said has made a lot of impact today. And I'm sure whatever you're talking about, they being the regulator, that would be really quite disastrous, because nobody will be there to then, tell them what needs to be done. So this is what we have been facing with the Indian regulators. Like, you cannot tell the regulator whether it is right or wrong.
That's
It's
right.
as simple as that.
That's right.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So this is a very, very impactful thing. Let's stay by it. And Rama ma'am, we should really take this up now. I think this is a very interesting thing. And if we have to really have quality in India with multiple accreditation bodies, we will need to, go ahead with this. And we'll have to work together in preventing such kind of things happening. Right? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Please stay on. We have next Mr. Dorai Swami coming up. Mr. Dorai Swami, welcome. In fact, I have a great honor of introducing Mr. Dorai Swami. He has been my colleague in IRS 10 years back. So Mr. Dorai Swami is a science graduate with a diploma in industrial safety and health, ecology and environment. He has more than 42 years experience with 15 years in the management system certification, auditing and training. He has worked for 27 years in various chemical industries, especially in the fine chemicals, bulk drugs, petrochemical and the lube oil. He was convener of the Mutual Aid Response Group of Chembur, Trombay region. He's a lead tutor for ISO standards of QMS, EMS, occupational health, safety management system, security and resilience, security management systems. So welcome, Mr. Dorai Swami. We look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you, Ms. Krishna. And I also like to thank Consortium of Chennai for giving us this opportunity. So I will be speaking on behalf of the ACB, Association of Certification Bodies in India. I'll just take through the presentation which I have prepared it, and just give me opportunity to share them. Has my presentation come on screen, please? Yeah, hello. Am I audible, please?
Yes, you're audible and we can see your screen as well.
Yeah, so at the outset, I'd like to wish everybody the quality day for everybody, a good auspicious quality week and month, and an ongoing life for the quality. Quality is a life for everybody, which everybody looks for. And also I'll be touching upon the today's topic of does India need multiple ABs? So before I share the presentation, I would like to apologize, or I'd like to say these are with due respect to all the accredited bodies and all the associations. These are some of the views and discussions which I'll be taking up. Will be generic one for discussion. As Anupam sir had said, this is more of deliberations, and that could be coming up as a single day's solution for the question that has been asked for. As I said, I've given due respect to all the certification bodies and also the accreditation bodies. The global theme for this year's quality, as it says, quality concerns doing the right things, which everybody knows. I'll just quickly go through this one or two slides. Like quality conscience is a voice inside us telling us what is right, what is wrong. And the concept of quality conscience is very simple: do the things right, which all the ABs are doing it, all the CBs are doing it as a principle of business. Everybody would like to abide by them as an ethics. But at the same time, doing the right things isn't always the easiest choice to make. As Mr. Anupam sir also said, there is a not-for-profit organization, but there is down the line profit, etc. So it's always a competition, a business which is involved in any activity that we carry it out. But it's worth for those companies that choose to put ethics above all this is what we are looking at. And a quality conscious business cares about its employees, partners, suppliers, customers, stakeholders, and planet. And this is where the accredited bodies, certification bodies come and play a major role. And it's also a challenge to do the right thing when it is very difficult. Under difficult situation of maintaining your profitability, maintaining your service, maintaining your credibility, maintaining your acceptance is a challenge. And that is the challenging, difficult proposition for any organization, especially the organizations which are into service. And there, the sense of integrity, moral compass that drives them to do the things right. And this is what upholds certain values to act best in the interest of others. Whatever may be the motivation, choosing the right thing can be difficult, but at the end, it is a rewarding decision. And that's what all the accredited bodies abide by and look forward for. Rightly said, in the world of business, we are always driven by the bottom line, as we have seen by the speakers from the US perspective, Mr. Rajnath, Nathan, and Mr. Hans Peter, and also from the other national accreditation bodies, NABL, and what Mr. Anupam sir had also said about the profitability, about the credibility, about the competitions. Ultimately, it will come down to that. But doing the right things for the accreditation certification bodies becomes a prime quality service wherein their acceptance, credibility, and reliance is acceptable. Everybody of you knows it, the way the IAF is working, accreditation bodies are functioning, certification bodies are functioning, and how the organizations are functioning. Just a flow of the controls of the chain which is existing as a system in the accreditation activities for the different sectors, different countries, but then abided and guided by this accreditation chain, which is overlooking each one about their controls, their activities, their performances. So just to take you through these activities, which I felt is known to everybody, but yes, how it is recognized, how it is becoming important, I will come to it a little later. Yeah, so on behalf of the certification certification assessment bodies, what as a certification CAB we require from the accreditation bodies are to provide confidence, consistency, integrity, transparency, credibility, consistency in the results, cost effective, and also the each accreditation bodies have their own process for effective calibration of their assessors, their activities under those activities, for monitoring them for the activities that have been performed, regulating the operations within the country, so they have a better control in the countries where they are operating. But what about the other countries? They have the local accessibility. That is what we expect from all the accredited bodies, and determined for the unaccredited operations or issuance of fake certificate, and effective have a process of creating awareness amongst community. Yes, as a people in this business, in these activities of accreditation, certification, customer, stakeholders, we know much better than what the common mass or the common general end users or the community at large is aware about. So creating of awareness process is also one of the focus areas which an accredited bodies are expected to perform and carry it out. And there has to be what are the annual interactions, exchanges of these things. Though yes, they are all members of IAF, APLAC, EAC, APC, but how it is interacting, how does the common community comes to know about this? So the effective processes are there in most of the accredited bodies, but yes, the demonstration and the effectiveness at the ground level needs to be demonstrated and looked upon. What we look from the accreditation support the conformity assessment, not only for our country, within India and also overseas. And most of the conformity assessment is again driven by a voluntary acceptance of the requirements. People look for the voluntary regulations. Once it is voluntary, there are challenges uh, in addressing the voluntary requirements. So some may opt for it, some may not opt for it. Regulators, we discussed, there were talks about the regulators, how the regulators are themselves not accepted and they have their own views, they have their own dictatorship, etc. Whatever we term it, they have their own views and controls they would like to have it. But at the same time, accreditation should also promote competitiveness of the Indian conformity assessment infrastructure of Indian business industries in global market, which is also what we look from the accreditations that are operating in India and supporting the CABs operating in India. Yes, they should be able to facilitate free and fair business practices within India and globally. Avoid duplication of assessment, which the CABs are frequently encountered with many of the CBs who are accredited with multiple ABs. Again, cost and time delivery also was talked upon by Mr. Venkatesan about the deliveries of the time taken, and also by Mr. Rajnathan said the delivery of the accreditation is not only related to the accreditation process itself, but there are some other added elements to that. But yes, delivery of the accreditations in a timely manner is equally important, what we look from the accreditation bodies. At the same time, value addition to the CABs which are operating under them. The results in the widespread acceptance of the accredited CABs. Again, there are challenges in the results that has been allocated or arrived for the different CABs that are operating under different ABs. Coming to the overall perspective of IAF, MLA, and also the APAC PSC's requirement, the key objective is basically to have a recognized competent accreditation bodies to avoid cross-frontier accreditations. Accreditation should be on principle of non-competitiveness, that is on quality infrastructure. Accreditation should not be taken as a business. True, with due respect, as I said, all the accreditation bodies abide by them, try to abide and fulfill them. But then as a CABs, we do find some challenges at the ground level when we come to delivery of the CABs and the acceptance of the CABs within the country and also globally. Just from the perspective of the certification bodies, there are certain challenges which we encounter, which all the ABs and most of you would also be knowing them. But these are the questions which require to be answered as part of our today's theme. Does India need multiple accreditation bodies? Just for information, around 120 accredited bodies are operating worldwide, of which 10 to plus minus 10% of them are not recognized. As per the information, there are around 82 accredited bodies under IAF, and both the accredited bodies as well as the non-accredited bodies are operating parallelly, and the control or the focus or these things which IAF has is under the IAF MLA accredited bodies who are following the protocols of the IAF, and they get audited, they get monitored periodically by the respective regional accreditations, etc. But there are many who are not getting audited or these things, and others who are not accredited by them, they are not monitored at all for any of the activities that are being performed. And there are, I'll not say all, but then there are few exceptions. There is always two sides for each coin. So we do also have most of the accredited bodies are performing their activities with doing the things right, but there are many who do not abide by them. So these are some challenges which also has to be considered and taken into account. And as far as India is concerned, most of the accredited bodies, do not have a local office where they are operating. So there is a challenge, there is a these things, though they have a process and mechanism in place to ensure and verify the operation of the certification bodies, but then everything is controlled remotely or depending on certain other activities, they get the accreditations of the certified bodies which are operating. So they don't have any local access and local informations available. The country to country operations are different. Those things are how much is taken into account before they have been accredited for the certification is a question which needs to be considered and taken into account. And there is a lack of interaction, access, control with or the certification bodies, they are certifying them. So though they are operating here, but they do not have adequate informations or maybe inadequate informations of the certification bodies that are operating. And also there is no stringent control or monitoring mechanisms over the deterrence which are being operating locally and globally, both by the ABs of the CBs that are being operated. As I said earlier also, there is a general lack of awareness about the overall process of certification and the certification itself. As we have seen, there are a number of accreditations like education, different chemical sectors, industries, which all the other speakers had just spoken about, the product certifications, the service sectors, and also the different what is accreditation, what are the importance of accreditations, and how it is benefiting the end user or the customer. The awareness creation and awareness is again still a major area which requires to be addressed. And the other challenge for the developing countries, though they have the accredited bodies operating in the developing countries, but the developing countries' own accredited bodies are not recognized and accepted, though IFMLA expects certain requirements. I'll come to that as multilateral agreement, the certificate is accepted globally, all that which Mr. Anupam sir also said. Yes, there is a this thing, but acceptance of the national accreditations with the international accreditations, and why international accreditation is required when there is a national accreditation. So these are the questions which are to be discussed, deliberated, and the numbers. The certification bodies would like to go to the accreditation bodies who are where they get easily accredited, where they have less monitoring, though the protocol is common for all the accredited bodies to accredit the certification bodies. So this acceptance also is required to be addressed and taken into account. So these are some of the challenges which as a certification bodies we are encountering. Yes, for the country, we are as an India, we are a large country, diversified countries. We are operating in almost all sectors of the business activities which is taking place globally. We have grown from local to global market. Now we have been recognized as a global player, and we are expected to our presence is felt across the globe. Then coming to the question of does India need multiple certification bodies? To achieve and deliver the accredited bodies, the overall multiple accreditation bodies are operating. I don't say they are not required or they may, because all the competency sectors the national accreditation body needs to build up, which are the sectors which we need to control, which are the sectors which we are strong enough. Like Anupam sir has also touched upon, the sector-wise accreditations, like automotives is separate, textile industry, chemical industry, mining industry. So those challenges we require to take into consideration. And as we have seen, US has a multiple accreditation bodies operating in their this thing. Maybe they are developed that these things are more transparent, more controls, and there could be legal requirement, legal litigations addressed in a different way, but it may not be the same way as in India or in the developing countries. European perspective, it was said that it is under one accreditation they will be operating it. So we cannot say one is acceptable or multiple is acceptable. This needs to be deliberated, and what is good for India needs to be considered and taken into for the final conclusions which we arrive at. Yes, there are certain advantages to start with, to have a central or a single accreditation body like European perspective. Yes, I also say that there are certain strengths which are there if we have a single accreditation bodies. I do not deny there should not be competition. There should be competitions, but then the competition is for the benefit and for the growth, and it will help to improve the system, processes, competence in all the dimensions. Yes, again, I am saying here again, like if you have a national accreditation or a single body, it could be as in our case, it's a organization not for profit, which Mr. Anupam sir had said. There is a at the top level it is meaningful, but down the line it becomes distorted because everybody works for the profit line and the market business. But then our quality conscience says do the things right. So at any cost, how to overcome that is also to be addressed. And if there are multiple accreditation bodies operating, then how is it going to be monitored, controlled, and how are those going to be addressed? Each who will be ultimately accountable. Each one will be accountable for themselves, but overall, who will be accountable needs to be considered. Which, if it's a single national accreditation body, it can have a direct control. Though we are under Government of India, Ministry of Commerce, we don't want to be a regulator. But then the process, how it is being carried out, the governance, the activities, how it is being performed needs to be considered, so that adequate freedom and liberty is given for the accredited bodies to operate. And the accredited bodies which are operating in India should be under the control and should be under the this thing. How many certification bodies they have accredited? What are the this thing? So they should have a mechanism of control by the national accreditation bodies, so that the national accreditation body has an easy access to all the certification bodies that are operating in India. Again, when it comes to the language part of it, though there are translators, etc., but then communication and the this thing with the accredited bodies and the local certification bodies operating, there is always a miscommunication, misunderstanding, and gap in this thing. So those are the certain language barrier, which that's what I would like to say. Not that the translators are available, everything is there, but then the effective communication between the local accredited bodies and the overseas accredited bodies operating in India. Knowledge of regulatory requirements, yes, experts are hired. The local practices are different, which are not seen in the same parlance as the local accreditation bodies can see, which the others from outside cannot see the way they're functioning, the practices, the India being a diverse country, the practices, the concept, the cultural things changes. So the practices, the best of best practices is expected to be followed, technology to be followed, but then there will be certain local issues and local things which are to be taken into consideration, which at times are not fully taken into account. Availability of the local competence, effectiveness, calibration, monitoring of the resources is again a challenge for all sectors. The availability within the sectors and for the sector, the certification bodies operating is a thing which is also can be controlled and directed by the, if it is a single window, otherwise it will have a, all this will become a concern for dilution or may not be that effective. As far as country is concerned, it could prevent the draining of the Indian economy. Doesn't mean that we don't want to compete, we don't want to grow, but then unnecessary draining of the economy, which can be avoided, and the overall benchmarking of the accredited bodies operating in India also can be have a better control, better effectiveness if it is under single one. And lastly, we can able to promote the Make in India Atmanirbhar concept, which we all look forward for as an Indian accreditation body. So this is what I just wanted to share, the concerns which the certification bodies operating in India are encountering with, and which can be addressed in a better way, but it's for debate and openness. But these are some things which could be taken into account as a single window, how it could be having a better control and better monitoring of it. So just to say, since I was mentioning about everybody is looking for quality life, so doing the things right, doing the right things for the right reasons in the right way is the key to quality, and that's what we all look forward for, the quality accredited bodies to operate and function within our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Doraiswamy. This was a really nice presentation, especially from the CB perspective. That really matters, because we are talking about multiple ABs, but what could be the problems with the CBs if too many people are there? We are already having a number of CBs who have multiple accreditations, and we also heard the speaker saying that yes, they end up having just 5% of their business towards NABCB, but the rest of the business is towards the other ABs. So we really need to look at why we are facing this kind of a situation. So there needs some correction, there needs some action on this, wherein we can ensure that yes, all of us work together hand in hand. Thank you so much, Doraiswamy ji. Let's continue for some more time. We will again come back to you in the question answer session. Let me introduce to you our next speaker, Mr. Lalit Paneri. Mr. Lalit Paneri is the president of Association of Indian Laboratories. On behalf of the Association of Indian Laboratories, he is the executive board member of the Union of International Laboratories Independents, member of Laboratory Committee in the International Laboratory Accreditation Corporation. He's a member of the ILAC Arrangement Committee, member of the Joint Development Support Committee of IAF and ILAC. He's running a laboratory for last 20 years as Rahul Engineers Laboratory, Udaipur, Rajasthan, as ISO IEC 17025 2017 accredited laboratory. He's conducting various quality control tests for construction of infrastructure projects for highways, railways, airport, water resource department, CPWD, PWD, NHAI, DRDO, smart city projects, and various other government and private organizations. Welcome, Lalit ji. And it is good to know that you are working on so many government projects, because they are really in the radar today. Because all of us are looking at smart city, we are looking at great infrastructure development in the country, and you are playing a vital role by giving your certificates on the quality issues of the various processes, especially the raw material and the other things in these projects. Welcome, Lalit ji. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Yeah, thank you, Krishna madam, and thank you, Rama madam, also for giving me the chance to speak on this burning topic today. Because on Work Quality Day, you arranged a subject which is a need of today. And as an association of laboratory, I am representing both. I'm representing the laboratories as I'm running a laboratory, and I face the laboratory problems also. So we'll discuss the first introducing my association, that what was the reason why we have made this association. Because I am a bridge, this association is a bridge between the ABs and the CABs, laboratories. We are keeping the harmony between both of them. And today's subject is that India needs multiple accreditation bodies, because we are moving for that. The establishment of this AOIL was on this subject also, only that does we need only one accreditation body, or then we need the harmony regarding the accreditation body and the laboratories. So I'll introduce my association that this was founded in 2014 as a group of 20 laboratory professionals. All laboratory professionals decided to make an association. This comprising all testing, calibration, medical, and GLP lab. And the association was led by the former advisor DST and director NABL, Mr. DS Tiwari. He was the founder of this association. And this is the Foundation Day photograph where you can say harmony between the laboratories, between the association, NABL and QCI, all on a single platform, because all welcome this association on the very first day. 2015, we were registered and having 4 different sector in headquarters at Delhi, and 4 region, all north, east, west, north, south, all we have the regional chapters and representing all the country. During the first year of association, we became the stockholder member of ILEC, and when this 17025 was new version was coming 2017, there was a draft preparation of 17025 coming from 2005 to 17. So we have arranged 3 workshops throughout the country, and we call ILEC chairman Peter Rangar and the CUSCO member Jeff Gust, who was the member of main role in the preparation of new ISO 17025. So we arranged Delhi, Mumbai and Bangalore, all 3 place this workshop regarding the new ISO 17025. The 19th April, which was the founder day of the AOIL, we declare it as a laboratory day, and every year we are celebrating this day as a laboratory day. This is our representation in ILEC and IF meeting. This particular photo is for the 2019 the annual meeting at Frankfurt, Germany. And I think this is the last meeting we have arranged physically. After that, the meeting was to be held at China, Beijing. And after that, no, due to COVID, no physical meeting, and we are having only the virtual meetings. This was the last physical meeting where first 3 persons, myself and Tiwari ji and Mr. Singh, we attended all the laboratories, other 2 changes. So this is the one of the presence in our international platform. This is also the same that we are attending the joint laboratory committee, regular member representing the laboratory in the ILEC and LC committee, ARC committee and other committees. We are regularly going. Our first presence was started from Milan, Italy, 2015. This is the platform of where the all lab owners get together, and we representing the ABs also, because in 2015 NABL we were the we called in the board member of the NABL, and we were attending regularly in the meeting. I don't know what happens after this COVID period. Now the NABL withdraws AOIL name from the board of the NABL, because should be, because we are the bridge between the laboratories and the now they are not, and the new IB recently coming and having a full membership also, QI. They also invited AOIL in their board member, and we have sent our consent for to be join that board member. Now there is a 2 concept, AB and the CAB. The CAB, the lab which the confirmatory assessment body, this is a modern name to a laboratory who's doing all the experiment process and quality assurance, quality control, research and development, new product forensics, and all institution which is come under this CAB. And the content of the CAB refer only mostly to the laboratory which have been accredited as per ISO 17025 from any AB which having the ILAC MRA or may not be having the ILAC MRA, but working in accordance with 17011. So the services of such AB cabs are primarily third-party assured competency. Hence, customer has an additional documentary evidence that this cab is accredited, having full faith on that such type of cabs. So ILAC MRA is a concept when can be compared with the accreditation, where AB's competency served as ILAC regulatory body. In our case, the regional body is APAC in India, so they are governing the ABs in India. Since 2014, when we started this AOIL, because we are facing so many problems with the services of ABs, and there required to be some representation which can give the ABs problem to the left problem to the ABs. So we have started this association, and to maintain the harmony between the ABs and the laboratories, because getting accreditation is mandatory for the lab to enlistment of the government organization, regulators, and other things. So accreditation is required, and if there is any problem between the accreditation body and the laboratory, the association is the bridge between them. So AOIL, now the question coming where the India required multiple accreditation bodies. So AOIL has consulted opinion from CAPs across the country, have multiple ABs in the country with the down area. We are also having, for the country of the size like a big size like India, a single regulator concept is understandable, but service provider must be more than one, preferably as many as possible to ensure timely accreditation. As spread of the accreditation all over interstate CAPs, which are the Mohammed number in India, approximately 10 lakhs laboratories are working, mostly in the field of medical and others. But the accredited laboratory, accredited by our AB in India presently, is about 6,000, or maybe increase this number, we can extend it to maybe 7,000 or so. So if we compare the ratio, this is almost less than 1% of the total lab in the country. The gap among the accredited and non-accredited lab is infinity, and this need to be addressed by the opportunity. This can only be addressed when we have the other ABs also, because one AB cannot go all the country for all the laboratories. So developed country like USA, we heard Rajnathan, they said their perspective because they are having multiple ABs. Mr. Paul also explained that there are other countries, they are having the multiple ABs. So we have to decide whether we require the European model or we require the American model, where there are so many. Dr. Rana also explained that the need of multiple ABs required in India, and we support the system. In our view, we require more than one AB, which is the system of USA, because our democratic and politics also similar to USA. So we require this. The logic of multiple AB supports our country vastness as travel to one. The India is very vast and long. So for accreditation, traveling long will be restricted if we have the more than one ABs. So if the regional having local ABs also, having multiple AB will produce competition in service among ABs also. And this is an alternative we require, because at present we don't have any alternative, any there are some lab in India which have been accredited recently by IAS and US accreditation body. They have started accredited, and they have, and their office also in India, and they have started accreditation laboratory in India. But the accreditation from IAS is very costly, and Indian laboratory cannot afford that. So we require some Indian accreditation body, so they can give the accreditation to a laboratory in a reasonable economic cost. So lab, in case of we should require an option if anybody required an option. And there is also a rare case if any action is taken by ILAC against an AB. So we don't have any option right now. So we require an option also to switch another AB, which is equivalently ILAC MRA. Recently, QI has been, we have already moved for the multiple laboratories, ABs in India. 3 ABs with ILAC MRA, including QAI, IAS, Indian American, and NABCG and NABL already working. So there are 4-5 laboratory ABs already working in India. So we have moved already for the multiple AB system in India. I don't know why this, as Mr. Anupam Kaul said, that the recently we heard regarding some bill which is produced by, and why they are called it bill, I don't know, because that they want only everything to be controlled as a, an ABI cannot be a regulator in India. Regulator body is different than the ABs. So, and ABs are ILAC MRA, they have having international recognition. So we should have multiple ABs in India. The concept of ILAC guidelines policy across border accreditation harmonies, this all, this one, and NABL is taking regular part at international level and putting this figure. And recently we strongly brought the idea of country few years back to form an AB, and a group of professional lab joined in hand and establish an AB called FDAS, Federation of Development of Accreditation Services in India, an independent government registered body promoting, which is in the process of getting the assessment and EPAC and ILAC amendment. As QI already got this, and they have become second, might be the third laboratory, maybe third accreditation body, maybe FDAS in India. So this is the demand of the today, that India need the multiple accreditation body, and all laboratory have a choice, because one accreditation body cannot cover complete there is a limitation how they can join complete accredited body in the how many laboratories in India working. So mostly they are non-accredited. So only 1% laboratory if they are the accredited. So we requirement, and being a president of AOIL accreditation, we recommend all the accreditation bodies to become get harmony through association with the laboratories, CAPES, and the accreditation body. We want to be a bridge between both of them. So it will be the practice. It will be the try to this association to have a correlation between the ABs among the ABs and among the ABs and the might be that we may have be able to have an Indian coordination committee. We will try to have an Indian coordination committee which coordinate all the ABs and the gaps. So AIL is ready to take the step forward for all these things to have the coordination committee to become among the ABs and among the ABs and the CAPs. Thank you. Because I think we have overtime, and I am between the lunch and the Christmas, so I reduced my things, and thanks everybody for listening. Thank you giving me this
Sir,
chance.
you have brought in a very interesting perspective. A very interesting question to ask today is, can a single AB cater to 10 lakh laboratories across the country? This question is really burning, and we need to find an answer to this. So, a very interesting session, sir. Thank you for bringing in all the perspectives related to the laboratory accreditation. It's a very, very interesting feature. So we go to our question answer round, and we have a few questions here. There is a question by Sheena Jacob. How can an organization decide how many accreditations are necessary, as they are all under ILAC, APAC, IAS for better global trade and pricing? Does more accreditations have an enhanced opportunity? Mr. Rajnathan, can you please answer this question?
Well, very briefly, I think, frankly, the decision is left to the customer and the marketplace needs of the customer. It just cannot be answered by the AB, because we sit at the intersection where customers do call us and they say, and we tell them, why are you not going to NABL? Why are you not coming to NABCB? And their plain answer is, we already have it. Or they have an export model that requires them to. So I think as a practical matter, it's really left to the customer. As I said, the customer needs a choice, and this provides them a choice for whatever the reasons are.
Got that. So Sheena, I hope your question has been answered. So the next question is from Anil Madhavan to Mr. Doraiswamy. How the establishments of such ABs are being funded? Are there any general rules for the same, or any specific guidelines are there in India for establishing an AB in India? What are the roles of the central government in these establishment of ABs?
Yeah, as far as India is concerned, the accreditation body is under the Quality Council of India, which is a government or a department under the Ministry of Commerce under Government of India, and they are overlooking the quality promotion across the country. So as a division of under Quality Council of India, the Board of Directors and controls are with the Quality Council of India, and NABCB reports to them in this functioning activities. So this is how the control is exercised, and they can be having a policies defined by the government as well as by the Board of Quality Council of India to address any concerns and issues. As far as the funding is concerned, there has to be a policy. Government has so many funding promotional schemes. So this being one of the critical parameters of the accreditations and the reputation of the country and of the accreditation bodies, and in down the line, the certification bodies. So definitely finance should not be a concern for the government to promote and support these type of activities.
You know, we just heard Mr. Lalit saying that they were close to establishing an AB, which is being a few professionals coming together with their own funding and establishing. So can a similar thing happen even for certification for the accreditation body for conformity assessment?
Yeah, they may come up with a body, but how about the sustaining? It again becomes to competition. It again becomes to the bottom line. So,
right.
Then the theme, doing the things right, how they can be ensured about doing the things right when it comes to focusing on the bottom. It's a demonstration and the monitoring of it. Though there are IF who is monitoring them, but IF cannot monitor all the accreditations across the globe. They are dependent upon certain chain. The chain has to be strong. Ultimately, any weak link in this chain breaks the whole credibility of the accredited bodies as well as the certification body. The certification body at the ground level are more business oriented, private individuals who are more focused on the commercial aspect than the quality aspect of it. How conscious they are. So there has to be a balance and a mechanism, a strong mechanism to ensure this. Regulators, we say that, okay, regulators are not abiding or they are going by their own ways. The accredited bodies, if they go by their own way, so there has to be a appropriate mechanism in place established, which takes up the accountability. There may be a misuse by the certification body which has been accredited by the accredited, but how does the accredited bodies are able to control them? How many of them are operating under them? They are operating across the globe in the nooks and corners of the different countries. Who is certified, who is impacted? Ultimately, the mass or the community doesn't know about the product that is certified or the process that is certified. What is going by? There are so many rules, regulations, requirements are stipulated under various standards and etc. But the audit is again a sampling based. Okay, we are not doing a compliance audit. So there has to be a stringent, foolproof mechanism established and gaining confidence. Ultimately, it is a credibility, reliability, and the acceptance, which is to be demonstrated, and that is what is the strength of the service, which as a AB and CB, which will be provided.
Got that. Thank you so much, Mr. Doraiswamy.
Thank you.
Next question is for Mr. Hans-Peter Ischi. Can the close cooperation between the authorities and needed include the say of the public health centers, the respective government states in India, and the accreditation agency overseas? Are there any specific rules, relaxations needed to be governed at the national or the central government level in India? So you're not audible. You have to put your, you have to unmute yourself.
Okay, sorry, yes. In Europe, we do not have special rules for the cooperation of the government and the accreditation body. This is established on the national level based on the 765 regulation coming from the European Commission. But what I recommend on my experience, that there is some agreement between the governmental authority and the accreditation body, how to cooperate and how to each inform each others. What is the right of the accreditation body to be informed? What is the right of the governmental organization? How far they can interfere in the accreditation activities in order not to violate independence and impartial operations of the accreditation body. So I think it is important that there is some agreement on that. Well, yes.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Another question from Mr. Anand. Can the accreditation in hospitality industry improve the business, return on investment, and management of otherwise most required industry in India? Very interesting.
See, it's about hospitality, you know. So it's like hotels and something. I'm
Correct.
really excited to say that QI has an accreditation program for hotels and homestays, which actually developed during the COVID times when patients were being sent to hotels to stay. So we thought to develop a standard to make sure who is staying or even the community around the hotel is safe. So yes, of course, it's like a lab, conformity assessment body. Any sector would get benefit from external evaluation. So hospitality industry is not an exception for that. If they choose to go for an accreditation or certification, which we call external evaluation, definitely the credibility go up, the reliability as goes up, and acceptance amongst the users, the public will go up. So thank you.
Thank you so much. So I think, sir, what we are all actually currently struggling with is that, first of all, we all need to actually follow the regulation. You know, everyone, be in the value chain, be it the laboratories, be it the hospital, be it the general manufacturing or the hotels. First, we comply with the regulations Then the next step could be the certification part to enhance the credibility. So we are probably still at a level where we are struggling to comply to the regulatory requirement. And I'm sure each of us here agree with this today. And we need some hand holding there, some competency development, even to comply to the basic regulations today. Then we can think of the credibility enhancement and the other stuff. The next question is from Sheena again. To obtain quality in the various sectors or fields, accreditation is a necessity or a basic requirement?
Once again, Krishna, apologies. Mr. Venkateshwaran has another meeting, so he had to leave and he's just sent a message. So I just would like to communicate here. And another reason is we need to wind up this in the next 5 minutes, please. The second technical session 2 starts at 2:30. I'm so sorry. My apologies. Please continue.
No problem. Even Mr. Anupam call needs to.
They have, yeah. Right. Yeah.
So we'll quickly go over the questions.
Questions are too many. We can actually take those questions, get the responses from the speakers, and actually we can compile everything and we can share it with them subsequently. It helps everybody.
Yeah. We can do that. Actually, that would be much better because everything will be with them, always available. Okay. So I request all the participants. We'll compile all the questions and we'll bring them together with answers and all of you. Can we send an email to everybody, ma'am, on this?
We can actually send all registered delegates the compiled answers. We can send it to them. We'll get speakers' inputs, and then we will share it with them, and it will be of immense use to the delegates also.
Correct.
We will do it.
Yeah, we can do that. So with this, actually, I would like to thank all the speakers here who have taken time out from their busy schedule and have joined us in celebrating this World Quality Day. Thank you, ma'am, for really managing this program so well. We have 2 more sessions to go, and I'm sure they will also be equally interesting. Before we wind up this session, I would like to take the privilege of thanking all our partners in this. This was organized by CCC, one of the best organizations in India, which is actually coming forward with all the new inputs and trying to get everything together. So thank you, CCC. Our knowledge partner, RRMA, Regulatory Representatives and Managers Association. Our associate partner, IFPA, All India Food Processors Association. Our industry partners, IMED, Association of Indian Medical Device Industry. PWMAI, Preventive Wear Manufacturers Association of India. Andhra Chamber of Commerce, Association of Indian Laboratories. Our supporting institutions, International Accreditation Services, QAI, ACBI, Medical Plastics Data Services, GMDAF, Enviro Annotations, and NHHID. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. And we thank all our partners in making this program a big success. We will keep discussing this in our forums ahead as well. Thank you and have a great day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Thank you, Krishna. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
The session 2 will continue like this, the technical session 2. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
My present. Very good afternoon to all. It's technical session 2 on the topic quality conscience, doing the right thing. Will MS standards help pharma industry? So on this session, we have 3 faculty, 3 speakers, 3 well-known speakers. It is going to be a 1-hour session with question and answer. I welcome all the participants in this great session. Definitely, this will be more value addition on this MS standard as well as its implication of pharma industries. We CCC Consultants Consortium of Chennai organizing this kind of regular meeting on periodical. We are celebrating World Accreditation Day, Quality Day, all kind of industrial oriented standards as well as latest editions on the requirements. Everything we are updating to this kind of webinars, discussions, some sort of workshops, all we are conducting regularly on that. So on this occurrence, we are celebrating our Quality Day, and this is the technical session 2 of this day. Morning session is conducted technical session 1, and we are facing now technical session 2. I welcome you all this great session. Now I'm going to talk about a little about our Consortium of Chennai. This mainly focusing on MS consultant, management system consultant. So we are organizing and we are making a single platform, all kind of consultants, including HR, sometimes financial consultant, quality consultants, system-oriented activities, trainers, all we are including HR consultants, all on this platform. So we are trying to give a complete platform and solution to the industry on various needs of standards, conformity assessments, and regulations. So industry may use ourselves as a knowledge partner as well as helping them to get their latest trend as well as regulatory needs. That is the aim of this CCC Consultant Consortium of Chennai. It's a registered association. We have more than 300 registered consultants with us in various domains, including HR, quality, finance, and MS certification, all we are having. This is a strong and what I can say, knowledge base for the industry. Simply, I can say we are the person helping the bridge for industry and regulatory requirements as well as schemes, standards. So industry may depend like our CCC people, they may get various knowledge, various trend of these regulatory requirements. So that is the main aim of this CCC is got started. It's focused on knowledge dissemination to the industry on an ongoing basis about standards, certifications, accreditations, inspections, and regulations. So all these sectors we are covering. This mainly focusing on industry platforms. So that is the reason we are covering all the industries in our sessions. So today we are covering more on pharma industries. Generally in pharma industries, some myth will be there. They are focusing more on GMP. Beyond GMP, a lot of activities, a lot of rules and regulations, a lot of other things to be get sustained with this industry. So it is going to be that curtain raiser for this industry to focus more and more other activities. So that is the aim of this session. So we are trying to give broad exposure to the industry and industry professional to get more knowledge, more ideas to make further on this pharma industry. That is a base we have made it, and we called 3 eminent speakers on this. First, I'm going to talk with Mr. Om Prakash Satwani. Okay, sir. So he is going to take about 20 minutes of time in the title of how QMS can support regulatory requirements. So we are going to talk about more on regulatory requirements. Okay, sir. Now session is going to Mr. Om Prakash Satwani. Please share your presentation. You can proceed, sir. Mr. Om Prakash, sir, you can share your screen.
Prem will just introduce Mr. Sadhwani.
Sure.
You have the PPT with you? Shall I share?
Yes, I'm having.
Yeah, please introduce. Yeah, thank you, Prem.
Fine, sir. Before that, I'm also need to. So, I'm Prem Kumar. Today, I'm the moderator for this entire session. I'm having 20+ years of industrial experience in various industries. I have across 1,000+ vendors of training and 600+ organization. I'm mostly working for strategical discussions with CEOs and vice presidents. I have across 15+ industries. I'm the managing director and principal consultant for the industry for company Jayvin Management Systems and Solutions Private Limited. Coming to Mr. Om Prakash Satwani, sir. He is a regular affairs and QMS expert. He is former member of Drug Technical Advisory Board, expert in reduction and investigation of cases, faculty on trainings in investigation skill, wide expertise in policy making for state FDA, 30 years expertise in enforcement of drug laws. Mr. Gaurav Puraskar by Government of Maharashtra in 2008. He got the Prestige Award. Best Drug Control Officer of India by All India Drug Control Officers Confederation in the year of 2010. He is having his own organization, Explore Healthcare Solution LLP. He is director of the organization. Yeah. So now I'm hand over session to Mr. Om Prakash Pandit. Yes, sir. Sorry. Om Prakash sir, please unmute your mic. So unmute your mic. Om Prakash sir, please unmute your mic. Now it's okay, sir.
The presentation is visible now?
Yeah, visible, sir. It's highly visible. Can you go to first slide? Yes, sir. From this you can.
So we should be talking on how QMS can support regulatory requirements, particularly time for discussion is very short. We can cover up many things in question answers. I'll just introduce something that what is the law and how it is enacted, what is expected in the law, and then where we should be looking for certifications and what certifications. Now, when we talk of regulatory framework in India, we can see that the requirement of there are many things which are covered. So legislation is actually taken care by Government of India, CDSCO, DCGI office. I want to come from another angle that this all authority for making regulations comes from Constitution Article 47, which mandates, which is a directive principle to the state, that state should work to increase the health parameter, to improve the health parameters of the citizens. And the health is a subject on the concurrent list, and therefore central government and state government both of them are responsible for health regulations and implementations of health regulation and increasing health parameters of the citizens. So under that, the regulatory responsibilities of preparing legislation has been given to CDSCO, DCGI, that is Government of India. All international trade, import and export related to medicines and medical devices and then cosmetics is with Government of India. Clinical trials and now clinical investigations, particularly in medical devices, are in the domain of DCGI. Manufacturing licenses are somewhere dual responsibility, somewhere it is with the state. So for biologicals, it is dual responsibility. Government of India is the licensing authority. State government is the licensing authority, and Government of India is license approving authority. For medical devices, earlier it was the same situation. However, now for class A and class B, state is the licensing authority, and for class C and class D, center is the licensing authority. For other drugs, there could be state or central licensing authorities. All distribution and retail licenses for sale by wholesale or retail or any way is in the domain of the state licensing authorities, and the state implements that. Investigations are with state, but it merits Pan India coordination with the center. So this is the regulatory situation in India. Therefore, all the medical devices and drugs are regulated as per the regulation which is prepared by Government of India to be implemented throughout India. Now, in that major regulation given to us is Drug and Cosmetic Act. Drug and Cosmetic Act is there to regulate import, manufacture, sale and distribution of drugs and cosmetics. Please be sure drug includes medical device, because medical devices has been included in definition of drug under section 3B4. So drug includes medical device. So this act is to regulate import, manufacture, sale and distribution of the drugs and cosmetics, including medical devices. Now, object of the act is to ensure availability of standard quality drugs and cosmetics. So standard quality drugs means standards are prescribed. The standards are prescribed in particular schedules, and then the pharmacopoeias are there, and then every drug has to comply with that regulation. As far as medical devices standards are concerned, we'll see that in the forthcoming slides. So all the drugs and cosmetics and medical devices have to comply with the standards prescribed. Now, what this drug act provides: exhaustive guidelines to researchers, manufacturers, distributors, retailers, and pharmacists working in the hospitals. So everybody who is working in the domain of these all drugs and medical devices, like researchers, manufacturers, distributor, retailer, pharmacist, everybody, for everyone, every system has been created in the law, that how they have to perform, what they have to do, what licenses, what they have to follow, what GMP, what quality management system, everything has been prescribed in the law. So it provides exhaustive setup with clearly defined norms and expects strict compliance from the concern. Now, strict compliance from the concern, but very important point is that this act is of self-regulation. There are certain audits, certain licenses, but ultimately the owners of the quality and manufacturing as per the quality norms, as per QMS or as per GMP, is with the manufacturer himself. And then the persons, therefore persons are defined that who can manufacture, under which license they can manufacture. But then it is self-regulation sort of thing. There can be 1 or 2 or 10 audits in a year, but total manufacturing, sale, distribution is ultimately a self-regulation by the professionals who are competent to deal with that. So this is an effective tool in the hands of regulatory agencies for quality management. Now, what are the tools available? One is licensing, periodic inspections, assess the extent to the compliance, and initiating steps to continuously enhance the degree of the compliance. If you see that many regulations are as they are since years together, but the level of compliance has been increasing. What has been done? Schedule M is there, but standards and pharmacopoeias are being improved. So as soon as the standards in pharmacopoeias improves and specification improves, then compliance level increases. So probably sometime you will find that law is stagnant, but then practically it is dynamic because various factors affecting that are taken care of at proper stages, and then things are being checked at proper level. So prescribing standards, enforcing the same through continuous monitoring, and quality through sampling and post-marketing surveillance is the way of quality management. So all these points are really QMS for the regulators, and they are points for the manufacturers to comply. So there are certain regulators also going into the quality management system, getting ISO 9001 certification for themselves, that how they check all these things. So this also provides panel measures against those which are not working in the framework of the law, which are not complying with the standards. Any company which is not complying with the licensing conditions for man, method, material, machinery, and documentation, then there are quite good penal measures in the law. So, like every law, this Drug and Cosmetic Act is dynamic, and situation demanded that the country was flooded with some spurious drugs or something. Therefore, in 1940, this act was enforced. 1945 rules came in, but the rules are very dynamic, and as the need arises, the rules are changing and then are amended, and then they are really up to date with international position of the law. Now, when coming to the QMS, what we can talk of, that when we talk of QMS, what is prescribed? Schedule M is the good manufacturing practices in the Drug and Cosmetic Act for the drugs. So Schedule M, every licensee has to comply with Schedule M, has to comply with GMP. Now GMP is necessary for every licensee. Then now I'm talking of WHO GMP. WHO GMP, that India is signatory to WHO, and around 90 plus countries accept WHO GMP certificate as prerequisite for the registration of the product. Now, WHO GMP certificate, when you are member of that certification scheme, WHO has authorized central government to nominate the authorities who will issue this certificate. Now, in India, central government has authorized state regulators, state licensing authorities to issue this certificate. Now, this certificate is very stringent certificate. It is in the compliance of the technical requirements issued by WHO, and this certificate is issued after inspection or audit by central and state joint audit team, and then it is recommended by a CDSCO, and then it is granted by a state regulator. So a certificate of WHO GMP is to be issued only by the licensing authority appointed by the state after audit by the joint team of center and state, and where it is seen that it is complying with the WHO GMP requirements. And then for every product, certificate of pharmaceutical products, COPP, is issued, and then that is the document which is acceptable to the regulatory authorities of other countries, and which is re-verifiable from the systems of the state regulators. Particularly if I talk of Maharashtra, then every certificate has been given unique QR code, and with that unique QR code you can really verify that that certificate, when it is issued by the state regulator, to whom and what way. Right. Then EU, European Union authorization, particularly for bulk drugs, that is issued by central government. Now PICS is another pharmaceutical inspection group is there. Now, of this, there are certain countries that are members. India is still not the member, but this certificate, PICS GMP, can be issued by the PICS authority, PICS countries only, and the regulator of those countries. US FDA certificate can be issued only by US FDA. Particularly, they may not be issuing certificate, but they issue the product authorization with CGMP compliance. Now, any certificates issued by any authority other than this is really questionable. Right. So medical devices, now medical devices rules 2017 prescribe 5th schedule as quality management system, right, which is in accordance with which is in harmonization with the ISO 13485. And at times the government of India has mandated that for the registration of a device, particularly when it was under voluntary or mandatory registration, ISO 13485 was necessary. So what is particularly when you talk of good manufacturing practices and 5th schedule QMS and GMP, they are part of the regulation. And when you look into the 13485, they also say that you have to comply with this quality management system along with the compliance of the regulatory requirements of the particular country where you are operating. So GMP and ISO, if you talk of, GMP has focused more on manufacturing processes and product quality. So good manufacturing practices are focusing on the management of the product, how quality will be managed, and how will be ensuring the quality of the product from the design to testing itself. But management system standards, when you talk of, they cover total enterprise management covering entire organization. Now, management systems standards will always include GMP for product realization, for product design, for product testing. So management system standard includes this. And when we talk of regulatory requirements, then therefore you cannot be saying that I follow management system standard QMS ISO 9001 or something, but I cannot comply with GMP. It cannot be. You will have to comply with the regulations, means you have to comply with GMP, and which GMP will be part of this management system regulation at that particular level of product realization and product testing and product CAPA and everything. ISO standards are more holistic and inclusive in nature than GMP standards. So what I'm saying is, GMP is not means isolated standard. GMP is a standard for manufacturing, which is a regulatory requirement which you will have to incorporate in your QMS to see that you comply with GMP. Now there are certain alert certifications which are seen in the pharma industry. WHO GMP certificates issued by some certification bodies which are issuing ISO certificates. This is a bogus certificate. This cannot be issued. ISO certification bodies cannot issue WHO GMP certificate because WHO GMP certificate can be issued only by the state regulator or the central regulator as authorized in a particular state, and particularly being the licensing authority of that manufacturer, and after detailed audit as per WHO guidelines by the central and state authorities. CGMP certificates which are from USFDA or something, all these GMP certificates, because these are not the schemes, nobody is authorized to issue these certificates. And the certificates which are issued by the ISO certification bodies, which are unaccredited, these are unaccredited GMP certificates. These are not against any standards. Please desist from this type of certification. I really endorse here all the presentations given by Shri Anil Johri, that he has been really propagating that please look into that what is the scheme, who can issue this certification, and the certification is to be issued by the proper authority. International a notified body or a certification body approved by NABCB in India for that particular scheme, and or accreditation body of any other country, but which is in the member of IAF and approved for that particular scope, that only should be issuing that certification. And for this, I really salute Mr. Anil Johri, that who has been taking this cause, that the bogus certificates which are on the market, particularly taken by some good industries without any knowledge, they should desist, and they should really verify that from where we should be taking which type of certificate. I'm not saying that all the certificates are to be given by the regulatory authorities, but there are certain schemes which are definitely useful, like these ISO standards. These are applicable to pharma industry. ISO 9001:2015 quality management system. This is applicable to pharma industry. You can take this certificate, but you should be verifying that you should get the certificate from the certification body which is approved by IAF or NABCB for this type of scope. Very important. This list is quite good, but very important. This is 27001 Information Security Management System. Now, all the pharma industry, most of the pharma industry is now working on the online systems. Even regulators, we issue online certification, we issue online licenses, and we communicate only by electronic mode. Therefore, our systems, safety, security, information security management system. Nowadays we can hear many instances like system is hacked, or manufacturer's system is not working, because they are operating from various locations. Total management of the manufacturing, and inventory controls, and then certifications, and then clearances from the lab to the manufacturing site, from manufacturing site to the distribution sites are given by the electronic records. Now, all these, this particular certification 27001:2022 Information Security Management System, this is a very much requirement, very good requirement for pharma industry. I propose that all of us should be looking into the information security management system, creating our robust system in accordance with the regulations, and getting it certified, which will be acceptable to our overseas clients also. So all these standards, whatever I'm talking, of these, there are certain certifiable standards, and when there are certifiable standards, certification is there, that should be taken only from the certification bodies which are approved by International Accreditation Council, or in India particularly NABCB, and then only we should be talking, and then we should be really verifying the scope and everything. And particularly this 17025, every lab is required to be now NABL accredited. We are to really comply with the standards. So all these standards are now integral part of pharma industry. We will have to look into these standards, comply our system with these standards, and then if required, if we get this type of certification, they will be helpful to us in registration of our products in globe and in various markets, because they are now coming up as a primary requirement in the various countries. Now, very important point I want to mention here is that though Indian regulation doesn't mandate this, but all the export are really connected to the acceptability of the system as per requirement of the country importing the product. So you have to have comply. If you want to export a product to US, you have to comply with the US regulatory requirements, which may be much beyond the Indian regulatory requirements. You want to export a product to Europe, you have to comply to European requirements. Therefore, compliance, though 13485 compliance in medical devices is not mandated in India, but if you want to be exported to various countries, many countries have got that minimum requirement of CE certification or 13485. Now MDR requirements, European MDR requirement in Europe. And then if you are going to US, you'll have to have for very some devices 510K, and for some devices total quality management system to be placed, and then taking product approval from that country. So for submitting those data and for all these compliance with all the other countries' regulations, all these certifications will be really useful. This is one certificate, one good distribution practices. Good distribution practices, though not mandatory in India. CDSCO has given some draft guideline which is not finalized as of now. MHRA for European Union and others had this requirement. WHO has given good distribution practices guidelines. PICS has issued good distribution practices guidelines. Now, there is no authority in India to issue this type of certificate. I understand that this is not mandatory. Now, if you are complying, you'll have to approach to your regulator that I am complying with this, give me this certification. But even regulator is not authorized. So for making that, we'll have to tell CDSCO. CDSCO will have to notify this. The scheme has to be mandated for everybody, or at least made voluntary for everybody. Then somebody has to comply, and then CDSCO or state regulators can give these certificates. Now I understand there are certain notified bodies, certain certification bodies, because even though there is no scheme, they issue this type of certificate. This is not good, but when it is demanded, you should be approaching the regulator to issue this type of certificate, and then we should have some scheme to do this. Now, this certificate can be really a part of ISO 9001, that your system should be similar to this one. But then certificate issued will be ISO 9001. That cannot be good distribution practices certificate, right? You can be mentioning that you are complying with good distribution practices as given in some scheme, but then certification by that notified body will be really questionable. But then this is really point which I want to toss, that really flag that we should be working on this certification to become official, and some regulatory authority should come up to give this certificate. So as I discussed that there are medical devices standards are laid down, particularly when we talk of India. BIS are notified standard by a central government. If none of them is, if not above available, that is BIS are notified standard by central government is not there. ISO, IEC and ASTM standards are pharmacopoeia standards. Particular pharmacopoeia standards are there in sutures and some of the products. And if none of the standard is available, then manufacturer's standard is applicable. I feel my time is up. I will authorize the organizers to share my presentation with the participants, and then I may close it. I was add some slides on quality management system, and then device master file, and then plant master file, and risk management. This is not a certification standard, but this can be followed. 14971, analyzing, evaluating, and controlling the risks. So risk management is very important part. So everybody, particularly this is for medical devices or for even pharma industry, every process risk analysis has to be there. So this standard could be useful to everyone, though may not be certifiable standard, but it can be implemented at your level. So with this, I open it for question answers if it's there. Thank you.
Team, any specific questions?
Have the Q&A towards the end, please. After all the 3 sessions are over, we'll request the speakers to stay on.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, I will stay
So
on.
let us
Thank you,
make
sir.
our Q&A end of the session. End of the 3 session, we can make our question and answer. Thank you, Mr. Om Prakash Sathwani, sir. It's really a wonderful and more value addition. What we thought is, whenever we are talking about pharma industry, we thought only GMP and IS 9000. Now we made us to think lot of standards. Even ISO 15378 for primary packaging standards. You are given a very good elaboration and detail on WHO GMP. One thing is, I'm so happy that you have touched the what is market trend of unaccredited certificates. Some private bodies are giving unaccredited certifications. So it's really more valuable. Your session is to the core of industry standard as well as industry practices needed there. Thank you so much for the session, sir. I'm requesting you to stay here for answering questions session. Yeah. So let us yes, let us welcome all the delegates for our session 2. Okay, sir. It is going to be Mr. Santosh Deshprabhu, sir. Yeah. He is going to talk in this topic ISO standards, value add for industry perspective. Just I'm going to present about his profile. Just a minute. Yes, sir. Mr. Santosh Parashuram Deshprabhu is a senior vice president in Sunil Healthcare. He is a dynamic professional with so many persons of rich experience in plant management, production, operation, and maintenance, quality assurance, quality control, process enhancement, product development, and man management and projects. He is expertise in working atmosphere of regulated markets like UK MCA, MHRA, USFDA, and maintain the standards and strengthening them by developing various strategies and establishing the controls on the QS systems by using tools, total quality management system, 5 years housekeeping, Six Sigma DMAC approach, everything is got expressed. Simply, I can say he's a process expert and legal oriented activities. He is bold distinction of implementing ISO 9000, 2000 quality standards and lean techniques for improving the operation efficiency along with energy conservation for cost savings. He is an effective communicator with excellent leadership with management skills and strong analytical problem solving and organizational abilities. I'm so happy to welcome Mr. Santosh for this wonderful delivery. I'm requesting him to take over the session. Welcome, Mr. Santosh. Santosh, sir, please unmute.
Thank you, Mr. Prem Kumar, for giving me such a big introduction. And good afternoon, everyone. I have not have any to display any slides or anything because I was traveling and I just got this information in the morning. So I'll just give some 5 minutes insights of what we mean by quality and to that of a very noble profession, which is pharmaceutical formulations and drugs. As you know, we are dealing with life of a human being and even of the animals to some extent. So here, the quality, just as a broad spectrum or a general terminology, is not going to work. For the pharma industry, we need to focus more understanding this quality in a deep way, focused way, and see that there is a terminology, do the thing right and do right thing. Hello?
Yes, sir. You're audible, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We're getting your voice, sir. So we're getting your voice.
There is a terminologies. 2 terminologies are coming up. Do the thing right and do the right thing. If you can understand the hidden meaning between 2 terminologies. First terminology explains you make a thing and try to do it right. So you're spending energy on two operations. Instead, if you go to the second terminology, do the right thing. So right at the first step, if you do the thing right, then you save time, you are focused to deliver the good which is required as per the standard, as per the requirement. So that terminology, that is do right thing, has to be 100% understood by the pharmaceutical industry in a right purview, and accordingly the procedures, processes to be developed, trainings to be imparted in this scenario. That is the foremost requirement. Then coming to the industry as such, in current scenario, the quality is going to define. The company is going to stay, the organization is stay in the market or not stay in the market. The quality is going to bring in the top line, will increase the top line of the organization, as well as bring in the bottom line to the organization. Then quality again has to be cost monitored. Just for the sake of quality, I cannot go in investing money, which are not going to come back to the organization. So the focus effort should be one-time activity, giving the best output, best quality output, focused, laid down. The quality should be by design, not by default. So whenever you think of making some product, the understanding should be so focused that whatever we do has to come out with the required quality. You cannot afford to spend more time and investment of making that product as per the quality requirement afterwards. So right at the time of making, it has to be, the efforts have to be put in such a way the product comes out the right way, the right, how the customer needs it or the market needs it. All our efforts, all the people working in pharma industry should put the efforts in this direction to make the product right the first time. And that is going to decide the fate of that organization going forward in the current scenario. That's all I can just briefly put it up.
Thank you, sir. With this, just I like to get some your input. I like to make some questions for your input. Okay,
Yeah.
sir. While we are implementing this ISO 9000 in various pharma industries, okay, sir, how this standard can be get used effectively for their productivity as well as quality-oriented activities? Can you give some examples, or you can share your view on this?
For example, I am talking this somewhere in the late 90s, the scenario in the late 90s, whether ISO was the thing just coming up in India. And we were just meeting the standards of WHO. There was no US FDA, there was no MHRA, nothing was there during those periods. So the international standards were not known to the pharma industry then. And this ISO was the first association which tried to integrate all the requirements of the world in one gamut, so that Indian industry can take it up and represent themselves to a common platform in the international market. That was a need that time, that we should go for ISO. Subsequently, it was just a certification part. But initially, it was a need of the industry, because pharma industry in India did not have the representation in the international market through a certain what we can say authorization or something like that, because all this MHRA, USFDA and everything came after that. So this was to bring all Indian industry or whoever wants to be ISO certified, to bring at a common requirement platform and a common quality system platform. The ISO was introduced. So automatically when ISO was introduced and the standards which were implemented, we drilled down to the unit activities in the plant, right from input of the material to output of the product. All the specifications were laid down in such a way that where you intend to market the product, those requirements are taken into consideration during the designing of the product itself. That means the inputs were also designed or also specified in the way it is required for the final destination. So these things went into all these exercisings. There's input, then process, then people, the quality of people, the knowledge of the people, the training the people need. Everything was taken into consideration. And with the efforts, within 6-7 months or 8 months, we could achieve this. And we were the first in India in '96 to get ISO 9001 for pharma industry. But till then, pharma industry in India did not have 9001. They had 9002 and 9003 as the certifications thing. So we were the first to take this 9001 with R&D, manufacturing, sales and after sales service. All 4 factors together.
Fine, sir.
Am I in a way to answer your question?
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's answered. You made us to travel in the year of 95 to 2000, the way ISO is got implemented. On the time it is 20 class approach. Okay, so 9001, 9002, 9003, 9001 for design, development, production, servicing, like that way we have met.
Yes,
we have learned ISO, so you made us to learn that. One thing I'm so happy that after a long time we are listening the word do first time every time in on time. Yeah, after a long time you made us remember and you make us to go in that concept. I'm so happy that is still the concept is need forever. It's need for us to go with this concept.
When I see the current scenario in the pharma market, we are going towards more of certification and paper upkeep, but base is getting away. The basics are getting away. What is required to be done, people are not going to get what is required to be done. What they are going is what certification is needed, what papers need to be done, what procedures need to be shown, but how to do that. You have written down the procedure, but are we in position to do practically what we are writing down? That basics are getting missed somewhere. And that shortcomings are appearing in the market in form of complaints. So that needs to be properly understood by individual organization when they develop their team to manufacture the product in a required way with the required registration. If it is for US market, then it has to be as per USP. So entire team in that organization should know, right in the, as in a computerized way, what is USP. For this product, if it is a USP product, then what is the requirement of that? Every person involved in that activity has to know about it, right from a person who is lifting the material and passing it out to the last person who is dispatching it to the required destination. Everyone should understand what is USP, US Pharmacopoeia. Unless that is done, the product delivery of USP grade is not possible. So we need to integrate that entire team in such a way to understand the need, how to go about it, what are the requirements, from where it can be procured or from where it can be obtained, and how to put it together, bring it together and deliver it. That means
Right.
procurement, coordination, teamwork, is entire teamwork. And that team needs to be built up in current scenario. This teamwork has to be very strong, considering the requirement which are stringent, come going every month. You can say the stringent requirements are bound to come. And if organization needs to meet those, then they have to integrate all this together.
Okay.
That is the need of the time.
Wonderful, sir. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your wonderful time. You have shared your experience. Based on your earlier system and all, this pharma industry is very strong in implementing batch manufacturing, sheet process validation, verifications, machine maintenance activities. They are very strong nowadays on identification, traceability of each and every batch. Quality-oriented testing, both in-house and external lab testing, everything is happening in another way, and it's well established and well implemented. That is in pharma industries in India is shining well with all these capabilities, right? So your base of IS 9000 helped us. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable presentation.
Thank you so much for you also to giving me opportunity to come on this platform and share some views.
Yes, sir. So
thank you everyone.
For that. Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So now I am requesting Mr. Kaustubh Kade to talk in the language, to talk in the topic, integrating MS standards and regulatory requirements on consultants' perspective. Okay. Sorry, Mr. Kaustubh, sir, I'm pronouncing your name wrongly. Can you tell your name? How to pronounce it, sir?
No, Mr. Prem Kumar, it's Kaustubh, and I think you have got it right.
Kaustubh. Okay,
yeah.
Sir.
I will request you to put up my presentation, since I seem to be having some issues with the permissions part of it.
Sure, sir. Yeah. So just I can make your introduction, sir. Welcome, Mr. Kaustubh Kade. He is co-founder and managing partner of Flywheel Management Services. He is an industry leader with 3 decades of experience in leading and managing business in the testing, inspection. He is a certification consultant and for manufacturing industries. And having worked with KPMG, TV Nord, TV Shoot, Intertech, and Tata Group, and he has held leadership and board position in global, regional, national-wide organizations. He has studied at ESMT, European School of Management and Technology, Berlin, which is one of Europe's top BU school, and is a postgraduate in pharmaceutical from Nagpur University. He was earlier working as Group Executive Vice President and Global Head Food and Agribusiness with TV Nord Group, and he is AG with worldwide responsible for the group's related businesses. He has conducted a large number of audits across various sectors and geographies where quality, MDD, environment, health and safety, food safety, CDM, and various standards is across. It's a privilege to welcome Mr. Kaustubh for this great session. I'm hand over this session to Mr. Kaustubh.
Yeah, so if you can put up the presentation. In the
Sir,
meanwhile,
you want me to present, sir?
Yes, please.
Just
I have it. You have Prem?
I'm having.
Sure,
Just a minute. Just a minute.
Yeah. In the meanwhile, I think let me thank CCC for organizing this wonderful day-long event on World Quality Day. I think CCC has been doing a stupendous job. It's not easy to organize these events, and we saw through the pandemic the kind of work that CCC has done. And I think you stayed with it, and we see that this tribe is growing continuously. So I think really my compliments to the entire team. And thank you, Mrs. Rama. Thank you, Mr. Johari, also for inviting me for this session today. I will be presenting on integrating management system standards and regulatory requirements. We heard some of the eminent speakers earlier. So what I will try and do in the interest of time is, though I have a large number of slides, but we will focus on what I wish to convey. And yeah, there you are. And it's not just a consultant's perspective. In fact, let's say I've had the privilege of auditing a large number of organizations across our country and across several other geographies as well. And I will try and bring that experience to the discussion today. Mr. Prem Kumar, you also mentioned, and let me again share this and compliment our friends from the pharma industry who have spared the time to be with us today. Again, having audited across the world, I can confidently say that we have some of the best professionals in our country in terms of the knowledge that our people have, and particularly those who have worked with large organizations who have multiple, approvals, those who have worked with multinationals. I find them many times as competent, if not more competent than some of our sort of colleagues all over the world. So I have really high regards for the industry professionals in our country. Can we go to the next slide, please? Yeah, so well, incidentally, these are two quotes from American nationals, nothing to do with the fact that it's not Indian. I'm as strong a nationalist as anyone else. But if we try and be a little bit somber, and if we look at the first statement, it says, if you think compliance is expensive, try non-compliance. Yeah, and this was, as you can see, the former US Deputy Attorney General Paul McNulty. And I think this is what the pharma industry really deals with on a day-to-day basis. Given the fact, as the previous speaker mentioned, given the fact that we are in a noble profession and dealing with human health, I think, the onus lies on the industry. And it was earlier mentioned, self-regulation perhaps is the best way to do what we can, and which is what the next saying also reflects. It takes less time to do things right than to explain what you did wrong. So I think with this in mind, let us try and approach the topic today. Next slide, please. Yeah, so we had Mr. Sadhwani actually explain everything about the Indian regulatory requirements. And again, he did a wonderful job. So I am really not going to go into the specifics of regulatory requirements, and I have not included that, knowing that somebody as eminent as him is going to be speaking before me. What I have tried to do, can we go to the next slide, is try and understand what is the intent of regulatory requirement. And, coming from the pharma industry, I have a lot of friends who are actually working with our regulators, both at the central and the state level. And I actually picked up the phone and spoke to some of them to try and get into their minds, to try and understand their mindset in terms of what's it they are looking for, how do they see the regulatory requirements. So these are some of the points that I could really gather. So one is obviously the intent of all the regulations that we have is to provide confidence to all stakeholders. When we compare, let's say, our framework for governance under the Drugs and Cosmetic Act and rules and everything else that was displayed earlier. And when I look at some of the other developing nations where I have audited, we see that we are actually fairly mature with respect to our requirements in India. At the same time, we also know that we can continue to improve what we have when we try and benchmark ourselves against global and international standards. Having said that, our own system is fairly strong and it provides a good framework for governance. Obviously, it provides the basis of establishing a regulatory structure for administering laws. The way it works on the regulatory side is, once you have established law, you also need to administer that, and that's where the entire regulatory structure actually comes in, and the rules are established to support laws. Also, my discussion today is not strictly related only to the quality side of it, but again, as Mr. Sadhwani has mentioned, there's a plethora of standards which are relevant to the pharma industry, and which could be in quality, environment, health and safety, information security, and so on. So to provide uniform standards to ensure minimum assured product quality, efficacy, and safety while complying with EHS and other applicable regulations. Very importantly, and I think we also know that right now the Drugs and Cosmetics Act is being revamped. In fact, some of my friends that I spoke to actually are sitting in committees. And right now, I think we will soon see new regulations coming up in our country. So it's really evolving rapidly as we speak. And as under Atmanirbhar Bharat, we try and export to the world, be the pharmacy of the world, as the Prime Minister says. I think it really, the mandate is on us as a country to try and catch up with global regulations. And again, Mr. Sadhwani had mentioned about penalties, and yes, it's important because there has to be a framework which will address any non-compliance or have provisions for punishing offenders, because unfortunately there are offenders also in the field. Next one, please. So what are the typical regulatory tasks that people who are working in organizations have to deal with? So anybody who's working in a company, in a pharma company, has to deal with a whole host of regulatory tasks, and we see some of them here. So of course, it starts with the basic applications and permissions and licenses. And then once you receive that, to continue to have day-to-day compliance and maintain proper records, which still is a problem, as we always see in our audits. Periodic returns and filing, because these timelines are mentioned. Applications for modifications or changes, or sometimes you give up a certain product or an operation, and then you need to also surrender in time in a good way so that it doesn't stay open. There are renewals, you have to deal with inspections, there are representation and correspondence, especially when we talk about maybe environment or health and safety, then we are talking about corresponding with interested parties. But you need to understand the legality of such correspondence. So that part also comes in, and dealing with any legal cases and disputes or arbitrations. Next slide, please. Also, I think Mr. Sadhwani had mentioned that the focus, of the current regulations in India is on manufacturing process and product quality. So again, when I actually ask my friends, what do you do as a regulator when you visit a company? What is it that you are looking for? And typically, very rightly said, there's a close scrutiny around the premises, around the entire manufacturing process and the product quality. So obviously, starting with the minimum licensing requirements, whether all your products are properly covered, whether if you've modified any formulation that has been suitably updated and informed to the authorities. You have product standards and specifications as they evolve, site and layout approvals. Again, the focus of audits obviously is to look whether your site is in the right place, whether there is a likelihood of contamination from within or from outside, maintaining a suitable work environment, right kind of equipment, employee records, storage and dispensing and warehousing, I think is one critical aspect, because this is where there is typically a lot of miss. Next slide, please. Again, a lot of focus from the regulatory side on QA, QC procedures, validations, testing protocols, proper maintenance of MFRs, batch records. Again, electronic data critically increasingly has become more relevant and prevalent. So really a lot of focus on that. Proper maintenance of reference samples, distribution and recall. We heard about GDP, and this is where GDP comes in. Destruction, whether it's your expired samples or whether it's goods that need to be destroyed. And of course, all the related health, safety, and environment compliances. Yeah. Now, this is where I want to really spend some time, because this is typically what we find when we visit organizations. What are the problems when you enter an organization and either, whether you're advising them or you are auditing them, what do you find? So typically we see that, regulatory compliance is delegated to either one or two people, or if it's, of course, it's a large company, then it's a whole department. So you may have qualified people, but practical handling of regulatory affairs needs a lot of hands-on experience. So I think it's important that you hire the right and competent type of resources. Many times organizations don't have it, especially MSMEs don't have it, and we have a lot of MSMEs on this forum. They hire consultants, and my let's say advice here would be, please look at the quality of the consultants and look at their references, because many times a lot of people claim to do a lot of things, but they lack a real world experience. Yeah. Or they may have strength in certain areas, but they may not have strength in all areas. So the regulatory requirements themselves are many times not clear, and they are open to interpretation by whoever is trying to interpret that, whether it's the company itself, whether it's the regulator, and this creates a lot of confusion. So I remember that during the days, I started auditing, and in this case, I will talk about consent. So in the earlier days, before the whole thing improved, you could go to a state like Maharashtra or Gujarat, and you would find elaborate consents. But if you went to a state like UP, and this is not to put down any state, this is just what I found, there were one-line consents. The organization is expected to comply with Air Act, Water Act, Water Hazardous Waste Management and Handling rules, and that was it. So actually, when we went in, the organizations actually didn't know what they had to comply with. And the people who were handling were administration people who didn't know what they need to meet. So it started from there. So really, these kind of, if things are not well explained, then it becomes a problem. We were recently advising a company, and if you look at the point where I mentioned not updated with respect to upcoming changes or timelines and not paying adequate attention to license terms and conditions. In this case, we had a company which had certain terms and conditions which were mentioned in their original permit. And the company failed to put that into their system. In fact, they didn't have a proper system around it. And when we were reviewing it, and we found that they had already missed the deadline. And believe me, it took a lot of effort over several months to put everything right, to submit the right data, to gather the right data, to submit it, to get it approved. Now, this can cost the organizations a lot of time. It costs a hefty fine, and it really can raise serious questions even about continuation of operations. We actually, in this case, we were looking whether the operations can continue. So that can really be an issue. Also, many times this is, as I mentioned, it's limited to a small team, but perhaps if any of them leave, then there is a lacuna in the organization and there's an issue. And if your compliance is not high, you're not really meeting your regulatory requirements well, and then if there is an issue, if there is an accident, there is an emergency, or if there is a sudden audit, there is a surprise audit by a customer regulator, that's when then you have issues. And that's when everything then gets thrown up in the air, and then that's not the right time. So really organizations need to build this very well. Yeah, next one, please. So we'll park the problems here and look at, switch on to, so this is as far as the whole regulatory framework goes. So what are management systems? I'm not going to really give a lecture on management systems, but we'll actually try and go back a little bit to the basics. Next one, please. Yeah, so I mean, I looked at the ISO website. So sometimes you go back to basics, and again, very clearly a management system standard, MSS's management system standard, does not include directly product or service specifications, test methods, performance, as all of us know. So on the one hand, you have the rules, regulations, standards which specify this. And on the other hand, you have management systems, and this is where the marriage has to take place. So what does the management system then bring to the table? A management system is the way, if you look at the definition, in which an organization manages the interrelated, all the different parts, and these are all different parts within an organization of its business in order to achieve its objectives. So on the one hand, you have the regulatory framework, the regulatory requirements, which have to flow into everything that you do, so that you're compliant, and you have maybe a management system which will try and link all of this. Yeah, can we go to the next slide? So again, I think, there are a lot of people here, probably everyone on this, I'm sure is an expert on basic PDCA and risk assessment, but just because the topic was this, I thought once again, and it's pertinent that I should mention this. So typically, what does the management system do? As we said earlier, that the GMPs and regulations, at least in our country, are focusing on manufacturing process and product quality. On the other hand, what does the management system do? So if we try and read the first paragraph, they help organizations to improve their performance by specifying repeatable steps that organizations consciously implement to achieve their goals and objectives, and to create a culture that reflexively engages in a continuous cycle of evaluation, correction, improvement, and the whole PDCA cycle, as all of us know. So really the three basic principles, underlying principles of the current version of standards, which is the process approach, the risk-based thinking, and obviously the whole plan, do, check, act matrix. Yeah, I'm not going to elaborate on that because this is really not about such basics, but I think it was important to understand that you have regulations which are focusing on manufacturing process and product quality, and you have management systems which try and cover everything else. Next slide. Yeah, so typically this really hooks up to the structure of the standards as we know them today. We will not spend any time on this, but if you look at the centerpiece, you see leadership, and then the clause of leadership, and it gets its basic requirements from the IRO underneath. And then it goes to planning, operation, performance evaluation, and then the whole feedback loop. So inputs, outputs, and that is what the whole process approach is all about. But we don't want to really get into that here. Next slide. Okay. Now, again, this is something which is very practical. I was trying to think as a pharmacist, somebody who has been involved with manufacturing. I was earlier heading a plant which was making life-saving injections, and we went to aseptic processing. Yeah. So I try to really think in terms of, if I have to look at regulatory requirements, and I have to look at this in terms of management systems, if I have to again join these two knowledge areas, where do I have to include regulatory requirements? And literally, whether it is the context of the organization, whether it's interested parties, if you're talking about, EMS or OSHAs and some of these standards, whether it is your strategy and resource planning, which is integral to the pharma industry to bring in your regulatory requirements into whatever you're doing, whether it is your customer focus, or whether it is, hiring the right kind of people and training them in terms of your human resources. So literally, I'm not going to name every department, but everything that you do will need to consider the regulatory aspect. Yeah. So whether you're looking at identification and traceability, whether you're looking at validations, whether you're looking at raw material, packaging material, in-process quality control, FG, everything will need to cover, will need to comply with the regulations. And as mentioned, distribution and post-delivery. So all of this ties into every aspect of what we are trying to do when you're trying to implement a management system. Next one, please. So I'm trying to go a little bit fast in the interest of time. And as we saw, so you have to do all of this, bring it into everything that you have to do. And how does a management system typically do it? In the current version, it starts at the top. Yeah. So there is a demand on the leadership to consider regulatory aspects in whatever they are doing, and then to back it up with resource planning, to wrap it up, to include relevant compliance and regulatory requirements into the policies and objectives, include that in the communication. Obviously, regulatory requirements are an essential part of any risk assessment and whatever else you do. You have to consider that when you're establishing your processes, and as part of your measurement and monitoring. And as we saw the whole PDCA cycle, management systems strengthen what you do in terms of dealing with the whole CAPA cycle, non-conforming products, and then bring it up to management review. So again, goes back to the first point, where it starts with the leadership and it ends with the leadership. And then this process goes on. Yeah. Next one. Yeah, again, maybe I'll take 1 or 2 minutes on this slide. So what is it that needs to be done, or what is it that we have asked companies to do? So first is establish and communicate relevant policies. These are the practical to-dos of implementing regulatory compliance. Yeah. So you have to properly establish your relevant policies and objectives and communicate that to all parties and, of course, involve stakeholders as required. Very importantly, point number 2, maintain a centrally compiled, accessible and comprehensive legal compliance document. I've used the word register because it is so popular, but it could be in any form. Yeah, it could be a list, it could be as part of your software, whatever. But believe me, the number of organizations who don't have this centrally compiled, because it's lying with somewhere. When we ask people, they start looking into their computers. It's not well defined. It's loosely defined this. And can you believe that here you're trying to establish minimum compliance and it's not known, it's not well defined or documented in organizations. Establish proper processes for regulatory compliance, obviously, as a continuum. So it's not a one-off process. Compliance is an everyday affair. And this is a mistake that most organizations make. They see it as a one-time affair. Permit le liya, ruk gaye, but who's going to read the conditions under that? Ek baar submission kiya, ruk gaye, but you have to comply every day to meet those regulations. And this can only happen if you have competent and experienced team members, as I had mentioned earlier, as a problem area, that there is a lack of competent people or consultant. Distribute responsibility, because again, typically in mid-sized organizations, if it's 1 or 2 people and somebody leaves, then there is an issue. So distribute responsibility. Yeah. Training for employees by experts or attending workshops. And there is a point, maintain periodic interaction with the regulators. Why have I mentioned this? I personally have found a lot of regulators are extremely constructive. Yeah. It's not that they don't want to support the industry. So it's the onus is on the industry to enter into a proper and constructive dialogue with regulators. Yeah, and you can really have a lot of knowledge sharing. You will actually know what is coming up as a proactive measure, and you can give that heads up to your management, saying, hey, listen, these are the changes coming up, and as an organization, we need to prepare for it. Our processes have to change, resources have to be provided. So it's extremely important to engage with regulators constructively. And obviously, if you can, then be part of committees, forums, etc. Again, internal audits. I think every organization which has implemented any kind of management system does an internal audit. However, the weakest area is regulatory compliance, because again, as I said, it's 2 or 3 or 5 people who know what the regulatory requirements are. Nobody else knows. And, we typically say you should be independent of the function. So somebody else who has some vague or mixed idea does this audit. So the internal audit becomes extremely weak. So it's important to really train these people well and who can do the internal audits. And then include all these, the outputs out of this whole process into top management. And again, if anything goes wrong, who's responsible? It's the leadership, it's the top management. So the top management also has to take accountability, and there has to be a process whereby they will periodically review compliance. And if there are any important changes, or if there is an important issue, then it has to be escalated not only to the top management, the CEO or the MD, but also to the board level as required. And then these procedures have to be established. So for example, in our board meeting, if there was any regulatory issue, then it was a necessary part of our board meetings. Yeah. Go on. Next one, please. Yeah. So ultimately, to sum up, when you integrate regulatory requirements and management systems, you get a dynamic system which is alive, which is not dead and sitting and then gets, wakes up periodically. You get a system which is alive, it's dynamic to managing regulatory compliance. It obviously gives a lot of confidence in meeting regulatory requirements, both to the organization, the management, and to all stakeholders. A management system, implementing a management system helps you to integrate compliance requirements into policies, objectives, processes, planning, etc. Obviously, it leads to proactive management and early warning system for quick adaptation and response. See, I mean, if something is changing, or if you suddenly, are being asked by a customer to meet something, And obviously, as I mentioned, if there's an emergency, then you should be able to quickly verify what is your status. Yeah, you don't want to start running around at the last minute. So it's proactive management. Active participation, oversight, and resource commitment by the leadership. Make the leadership accountable, keep them involved, and I think have the right resources to drive it. Obviously, an organization which builds this has a good corporate image amongst all these stakeholders, including the regulators. Yeah. So I think, it's all about ultimately living this as part of what you're doing. So build a continuous culture of compliance and trust. And if you build that, then that is what, as Mr. Deshprabhu was saying, every employee will start owning it if the management walks the talk. If you make it a culture of compliance and trust, it translates and percolates down to everyone. And ultimately, one should move beyond minimum compliance and start going towards beyond compliance. That's when you can really go to sleep peacefully. Yeah. So last one, please. Yeah. So I think I will sum it up with what Mr. Warren Buffett has said. It takes 20 years to build a reputation and 5 minutes to ruin it. And I'm sure nobody in their right mind ever wants to be part of this story. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. It's really, you made things very clearly about integrating regulatory requirement through MS. It's really need for the day. It's really need for the day. Some people may feel the certification is not what is meant for this integrating this regular requirement, but you made it very clear how to integrate, how to make these very effective implementations. You made it very clear MS standards having capacity to implement these regulatory requirements in long-term perspective. So simply you are touched with the PDCA cycle and standard requirements. It's really helping us lot and lot. Another thing is you made the very keen point on managing effective compliance. Yes, that is really need for the day. That is a perspective, that is the purpose we made this session. So with your session, yes, our day is getting fulfilled with the need of industries. I'm so happy that your presentation is made more valuable to our participants. Yes, I'm so happy that we had your session in this. Thank you so much, sir. I'm getting some questions. Just I'm going for Q&A. I got 2 questions. Okay. One is from Ms. Sima Shukla. Thank you to all speakers. If I understand, pharma industry captures both for human and animal health. Are there any specific regulations and standards for animal drugs manufacturer as there was antibiotics or growth hormones in feed? One of the important reasons for export rejection for fishery products. Okay. So I'm requesting any of panel member to answer for this.
Yeah, I think Mr. Sadhwani will answer that.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Standards are prescribed in second schedule of the Drug and Cosmetic Act, where there is no big distinction between animal and human drugs. The standards could be similar. Pharmacopoeia standards could be applied, but there is BP veterinary pharmacopoeia. So any product which is finding its place in the specifically for veterinary use in veterinary pharmacopoeia, it has to comply with those standards.
So still I'm precisely
the question. I mean, since you had mentioned that Indian goods or seafood exports are getting rejected, that's getting actually rejected for residues. You have antibiotic residues and stuff like that is causing the rejections. And you have regulations around that which are prescribed under FSSAI, of course.
So this year, what we have to look is that what product we are sending, what regulation it is covered in, and then what are the specifications prescribed in that country, right? So product specifications, when they have come to you, and when you get the order, you should be really talking of product specifications, specifically what you want, and then testing your product on that. And then practically when FSSAI or pesticide residues or some other residues particularly coming, or some drug components coming from water or some so quality. Therefore GMP, everything has to come from the right source in the right way and tested in a right fashion so that there will be no contamination. Now, particularly a product, and then if it is containing something particular, some residue or something which is not allowed in that country, or in our drugs also, there is some impurities maximum percentage allowed. So if it is not complying with that, it should not be sold, it should not be exported, it should not be released for sale, right? But then really it depends on drug to drug, product to product, and particularly how it has been manufactured, and then what standards will be applicable to that.
And to add to that, we also have faced situations where, for example, Indian products were rejected in the UK, for example. Yeah, and we received a rapid alert immediately saying, the shipment stands rejected. And we had this practical experience where we were very confident of the analysis that we were doing, and we offered all our records for scrutiny to the concerned regulators. Unfortunately, they did not share the records, but ultimately the shipments got approved. So I think if you have done everything right, there is no reason to fear any rejection.
You really must look into non-tariff barriers in a proper way.
Sir, adding more to this, our MPDI is having more guidance and regulation for this kind of seafoods funds. MPDI is having more values. Even our EA, export inspection agencies, EU agencies are also giving standards and guidelines for that. If you are talking in MS perspective, GMP plus one standard is mainly focused for this feed industries. It gives more specification for product wise. It including raw material category wise, they're giving specifications or benchmark requirements also giving. Same one more standard is called FAMIQS. So this GMP plus and FAMIQS is giving good amount of standards, valuables in perspective of implementation as well as categories. But one thing is this both standards is focusing more on EU requirements. Okay, sir, that is that. Okay, so once I'm talking or answering to the questions of export rejection of fishery product, this kind of standards is well established in our market. In India, more than 150 companies got certified with GMP plus, and around 65 companies got certified in FAMIQS. Fine, sir. So these standards give very good guidance for fishery products, feed materials, and finished goods also in that. More than that, GFSA is given standards like BSGS, FSS 2000, IFS, SQF. That also gives specifications on management system oriented to ensure the compliance of regulatory requirements. So this can be add value to the questions of Ms. Sima Shukla. Yeah. Right. So thank you so much for your answer. I got one more question from Mr. ANL Madhavan. Just a minute. It's for Mr. Kaushik Patel. Many a time, non-complaints are not specifically provided with penalties. Many a time, non-complaints are not specifically provided with penalties. As a result, this goes unquestioned. I mean non-compliance. Sometimes even some members of the top management takes unsolicited wrong advices and proceed with a kind of authority and later end up in troubles for all. How do we at senior management level company comply with regulatory compliances without any default? Please explain, elucidate. CANL Madhavan, Chennai. Yes, it's a good question. I'm telling you, this question is already well answered with Kaushik sir in this presentation. Anyway, again, it is I must a question to you, sir. Please answer these questions. Thank you.
So one, it seems that whoever has raised the question, I'm sorry, I missed the name. It seems that they have had some experiences around it. So obviously one cannot question that because that's probably real world experience. But normally I think one has to be fortunate if you are non-complying and getting away with it. So I think it was just a good luck that either it was not noticed by the regulator or perhaps then it was not of such significance. And as I said, sometimes if you have an objective or a constructive regulator on the other side, they understand the criticality of what is going right and what is going wrong. So I don't know if it was a case like this as well. If management is taking advice from whoever they are, then end of the day, they have to talk to competent people. He's right, because there are a lot of people who may guide or misguide, and sometimes maybe not intentionally, but who believe that they know the requirements, but they may end up misguiding the top management. So I think it's important. One is to build internal strength around it, as we have discussed, and to have competent and trained manpower. If not, have competent consultants or external experts associated with you. And the famous saying that if you pay peanuts, you get monkeys, applies to all aspects of life. So if you don't want to work with a very experienced consultant, but somebody who claims to have done it, you may land into a soup. And of course, how to build it, I think, as Prem Kaur mentioned, I think we went into that in great detail in terms of what are the steps that you should take to build a robust compliance system.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I really understand that situation. Yeah, one non-compliance not handling properly, either management or any of the level of the organization, it may lead different scenario in organization. Generally, whenever we are trying to answer or closing the non-conformant with some sort of corrective and preventive action, people are more bothering out to find the real root cause of the problems. They may end up that what is feasible for to do it up. Instead of understanding the real root cause of issues, they may try to answer with some sort of blah blahs. Then it end up in real issues. Okay, but our problem solving technique in MS, problem solving techniques in MS, simply we can say what is correction, root cause, corrective and preventive action, whatever it can be. But seems it's very simple, but it's more effective. It's more and more effective. How it is getting used in our day-to-day practice is the most valued. Okay, so that is important. So once it is got properly understand is whether it can be top management or any kind of management, yes, definitely we were able to give a good solution on that. In this perspective, yes, I'm so happy that the way it answered by you, sir. Thank you so much. So one more question is came.
You also mentioned something important. So it's important whether you are penalized or not to look at it holistically, to go through the whole CAPA route and implement measures, because you never know if this starts building up and what potentially it could lead to. So one incident may be overlooked, but if there's a whole series of things going wrong, then you're potentially heading into a bigger issue. And also culturally, it's sending a wrong message to the organization if non-compliances continue to be overlooked. So it has to be nipped in the bud is what I would say.
Yeah. So one more question: is there any standard for Ayurvedic products? Mr. Om Prakash, sir,
Ayurvedic products, though directly testing standards are not prescribed, but Ayurvedic pharmacopoeia has been in place. For that, ingredients specifications have come in. Now, there are all the ingredients are not there, but in any case, basically pharmacognosy of a product or how to identify a particular product and identification and the details are there. For certain products, there are certain details about chemical constituents, but then Ayurvedic pharmacopoeia is in place, may not be incorporating all drugs, but it is in place. And when it is there in Ayurvedic pharmacopoeia, we should be complying it with the Ayurvedic pharmacopoeia. It has not been clearly mandated, but then identification and everything has to be carried out.
So one more thing, I want to add more value in this. Ayush license are available for Ayurvedic products.
Yes.
Talking about Ayush, it gives more elaborate
that
on
way, every
Ayurvedic
Ayurvedic drug. That way, every Ayurvedic drug has to be manufactured in accordance with the license conditions, which includes good manufacturing practices for Ayurvedic products under Schedule T of Drug and Cosmetic Rules. Yes. So Schedule T and Drug and Cosmetic Rules for Ayurvedic product is there, and then it is similar to that of GMP, but that it is not as stringent as that of allopathic drugs or general drugs.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. So
Also,
question and
Prem Kumar,
answer session.
from what I understand, the upcoming changes to the regulations will comprehensively cover, whether it is Ayurvedic, Siddha, whatever else. So I think scope of applicability is being currently expanded.
We being pharmacy of the world, our export particularly is hampered because we do not have proper standards of herbal products and we are not complying with the international norms. Probably if we comply, if we make it in harmonization with the international herbal products standards, but our Ayurvedic industry should not suffer. So we'll have to work on some dynamic balance that this is the industry which is in India and which is flourishing in India. If it is to be propagated out, it has to modernize, and modernization will come with some standardization, and standardization, though it is very difficult, but then we should be working on to that. So more research is warranted on that line, standardization of Ayurvedic products, and then creating it into a reproducible results, because if the contents are not cannot be comprehended in a proper way, that is a problem. So our Ayurvedic industry has modernized to some extent. We have brought in some tablet, capsule and other formulations also. They are acceptable also, but then to have its international acceptability, we'll have to work a lot on this. But as you said, sir, Kordeji, that new law is coming where we should be all looking into this. Even clinical trials now, any new drug approval now, any new drug formulation, the Ayush is mandating that you should have clinical trials or something. So we have to establish that it is reproducible result and it is a specific result of that particular drug.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Oh. Wonderful, sir. Yeah. Sir, thank you so much for your elaborate answer for the questions. Yeah. So with this, I like to make a final call for question and answer. Please, participant, if you have any questions and answer, please feel free to type in question and answer. Don't unmute. It may give complications to answer by panel members. Any question and answers, please type in the Q&A session alone. Can wait for 5 to 6 seconds.
Prem, we can actually take the question and answer separately, take the inputs from the speakers and then distribute the same to the delegates, because we have to move on to the next session, please. Let them leave the questions. We can always get the feedback from the speakers and we can share it back with the delegates. That's fine.
Fine.
Thank you. Thank you.
With this, we are closing the session. I would like to thank all the eminent speakers. I'm so happy the way it's got presented and answered by you people. My sincere thanks to Mr. Om Prakash Sadhvani sir, Mr. Santosh Deshprabhu sir, Mr. Kaushab Kode sir. I'm so happy the way you presented. It's highly valuable to us. Really made us to think about the way to ensure the compliance level through MS systems. It's highly valued. All participants are actively participated in that. My sincere thanks for your great timings on this session. Yes, sir. Always we have to thank to Rama Madam for our back office team. She is having wonderful back office team. That is the reason we are making this kind of session always in grand success manner. Though it is in a very short span time, she made the n number of participants. Thank you so much, Rama Madam, and the great back office team. Okay. My vote of thanks will never complete without answering or thanking to Mr. Anil Jowhari sir. He is the backbone of our CCC. Always he is helping us. Always he is identifying the team expert, session expert, industry experts. He is always our philosopher also. He is guiding us in the right direction to make this kind of sessions. So our sincere thanks always to Mr. Anil Jowhari sir. Is with this I'm thanking to our GC members and all our members of our CCC. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to all. Yeah. Bye. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Over to the technical session 3. We have Mr. Shishir Kumra here, who will be anchoring session representing RRMA. RRMA is the knowledge partner for the program today. Mr. Kumra. You're not audible. Yes. Not audible, sir. You're not audible, Mr. Kumra. No. Oh, you're not audible. Not audible. Can you please, if you don't mind, log off and then log in once again? Sometimes it helps. Yes. Are you audible? Unmute, please unmute yourself.
Hello.
Oh, yeah,
Hello.
now audible. Yes, please.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Over to you, Mr. Kumra. You can take it forward.
Thanks a lot. So, good afternoon, everybody. I will be taking, anchoring this particular third session on technical session on chemical regulations in India and way forward. And we have a very extensive, group of panelists who are going to speak this topic, starting from Mr. Vishal Chaudhary from Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals, followed by Mr. Dansed, who is the founding director of European Chemical Agency and also the chair of the RRMA. Yeah. And then followed by Pinaki Gupta from Bureau of Indian Standards. I think it is Aditya Das who will be representing him today from BIS. And then Piyush Mahapatra from Toxic Links. So I think what I want to initiate this discussion is that, there's a very important topic, chemical regulations in India. One of the things is that we are not very really sure. If we have real chemical regulations, we have some chemical regulations, handful of chemicals are being regulated today. And we have done some estimates, it's close to around 2,000 chemicals that are regulated under our various laws from the industrial chemical perspective. So I'm not covering the pesticides or I'm not covering the pharmaceutical and cosmetic regulations. Yeah. So if you see this 2,000 odd chemicals, there are only probably less than 1,000 are commercially being placed in market today because more than 1,000 are obsolete already. So we have, and then when we compare this with the total number of chemicals that are in the Indian market, which is around 65,000 chemicals that are commercially traded in Indian market. So this is a very small number that we regulate, and there is very little knowledge about many other chemicals that we are using. So, it's very important, very relevant topic today, that what is our way forward. So there is, what are the Indian chemical regulation, existing chemical regulation, and what is the way forward for us? Because obviously chemicals are very important, very relevant for the various manufacturing, various products. But at the same time, we need to be careful about their effects on human health and environment, yeah, and maybe other adverse effects that they may have. And considering all these aspects, if we even see our existing regulations, they typically cover the issues of acute nature, which are immediate in nature, like poison, burn, irritation, explosion. These are immediate accident prone. Those are the type of issues that are covered. The things that are not covered, and which is what we probably need to bring into the way forward, and I will listen to the panelists, to all the speakers today, is that how are we going to address the issue of sublethal effects of chemicals, which is not immediate. It happens over a long term of exposure, our use of those chemicals. And considering that very few chemicals are currently being regulated, we need to know whether we are, we need to know whether we really want a chemical regulation to protect the entire population, in that case, who is being exposed to these chemicals, or at least to be aware that these are safe chemicals, and therefore we are more, peace at our own thoughts that, okay, yeah, what we are doing, our government has regulated it well, and we know that these are all safe chemicals that are put into the market. As a result of the initial chemical regulation that came up with the new generation of regulations was in 2007, the European REACH regulation. Mr. Dansard would be talking about it, the second speaker today. But since then, there have been several such regulations that have come up across the world, and all the major and minor chemical economies have implemented that. India is yet in a very preparatory stage, so we are not very sure what the current situation is. But I think with this small opening remark, I would like to welcome our first speaker, Mr. Vishal Chaudhary, Dr. Vishal Chaudhary. I mean, he's very relevant for the topic, and I think we look forward for hearing from him on his views on this topic. I would like to introduce him. He's a PhD into chemistry, and he's the industry advisor, deputy industry advisor in DCPC, Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals. And he has been into various boards nominated through the department, Central Board of Insecticides. He's also into Technical Committee of Narcotics and Control Bureau. And he has been into various international missions through the department to Switzerland and Germany. And actually, he has very good relevant background in a lot of conventions, Rotterdam Convention, Stockholm Convention, Montreal Protocol, Kyoto Protocol, as well as the Chemical Weapons Convention. So he has been coordinating these all issues. So he has very interesting and relevant background in this case, and he has been also technical assessor for NABL as well as the GLP inspector. So we will like to hear from Dr. Vishal Chaudhary, and we hope that we hope his presentation is available with us to help him out, or he's going to do that.
I'll just speak. I mean.
Okay, sir. Okay. Great. Welcome, Dr. Vishal Chaudhary.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. And I'm first of all, I'm highly thankful to Chennai Consultant Consortium for inviting me in this very important webinar. And I'm also thankful to my department for allowing me to participate in this important subject and webinar. So actually, the topic is very relevant, and Shishir sir has rightly set the tone, and he has very correctly said that there are out of we can say that 11,000 active chemicals that are present in the market or Indian territory. Only 2,000 to 3,000 chemicals are at present governed or monitored under certain rules or acts or provisions. The remaining 8,000 chemicals are lying wide open, which are not regulated, or we can say it is deregulated. So before coming to that, I will just very quickly, I will start with the precursor step. I will just give a quick introduction of the chemical sector, a sectoral overview, to just make everyone understand that how important the commodity and the sector is, and how important, the importance of the sector. See, chemicals in a commodity itself is a very crucial and a very important commodity. It's one of the most important pillars of an economy of any country. So this commodity chemical sector is the raw material provider to all other sectors, be it healthcare, pharma, or structural construction, automobiles, even the electronic items, mobile phones we are using. Whatever, whatever activities we are doing in our daily life, or whatever articles we are using in our daily life, everything is composed of or made of chemicals. It is a common saying that from Colgate to coffee, everything is chemicals. That means that in the morning we use toothpaste, and after dinner we take coffee or tea. Everything between these two things is composed of chemicals. So such is the importance of this commodity or this sector. And if we just go by stats or figures, then I really feel proud to say that Indian chemical industry is 6th globally in terms of sales and production. And also we are the net exporter in the segments like agrochemicals or pesticides and the dyes and dyes intermediates. So we are the net exporter in these sectors. The chemical sector, if we see, it employs directly and indirectly around 4 million people. So it's really, so much jobs have been provided by this sector also. And it contributes to around 7 to 8% to the manufacturing GDP of the country. So such is the importance of the sector. And the present market size of chemical sector is amounting to an estimated of 215 USD billion. And it is expected that the market will cross 300 billion US dollar by 2025. So such a revenue generating and such an important commodity cannot be left without like that. And so the whatever steps, be it regulation or monitoring, if we don't want to say it regulation, we can say it as a monitoring or like that, it is required in the sector without affecting the ease of doing business of the sector. So I would just, am I audible, sir? It's
Yes, you are audible. You are audible, sir. Please continue.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So just I would like to bring, just inform here that there are various international conventions to which Government of India is signatory, and we are making the compliance to those international conventions. By compliance, I mean that we are already following the rules and regulations which prevail to that particular convention in the chemical sector, and our Indian industries itself, we are complying to that. First, one such, most important such convention, international convention, is Stockholm Convention. The Stockholm Convention, this Government of India, we signed in January 2006. We ratified this convention. Basically, this convention has 3 annexures, which has the different list of chemicals. The list, annexure 1, has a list of 26 chemicals, which are whatever the signatory parties or the signatory countries to this convention, they all follow the compliance for these 26 chemicals in the sense that they have to prepare an eliminating strategy for the usage and the stockpile of these such chemicals. So our Indian industry, as well as we, are also complying to that, and our industry is very much in the compliance to that. So if any industry using of those annexure A chemicals of Stockholm Convention, where they in itself also making the strategy for elimination also. Then another list is annexure B, which stands for restriction. It has only 2 chemicals, DDT and PFA, sulfonic acids. And these 2 chemicals are exempted for a very specific use. Like DDT is exempted only for the use for malaria control or public health programs, or malaria control and malaria eradication programs. And only in the public sector of that our department or ministry, HIL, Hindustan Insecticides Limited, it is the only manufacturer of DDT around the world. Only HIL has been given the exemption to produce DDT and to supply for public health segment. Similarly, there are annexure C, which has 7 chemicals which are being monitored for their unintended release. Now, for a Stockholm Convention, the role of our department is that since it deals with the chemicals only, we provide the production and the industry impact, the database, to Ministry of Environment. Ministry of Environment is the nodal ministry for the taking care of these conventions. But since these conventions are particularly dealing with the chemicals, it is the Department of Chemicals which provide all the database and all the our views and suggestions and inputs regarding, so that if very optimum and a particular specific stand from the country can be made for these conventions and for these chemicals. Another convention is Rotterdam Convention, which has a procedure called PIC, Prior Informed Consent Procedure. It is basically it's a multilateral treaty which deals in about basically exchange of informations of the hazardous and toxic chemicals. So certain chemicals which are either restricted or prohibited in the within the Europe for production and sale, if they want to export it outside the Europe to the India, or otherwise if the Indian industry wants to import those chemicals, then there is a procedure called Prior Informed Consent, PIC procedure, under which one export notification form is there. The industry has to apply to that form. That form goes to the designated national authority of that particular country, and then in our case, the DNA for industrial chemicals is Joint Secretary, Department of Chemicals, and if it is for pesticides, then Joint Secretary, Department of Agriculture is the designated national authority. Their recommendation is required before bringing in that chemical. So in this also, the Rotterdam Convention also, we give the regular inputs to the Ministry of Environment, so that specific and a very optimum the stand should be made, is framed for these conventions whenever they are take place, or any chemicals which has been included in or proposed to be included. So like recently chlorpyrifos was proposed to introduce in Rotterdam Convention, but we took a stand and we are able to defend that. So as of now, it is not included. So that is basically Annexure 3. There is Annexure 3, which has 52 chemicals in the Rotterdam Convention, out of which 35 are pesticides and 16 is industrial use chemicals. Then there is Montreal Protocol, then which is also that Government of India signed in 1989. And it is basically that ozone depleting substances it monitors, and Ministry of Environment has constituted a special ozone cell to monitor that Montreal Protocol. But since it is again it is pertaining to chemicals only, so Department of Chemicals has a major role, and we provide all the database and records pertaining to those chemicals to make a stand in that international protocol. The another most important convention is Chemical Weapon Convention. It is a convention that is under the Organization of Prohibition of Chemical Weapons, OPCW, and Government of India signed this convention on 1993. Around 194 countries are already member to that. Only 2-3 countries like Sudan and North Korea and one more here has not ratified this convention, but is still most majority of the countries have signed. This chemical weapon as an to compliance of the CWC Chemical Weapon Convention Treaty, Chemical Weapon Convention Act was notified by the Department of Chemicals in 2000. And to implement all those activities and the compliance of Chemical Weapon Convention Treaty, an office of NACWC, National Authority of Chemical Weapon Convention, was established in Cabinet Secretariat, under Cabinet Secretariat, to implement all those. And this convention basically has 3 schedules and total 47 of chemicals. And anyway, for Schedule 2 and Schedule 3 chemicals under this convention, the manufacturers has to give an annual declaration, which is being compiled by NACWC. The Schedule 1 has 16 chemicals in the Chemical Weapon Convention, which are totally prohibited chemicals. Nobody except the DRDO laboratory in Gwalior is allowed to produce, import, or export or use these Schedule 1 chemicals. So these are totally prohibited. Then there is a Schedule 2 chemicals, which are called as precursor. Precursor means they themselves are not chemical weapons, but they have the potential to be used as chemical weapon. So their monitoring is also very much required. And these 14 chemicals are kept under Schedule 2, which are being used, which if anybody is using or producing, has to give the annual declaration to the NACWC with a copy to Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals. Then there is a Schedule 3 chemicals, which has 17 chemicals. These are called as dual use chemicals, or the chemicals which have industrial usage as well as have the potential to become chemical weapons. These chemicals, if are being used annually more than 30 metric ton quantity, then it has to be, annual declaration has to be given to NACWC with a copy to Department of Chemicals. Then another very most important category is SCOMET category, which is mostly industrial people are not aware about the SCOMET category. Actually, under foreign trade policy, the certain items which have dual use, they are given the nomenclature as SCOMET. It stands for special chemicals, organism, and equipment, material, equipment, and technology. Special chemicals, organism, material, equipment, and technology is SCOMET. So these SCOMET these are 8 categories of such items, and which category 1 stands for chemicals, where the Department of Chemicals plays the role. There is interministerial working group under the SCOMET foreign trade policy and the SCOMET this division. And for chemicals, category 1A stands for chemicals, similarly 2 for biological equipments, and like that, so many total 8 categories are there, but we are here, we will be concerning only category 1 since it deals with the chemicals. All these IMWG group with respect to their categories, we see, so these chemicals which are under category 1A are restricted chemicals. Restricted in the sense, if anybody wants to export these chemicals, then they have to take permission from DGFT. And DGFT will be giving the permission based on recommendation from Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals. So the SCOMET category, there are 5 categories, 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D, and 1E under the SCOMET policy. The category 1A is having the chemicals, and this list corresponds to the Schedule 1 of Chemical Weapon Convention. So this category 1A is having the chemicals, that is the Schedule 1A of Chemical Weapon Convention. That means they are totally prohibited, and these cannot be used except by DRDO laboratory Gwalior. Then there is category 1B. 1B category is having the chemicals, which corresponds to the list of Schedule 2 chemicals of Chemical Weapon Convention. That means they can be used, but with a restriction. These are the precursors. Then there is a category 1C, which corresponds to Schedule 3 of Chemical Weapon Convention, like trimethyl phosphate, EMP, and thionyl chloride. All these things which have the dual use, these can be used as chemical weapon as well as in agrochemicals and pesticides. There are 14 such chemicals, and these chemicals they can be used. They can, if somebody wants to export these chemicals, they can export with all the signatory parties to the Chemical Weapon Convention country, but with the condition that exporter has to notify Department of Chemicals and DGFT within 30 days of such export. For non-signatory parties, it has to obtain the license from DGFT first, then only it can export. Then there is category 1D chemicals, which are called as Australian group of chemicals. It is termed as because this category 1D is, there is a group called Australian group of countries, which has 43 countries. And all these are signatory member to this Australian group. So within the Australian group, this export can be done with the condition that within 30 days after export, the exporter has to notify Department of Chemicals and DGFT. But other than these 43 countries, the exporter has to obtain a proper license from DGFT well in advance, and only after that, these chemicals can be exported. So these are the conventions or the policies or the that monitoring mechanism of systems which are at present, other than the acts like Drugs and Cosmetics and Insecticides Act. These are the conventions and the policies which are governing governing the chemical sector or the chemical commodity. Although the number is very less, I mean, it's a minuscule, but still, for knowledge purpose and awareness to the industry that these compliance is also required, and many Indian industry are already doing the compliance to that. So this I wanted to highlight. Regarding that, just if the sector wise we see, then the agrochemical and dyes are the leading segments wherein we are the net exporters. And these dyes are not governed under, I mean, at present, but the pesticides and the insecticides are governed under Insecticides Act 190 in 1968. Now, if we talk about global scenario for the regulations, coming to the main topic, then it is well known that this regulation in the chemical sector is originally initiated by the European nations, and with the REACH law, which was established, or we can say that implemented in 2006. Its main objective was to understand the probable hazard that a chemical can pose to human health and environment. Whatever chemicals are being placed or being there in the European territory, they wanted that not only the proper inventory management, but it should be the hazard associated with these chemicals should be known to us. And because of, and considering the successful implementation, it is ongoing process, although, but after that, many countries, developing and developing countries, they followed and they have developed similar, either REACH like we can say, or in their own terms, they have also established a legislation for the regulations in the chemical sector. If we see, in India, at present, we have the Insecticides Act, which monitors around 950 pesticides, 283 technical, as well as remaining are the formulation pesticides. Then we have Drugs and Cosmetics Act, which covers the drugs and cosmetics items. Then we have Environment Protection Act, under wherein there are two rules are there, MSIHC rule, which has the list of hazardous chemicals of 684 chemicals. Then we have CAPA rules, which tells us how to be prepared for any emergency or the chemical accident, what all those steps are required to deal with the chemical accidents and the emergency and any such emergency. Then we also have Chemical Weapon Convention Act, as I've already explained, that also contains 47 number of chemicals. So these are the acts and the laws or the rules which at present monitors the chemicals in our country. And which is a very lesser percentage. I mean, out of 11,000 or 10,000, if you see, there are only around 3,000 chemicals which are under some regulation. But considering the growth of the sector and the our intention, I mean, our purpose is that everybody should be in board when we bring in such thing, whether we call it a regulation or rules or monitoring system. Because since it is the fastest growing sector and government has also identified chemicals as a champion sector. So without affecting the ease of doing business, without affecting the business vulnerability, business profitability, and economics also, everybody, all the stakeholders should come on the same board, and we all have to take a uniform decision that how, because and that monitoring and environmental in terms of environment and human health is very much required, and it cannot be compromised also. But we have to be all together, make a one decision and see the policy or the framework which suits all of us without affecting the economy and the business. If we are able to bring in something, keeping all the stakeholders on a uniform and a single board, on a common board, then it will really a great success to the country. Just so that we will be monitoring also, as well as we will be becoming the global champion Atmanirbhar also in the chemical sector. So basically, because since last 2-3 years or the post-COVID area we see, COVID has changed the modalities and working of all the sectors. It has changed the working modality basically. And now post-COVID, since it has now been settled and it has gone, but not completely, but has at least the impact has become lesser. Now there should be a proper strategy within all the, policymakers, industry, the regulatory authorities, and everybody should come on a same, same platform. A uniform, acceptable strategy should be proposed. Joint ventures should be encouraged for research and development activities, for the registration activities. All these things should be adopted so that industry should grow all together with the taking hand in hand with the government and the regulators also. So this should be the strategy that, and another most important strategy should be that the maximum value chain should be covered to be produced in the country, so that we are not import dependent or we are not dependent to any other country. We should be Atmanirbhar with the due monitoring. Monitoring also should be there, but without impacting the business. That's the main concern, main crux or the main concern which we, the government, and we want to convey also, that everybody should be on the same board, industry as well as the government as well as the regulators, and then some suitable framework which is acceptable to all of us should we bring in, and then we should move ahead in this direction also. The recent initiatives which have been taken by the department, I would just very quickly finish my talk with this briefing, that Government of India has, Department of Chemicals has notified a PCPR policy, which are the delineated and specified regions, areas for developing the chemical and petrochemical sectors. So there is across all the coastal areas at present, there are 4 PCPIs which have been notified, and dedicated land has been given to them for so that a cluster-based approach is being adopted in these PCPI parks or the regions. So that entire cluster will be the chemical and petrochemical sector, gradually leading to the development of downstream industry as well as. Then another most important, recently very important steps which taken by the department. The department has constituted an industry facilitation cell, which has the industrial advisors and the technical people. I am there in that I'm heading that cell, and it is basically, we are meeting on every Thursday. It is basically set up with a motive to help the industry to take up the issues with the concerned authorities. And not only industries, all the issues like regulators can also put their point. Even now we are also, next month we are launching that a web portal, which will be an interface to the industry, research institutes, academia, and regulators. So whatever research projects being taken by the institutes and the leading research institute and academic institutes, they can upload those projects on that portal, which they feel that can be taken up to pilot and commercial scale. And the industry can take up those projects of their interest and they can commercialize that. On the other hand, if industry is facing any issue in their ongoing process or want to bring in some new technology, they can just upload their requirement in that portal. the research institutes will take up those requirements from that portal, and the research will be focused to that area. So that portal also will be developed in next 1 or 2 months. That also another initiative which we are taking to help the industry and academic institute, research institutes, and the regulators to bring on the common platform. So, and then we have the project development cell, we have the chemical promotion development scheme, which through which we organizes the knowledge dissemination programs and seminars for for the safe and judicious use of chemicals, especially pesticides and agrochemicals. Then we also have advisory forum. So these are the initiatives which government has recently taken, and other steps are also being lined up. We are also working on a PLI scheme. We are also working this the web portal, which has already earlier we have told, and we are also the most importantly working on the mechanism how to bring an inventory management in the country, how to bring a proper suitable framework wherein the inventory management can be done for the chemicals in the country. So these are the initiatives which we are doing. And with this, I will end my talks. And I again thank you all to inviting me for this very important webinar. I'll be there. Questions I will be available for the email on my email also. The questions can be sent or the later on also. As that I will be happy to reply during the industry festival cell also. If anybody wants to come, it's very open every Thursday, and where anyone can come and meet us. So thank you very much. Namaskar. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Dr. Vishal. Yeah, thanks for your very comprehensive update on what's happening in India, what type of regulations are ongoing, which type of conventions which we comply with, and it's a great summary of all the activities. And also, as you rightly mentioned, monitoring and management is a necessary aspect, but we need to make sure that it does not hamper the business structure as such, as well as the ease of doing business, which happens to be very important to entire nation today. Yeah. Thanks for your detailed presentation. We hope to continue to interact with you. And I don't know whether you are available for Q&A, or you will be. We can send you the Q&A afterwards.
You can send, sir. I have another one meeting that after that time.
So, I agree. So thanks a lot. Thank you. Yeah. So now we move on to the next presenter today, Mr. Gert Danset. He is the chairman of Regulatory Representative and Managers Association, and he is a managing director of Danset Company. And he has been he has studied in economics and econometry and philosophy in the University of Leuven, and had worked with the European Commission, which was responsible to setting up of the REACH regulation, and later on was the first executive director of European Chemical Agency, which managed around close to 500 staff members right from 2007 to 2017. 10 years he managed this agency, so he knows in and out of implementation of the regulation and the setting up of the institution to manage such regulations. And he's the Secretary General of Helsinki Chemical Forum. He'll be briefly mentioning about this during his presentation. And we welcome Mr. Danset to speak on his experiences while implementation of European REACH regulation, which happens to be mother of all the REACH-like regulations.
Thank you, Shishi. Thank you for the introduction, kind introduction. I hope I can correctly share my.
Shall I share it? Do you want me to share it?
Yeah, that's also fine. Yes.
1 second, please. Yes.
Thank you. So I want to thank the organizers for inviting me to speak on the European experience. And I have sent my presentation before. So that
is the screen visible?
Yes, it can. It's fully viewable. So thank you. You can turn to the second page now.
Just 1 second.
Mhm.
Is it visible?
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah, please turn to the second page. I only see the first page. Or is it visible now? Is my second page visible? Yeah, okay, that's fine. I see it now. So I divide my presentation in 6 parts: an introduction, whom I am and why I can speak about the European chemicals legislation. Then a story of the creation of the European Chemicals Agency is number 2. Number 3, what are the success factors in building up ECHA? Number 4, elements to ensure a successful implementation of India's chemical regulation or lessons learned, which I find important to stress. Then the establishment of the RRMA, of which I am the chair of the governing council, and then the last point on the Asian Chemicals Forum, which is coming to India next year. So please move on to the next slide.
Getting stuck. Just give me 1 second, please. Any.
So, as I said and before and was introduced, I am indeed the first executive director of ECHA, serving for 10 years in charge of this agency, starting from the very first day that ECHA became operational to the end of 2017. But before that, I was the head of the REACH unit in the European Commission from March 2004. And then I have also been interim executive director of ECHA, which covers mostly 2007, which is the beginning phase of the European Chemicals Agency. Move on to the next slide, please.
There's something, yeah.
Okay, good. So I put here a bit of the story of the creation of ECHA, which is related, of course, to the REACH regulation. So the REACH regulation, which started off with the Commission white paper on the future chemicals regulation, and is related, of course, to in Europe to registration, evaluation, and authorization of chemical substances, which is actually the abbreviation. When you abbreviate it, you come to the word REACH. In October 2003, the Commission had proposed this regulation, and then there were 2 years of reading, which means of discussions in the European Parliament that to arrive to a formal decision. Then already in December 2004, it was decided to locate that agency in Finland, Helsinki, and it was ultimately adopted, the legislation, in December 2006. And in the 1st of June 2007, REACH entered into force, and the agency started functioning in Helsinki. So what we can conclude is that there are actually less than 6 months between the decision on REACH and the agency that kicked off its activities. Please put the next slide. So there is a 2 year reading period, as I said before, And that reading period was used in preparing for the European Chemicals Agency. And this required good cooperation among 3 commission services, which were dealing with the previous legislation on chemicals. So all the staff involved in that previous legislation needed then to start working on the preparation of ECHA. That also required a high budget from the European Commission to finance many projects on guidance, IT development, agency creation, and recruitment of more staff. From the start, also, the European services prepared for Euclid, which in its previous version already existed, but for Euclid that can support the REACH legislation. And for that, it cooperated with the OECD, and it also was working on REACH IT, which is the submission tool that industry would use to submit their registrations and notifications to ECHA. There is also a regular reporting and cooperation which was started from the beginning with the member states and stakeholders. Stakeholders meaning industry, the public interest organizations that had an interest into chemicals, academics, and so on. There was also a network of national and agency help desk that was set up with dedicated IT support, and that started indeed functioning as quickly as possible. And then what was also important is that the industry agreed to test the REACH processes and prepare own IT tools and registration guides for organizing the joint registration of chemicals, which is actually required by the legislation, which means that although every company needs to present also individual information, it needs to present the information on the chemical properties and the uses of the chemical and risk management measures that they would take on hazardous chemicals. They would do that jointly. So that's why we speak of joint registration. There also was a need to have a building directly in Finland available for the agency. That also had to be decided and to be prepared for. And also the Commission agreed very early on that it would send 40 of its own staff to kickstart the agency, and also agreed to assist installing a new data center in the premises of the agency, so it can actually operate all its IT tools directly from Finland and not from Brussels. Okay, please, next slide. Now, what has then, I come to the period that we started in ECHA, that means the 1st of June of 2007, and we had to be ready to receive within 1 year pre-registrations, and then from 2000 and a year later, we had to have all the processes starting to work. And so for that to be working and effective, we needed to roll out not only Euclid and REACH IT, but also other IT tools. So the IT tools for instance, the help desk, IT tools for documenting the chemical safety report, GESAR, and other many other tools. Also, all these tools we had to launch in advance so that the industry could test them. So it was really important to keep rolling out these tools on the agreed timings, so that everyone could get ready in time ahead of notification and registration deadlines. We also made sure that guidance, and there are many different guidances required to explain to companies how they needed to comply with REACH legislation. These were adopted and published on time. The industry committed also for high volume of resources to dossier preparation so that joint registration could be undertaken and that they would nominate for each of the chemicals a lead registrant that would organize the discussion in each of the substance identity exchange fora, which would be created per substance. Then the management board of ECHA and the member states were very supportive and active in the first years. We had timely creation of the scientific committees, which would take care of making scientific decisions on the chemicals in terms of evaluation, restriction and authorization. And these would benefit from rigorous working procedures that were agreed with the members ahead of its first working days. Then there was a strong commitment of ECHA to transparency and openness, which was very important internationally, because we agreed very early on to document whatever we would receive very clearly so that the whole world could follow what we received in terms of information on chemicals. Then the regulatory processes were all described and documented and published in line with quality standards. As this is a quality public, this is important to mention that you have a new agency that is adhering to quality standards from day one. We also have dissemination principles agreed with stakeholders so that data from the dossiers, from the registration dossiers could be filtered, and it could be decided which part would be presented to the public, which part would be kept for the authorities, and which part would be summarized also for industry operators so that they could find all the useful information for the use of chemicals. And then finally, there is an enforcement forum because the member states were keeping the responsibility for inspecting the chemical companies and making sure that they comply with the legislation and with what is actually incorporated in the dossiers that they were sending to ECHA. And so in that forum, the member states agreed to harmonize inspections and to undertake joint inspection projects. They move to number 4, to the next slide, please. Next slide.
Just once again, some issue with the technical glitch, it's not moving.
Yeah, then I'm going to talk about the elements to ensure successful implementation of India's chemical regulation. As there is a draft regulation, we're very much looking forward that India would also have its own legislation adopted, given the fact that among the first 10 countries that are exporting chemicals and producing chemicals, India is the only one that has not yet adopted the comprehensive legislation on registration of existing and new chemicals. So what are the elements to make sure that there is a successful implementation? First of all, you need to have an authority, an agency that is in charge of dealing with the chemical regulation. And that agency should be independent from the ministries, and its management should have freedom to act, but must report to a representative supervised entity ready to act collectively in support of the new agency. A second element is to make sure that regulatory consultants of businesses are well formed to advise the industry to comply correctly with the legislation. And that is actually, I'll come back to that later. The RRMA would take care of that. and that would not be the requirement for the government to undertake. The next, it would have to have a it would best have a mediation and arbitration capacity so that it can actually mediate between disputing industry partners. And an appeal mechanism should be in place for companies to challenge agency decisions in a swift, legally correct and transparent way that exists also with the Board of Appeal in Finland for ECHA. It should also have a legislation that can be adjusted for corrections at regular intervals, taking stock of arbitration and appeal decisions. It should also create a help desk per state in India that advise SMEs in regional languages. And again, here RRMA could help to set up these regional help desks, given the fact that it already is setting up a central help desk that can be used in support of the government as well, and then also, of course, in support of each of the regional states. Then finally, the next point, is to keep experts and stakeholders up to date of regular national and international conferences, which could happen through the Asian Chemical Forum. Please, you can present me a next slide. The establishment of the RRMA. So the RRMA is a membership-based association that promotes understanding of chemical compliance and capacity building for industry. So its vision is actually to support an overall world system, in fact, of regulatory regulatory control of technical regulations on chemicals in developing countries, but also in developed countries. It already exists, but it now will happen also more and more in developing countries, so that they also attain high environmental, social, and human health objectives and standards. The development, then the next element is the development of a large pool of trained and qualified regulatory professionals residing in India and acting in or for companies that need to comply. The mission is then to help industrial sectors and businesses established in India to comply with India's regulatory requirements or that of other countries to which Indian companies would like to export. Then also to ensure all regulatory professionals identify regulatory requirements and have the capacity to achieve compliance. And then finally, providing a complete understanding of regulatory implications on businesses, products, and the supply chain. Next slide, please. Sorry, the previous slide. Went one too fast.
Just a second.
Yeah. So to explain what RRMA is actually doing, there are three aspects of that. There's the regulatory help desk, which is it's an online platform to help companies and its members to comply with legislation. But at the same time, it offers support to the government in developing its own legislation. On the right, you see internship program, which is important for supporting students to become actually fully knowledgeable of chemical compliance before they actually become a full member and go for certification. And the certification and other events that will be organized is presented at the bottom. It's the capacity building and awareness, where you see conferences, webinars, master classes, exhibitions, certificate program. And all in all, it's building and keeping up to date the capacity for professionals and organizations in regulatory compliance on chemicals. And then the final slide is a short word on the is a word on the Asian Chemical Forum, which will be a sister organization of the Helsinki Chemical Forum, and will actually support a platform of discussing developments in chemicals internationally, with the support of international organizations such as OECD and the United Nations. And you can show the next slide, which is actually the homepage of the Asian Chemical Forum, that you can find online. And actually, the first conference would be in September 2023 in New Delhi, and you can also already register to express your interest in participating in this conference. You see, the founding partners are Helsinki Chemical Forum and GPC, but the main organizing partner actually on site will be the RRNA. I hereby conclude my presentation. I know that there were 1 and 2 slides that I have not commented, but you can read them. I think all the participants will get access to my full presentation. And hereby conclude Shishir Kumara, and I hope to participate in and reply to any questions, and will stay online till the end of the session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Danson. It was a very nice overview of the experience in implementation of REACH and establishment of the European Chemical Agency, the type of infrastructure that was required, type of human resource that was required, and all the preparatory activities that needs to be put in place before such a regulation can be implemented. And also your suggestions on way forward for the Indian chemical regulation, if and when it comes, are also very apt, and they are in line with what needs to be done for a successful implementation of chemical regulation in India. Thank you very much for sharing your experience, and we move on to the next speaker, and probably we'll have the Q&A at the end of the session. Yeah, thanks. And anybody who is has any questions, please put it down during the on the Q&A chat box. Yeah, thank you. And now I will invite Mr. Aditya Das from Bureau of Indian Standards. He's a scientist, and he will be presenting the view on what BIS is doing towards chemical mandatory and voluntary chemical standards that are existing. And we see that in last few months, or even actually last year, there have been several mandatory standards that have come up as a result of BIS initiative. Yeah. So we'd like to hear from Mr. Das, and Mr. Das, if you could also speak a few words about yourself, because we don't have much on the slide here. So it'll be nice to hear something more about you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Kamra. I'm audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible.
Thank you so much. If it is possible, I'll share my own presentation from here.
Please, you can use the green section, the share screen part. Yeah. Yeah, we can see the slide.
Yes.
You can
see it.
Yes.
So first of all, thank you to the organizers for reaching out and for inviting us to speak at this forum. And as requested, something about myself. My name is Aditya Das. I'm a scientist here at Central Mass Department 2 of BIS. Our team basically looks after certification policies and procedures for various products, including chemicals and petrochemicals. Our head of the department, Mr. Pinaki Gupta, who was originally scheduled to speak today for due to an unavoidable meeting, he could not be here, and I convey his regrets to the gathering. So I'll start a little bit with a background about BIS. So as many of you may know, BIS had its origins in 1947 as the Indian Standards Institution, or ISI, and our ISI mark remains popular to this day. And product certification activities have started the cities itself under the ISI Certification Marks Act of 1952. In 1986, with the enactment of the BIS Act of 1986, BIS formally came into being as a statutory body. From ISI, we became Bureau of Indian Standards, and a set of regulations were framed under this act for providing a framework for the certification activity. Around 2017, BIS became formally recognized as the national standards body through the BIS Act of 2016. And under this act, a set of regulations for conformity assessments were framed, which have provisions for BIS to frame various conformity assessment schemes, which I'll be talking about. We are present throughout the country at various locations. Our headquarters are here in Delhi. We have 5 regional offices in major cities, and we have 41 branch offices spread across the entire country in both major states and territories. We have 8 of our own laboratories, in addition to the private laboratories that we have recognized as part of our laboratory recognition. And our training institute, the National Institute for Training in Sanitization, is located here in. And this is how we operate our activities. As I already spoke, BIS is now designated as the national standards body for harmonious development of sanitization and conformity assessment. The Act itself has provisions to allow BIS to undertake certification activities for quality assurance. Since we are today talking about technical regulations, it is definitely important to talk about Section 16 of the BIS Act, which empowers and authorizes the central government, the various ministries and departments of the central government, to issue technical regulations, also called quality control orders, for various reasons such as protection of human and animal, plant health, safety, and prevention of unfair trade practices, etc. Section 17 of the same Act basically lays down that once a product has been notified as requiring compulsory BIS certification under Section 16, there is a prohibition on its manufacture, import, distribution, sale, etc., without the BIS standard mark, which means that it cannot be produced except under a BIS license, and it cannot be sold without the standard. So, coming to the landscape for standards on chemicals, the technical departments of BIS, 2 major technical departments that engaged in these activities, the chemical department, CHD, and the petroleum and coal-related products department, PCB of BIS. And under these departments or division councils, there are various technical committees which are responsible for the formulation of standards, as well as from time to time revisions and amendments of standards. One example is CHD1, which looks after the standards on inorganic chemicals. And another example in terms of petrochemicals is PCD9, which looks after the standards for organic chemicals, alcohols, and allied products. Coming to the landscape of technical regulations in chemicals under the BIS Act, and where BIS is the certifying body, the Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, the Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals, has notified various products to various quality control orders under two different conformity assessment schemes, Scheme 1 and Scheme 2. There are nearly 50 products under Scheme 1, which are the basic chemicals. DCPC, of course, has notified products even beyond the basic chemicals like polyester and polyethylene packaging. And under Scheme 2, 3 chemicals have been notified under 3 different quality control orders. What does that mean? So what are the different BIS conformity assessment schemes that I spoke about? So under the conformity assessment regulations that I spoke, there are different schemes. To date, there are around 9 or 10 schemes, of which these 6 are quite major. Although for the purpose of chemicals, we only talk about Scheme 1 and Scheme 2 now. In addition to that, there is also Scheme 3, which is the scheme for certification of management systems, which again was being spoken about in the previous section. There are schemes for grant of certificates of conformity. There are grants for grant of certificate conformity for services as well, in addition to products. So focusing on scheme one, which is our major scheme for product certification, and under which is more than we've granted more than 40,000 licenses for more than 1,150 products. It is based on the Type 4 conformity assessment scheme as per the international standard ISO IEC 17067, which lays down guidelines for conformity assessment. Under this scheme, a license can be applied for using standard mark on the product, and can be granted by BI for any product that is manufactured in a manufacturing country and which conforms to all the requirements of a specified Indian standard. Domestic manufacturers can apply for a license under this scheme online through our portal www.manakonline.in. In their application form, they are required to provide details of the manufacturing testing facility. Foreign manufacturers have to apply offline under the FMCS scheme. Apart from the mode of application, the basic procedure remains broadly the same. There are two different options under which applications can be made under the scheme. One is called option 1, which is normally called the normal scheme, where the laboratory test report from a third-party lab is not required. Manufacturers can apply directly. Third-party lab here refers to either BIS's own lab or laboratories that have been recognized as under option 1, the normal time taken for grant of license is around 90. Under option 2, there is a provision for the manufacturers once they apply to, at the first instance, get their products tested at the designated third-party laboratories and thereafter apply. There are around 738 products for which applications have to be made mandatorily under option 2. So once the application comes in, the next step is, of course, after the application is found complete after examination, is to carry out a factory visit with the objective of assessing the manufacturing and testing facilities to ensure that the infrastructure for manufacturing the quality products conforming to the Indian standard on a continuous basis is available. Next is, of course, the assessment of the conformity of the product to the standard, which is assessed through testing in third-party labs normally, or even in special cases where the product is too bulky or it is risky to transport, like in case of certain dangerous chemicals. The license can even be granted based on testing of the product in the factory itself. The duration of a license is normally 1 year, can be 2 years when it is first granted, and it can be renewed for up to 5 years. So as I said, more than 40,000 licenses have been granted under this scheme of BIS, which is our flagship scheme, for over 1150 products. So even after grant of license, manufacturers have a responsibility and BIS has a responsibility to maintain, to ensure that the product remains conforming to Indian standards, that the consumer get a product that is marked, then it should meet the standard, for which the manufacturer is required to regularly inspect and test the product as per a previously defined scheme of inspection and testing, and is required to follow the terms of BIS at its own end carries out surveillance activities designed to ensure product conformity. This is done through factory surveillance. Now we are adopting slowly a risk-based approach to factory surveillance, where licensed manufacturing premises are visited to check the compliance with terms of license to the scheme of inspection and testing, and also for testing of the product for conformity to the standard. Market surveillance is also carried out, where samples are drawn from the market, or in some cases the factory itself from the dispatch point, and got tested at third party. So this is how BIS takes steps to ensure that the marked product remains conforming to them. As part of the scheme, manufacturers are required to set up in-house labs, but recognizing that there might be situations where setting up of entire lab facilities might be difficult, especially for MSMEs. BIS has made provisions for subcontracting certain tests which require maybe very expensive equipment. These manufacturers can get these tests done instead from the recognized third-party laboratories. And also, BIS has recently made provisions for utilization of common cluster-based test facilities, where a cluster of MSMEs can have a common testing facility, which will be treated as a common in-house laboratory for all these MSMEs, thereby reducing the logistical and the financial implications of certification from them, and encouraging them to take up BIS. Coming to scheme 2, which is different from scheme 1, which is the registration scheme of BIS. Currently, electronic products like television, mobile phones, and solar, photovoltaics, and even certain chemicals are notified under this scheme. Under scheme 1, there are both products that are under compulsory BIS certification as well as under voluntary BIS certification. But under scheme 2, currently only products which are under compulsory BIS certification are being taken. In this particular scheme, the license is granted through registration based on self-declaration of conformity for, again, products that are manufactured in a manufacturing premises and conform to all the requirements of the standard. The manufacturer is required to apply to registration based on a prescribed format, and has to ensure that the product has been tested for conformity against all the requirements and submit a test report along with the application, which indicates conformity of the product. In this case, the major difference, obvious difference from scheme 1 is that there is no factory inspection in case of scheme. In this case, the validity of license is 2 years, which in case of scheme 1 will maybe 1 or 2 years. And the license can be renewed for not less than 2 years and up to 5 years in case of scheme. License is granted, of course, after ensuring that the application is complete in all respects and the test results indicate conformity of the product. For surveillance, samples can be drawn from the market or in transit and tested at third-party laboratories. Most of you might be familiar with the ISI mark, and now you may have been familiar with the registration mark as well, which is appearing on a number of electronic products these days, your phones and this here is the mark, the BIS standard mark for scheme. The difference, of course, is in the logo and the fact that instead of L, there is an R that designates the number. Something about quality control orders in general. BIS is designated in most quality control orders notified under Section 16 of the BIS Act as a certifying and enforcing authority, which means that our role is the certification of manufacturing units as per the standards, and also carrying out enforcement activities, which is basically making sure that the quality control order is not getting violated. People are complying with the order. Some people, some manufacturers, importers regularly approach BIS seeking exemptions on certain grounds from the quality control orders, or seeking extension of the date of the implementation of quality control orders. And so what we tell them, and what I would like to communicate today as well, is that these powers are not there with BIS. BIS cannot exempt any particular product in the scope of the QCO. BIS cannot extend the date of the implementation of the QCO, and such powers are vested with the line ministry or department of the central government that has issued the said policy. Another query that we routinely receive is since the quality control order mentions a particular version of the or year of the Indian standard, which of course is subject to change. So the clarification that we keep giving is that the latest version of the Indian standards, including the amendment, shall apply for implementing the provisions of the QCO. And wherever there is a concurrent running period, which is the switchover period given for implementation of Indian standards, that will also. For more information on quality control orders, I will encourage everyone, all of you, to visit BIS website and follow the links under conformity assessment and product certification and products under compulsory certification to learn more about the quality control order issued under the BIS. So with that, I will close my presentation and request all of you to visit BIS website as well as the Manak Online portal, where we have attempted to give a large gamut of information relating to standards and certification as well as with that, I'll close my presentation. And I'll be glad to take any questions now or
Thank you, Mr. Aditya, for an excellent overview on the BIS activities specifically related to the chemical sector and the two schemes that you elaborated more about the scheme 1 and scheme 2. It's very nice to know the progress of these schemes and the implementation of standards for the chemical regulations. I'm sure there are a few questions. I may myself have one or two, but I'll like to have it at the end of the session so that we cover all the presentations in the same go. Yeah, thanks a lot. We'll move on to the next presenter, Mr. Piyush Mahapatra. He is Senior Program Coordinator at Toxic Links. Toxic Links basically specializes into environmental law and policy area, and they have been very much into the research and advocacy since 1996. He is having a law degree from Campus Law Center, Faculty of Law, and also previously MSc Botany from Berhampur University in India. So we welcome Mr. Piyush Mahapatra to speak on his topic. Thanks. Are you going to share your screen? Yeah, good.
Thank you, Dr. Shishir, and my colleagues already. I know most of the speakers, basically, all the speakers, Dr. Aditya, Dr. Dr. Great, and also Dr. Bisal already pointed out most of the things, but I think perhaps with the regulator, I may be odd man out, because we always push for the regulations from the NGO perspective. Yeah, saying this, I think perhaps we are one of the few organizations working consistently on the issues of chemicals since I think more than 2 decades. That's one of the, I think, achievement from us. Basically, it's very difficult arena. It's a very highly technical things, but there is a role of the civil society also to work on these issues, because there are growing challenges of chemicals, globally, and there is a requirement of a proper management of that. So saying this, and I think because we are talking about more about the chemical regulations, but I talk about more about why need a sound chemical of management and which is need of the hour. And chemical regulations is a part of this whole chemical management, basically. And as already Dr. Chaudhary pointed out that we need business. Yes, I also Toxic Links organizations. We also believe that the business is paramount, because we cannot live without chemicals, and chemical is an integral part and parcel of the life. Everything from everything we start with our lives with the chemicals. So we cannot get rid of the chemicals. But the issue is that there are also challenges in the chemicals, and we need to be progressive into this, look into this aspect, and how we can fit into that. That is the key message I would like to give. And before going into the details about Toxic Links, we are basically non-profit. We started in 1996, and we have 2 working areas, mostly waste and chemicals, and we played a key roles, many of the waste rules, as well as some of these chemicals things like Stockholm Convention, Rotterdam, Minamata, Stockholm, Minamata on mercury. So some of these issues on EDCs, we are pioneer in India working on this. Many of these creating new research on these issues. So these are some of our research interventions, and that catalyzed many of the discussions, like talking about mercury. We played a key role in Minamata Convention, Stockholm Convention. We created the first report for the country as well as for the Asia Pacific in 2004, and that helps create a lot of knowledge product to governments to take a proper stand on these Stockholm Conventions. Then we have worked extensively on PsyChem issue, lead in pens. We played a key role in this issue. Started in 2006, and now it's a global issue which has been accepted as a critical issues global in ICCM in 2012, and that's a part of PsyChem issues also. Now there is a global campaign which was started by Toxic Links initially in India from the developing country perspective. Apart from that, we work on BPA. I think Dr. Aditya Das is there. We are part of that committee on hedging out the BPA. Apart from baby feeding bottles, that BIS come up with standard. Now discussion going on BPA in other drinking accessories for children. Apart from that, there are also other challenges we try to highlight in other products, like some of these issues which is critical from the environmental perspectives. And there are also many reports were published on POFs and non-alphenols, then antibiotics, which is a global creating a challenge considering from the AMR perspective. Even Prime Minister Modi ji also has pointed out the critical challenge of antibiotics in many of these talks. So so what why we need the chemical management, which is critical, because this is very important release by the UNEP. Why it is critical for the sound chemical management, because the cost of inaction is very high. We need chemical, but at the same time, this cost of inaction is not about hindering the growth of chemical industries or like that. It's about pushing for a systematic management process, as well as shifting to the better alternatives. That is the key challenges this report tried to say. And why? Because it's the known impact of chemical. We know that we have a huge tragedy from Bhopal, and that we know that how chemical. Also, there are many sporadic tragedies also happen from the chemicals. But apart from that, many unseen activities also. Sometimes you can see many of these chemicals entered into these ecosystems, impacting the environment, human health. So these are very, not, maybe it's very not difficult to document, but they really have concerns from the human health perspective and from the environmental perspective, because sometimes, like that POFs, which is bioaccumulative, it can have long range transport, and there are n number of studies which have showed that these are creating human health impact. So therefore, this whole requirement of the management from a different perspective, from considering the human health and environment. So there are many studies which have tried to monetize the impact of these chemicals directly or indirectly. Like these are some of the figures, like 4.9 million deaths worldwide tied to impact of chemicals. There is a disability, adjusted life linked to the chemicals. So these are also some of the deaths that has been there, because in India we don't have a empirical studies to link with that. Apart from perhaps one of the big study was done on this endosulfan in Kasargod, and that which is a direct bearing. But there are also few research on impact of the pesticides. But as such, we don't have a detailed comprehensive studies on how direct impact of the chemical. But there are indirect impact, and there are many of the studies also carried out in India also, like ICMR funded institutions. As we know, we used to collaborate many of our studies also with many of the institutions. They are also working, like National Institute of Occupational Health, Indian Institute of Reproductive Health. They are doing many of these, even the IIT and many of these ICMR and CSR institutions also involved in this impact, trying to analyze the impact of these chemicals on this human health and environment. So also these whole chemicals, classified in many of these, based on this structural and physical and chemical properties, like there may be radioactive impact, necrotics, neurotoxics, and carcinogens. And I think many of you may aware about this, so I'm not going to the details of this impact. So as you know that these are some of these categorization based on this toxicity, which has been considered, like POPs, based on the toxicity. We have a Stockholm Convention in place. I'll go into details later. REACH, I think Dr. Great has already pointed out the impact. This whole REACH regulation is considered. Why? Because it's all about, and understanding the toxicity and to minimize the risks from the chemicals on the human health and environment. So let's talk about better management, basically. Assign list how to replace this. They have European Chemical Council has a huge list on to replace the substitute of these hazardous chemicals. We have RAS, restriction of hazardous substances, which is mostly used in the electrical and electronics industry. India also has implemented RAS, and to minimize these heavy metals mostly, and others, PPDs and other things, other related chemicals from this electronic industry. So we have also RAS. And EDCs, which is a very emerging chemicals, bisphenol A, non-alphenols, many of these chemicals also, there's lead and mercury, all have a EDC impact. And incidentally, there is a huge report is coming up from this WHO on this to understand the EDCs. And we try to, as an organization, we try to build, very awareness on the EDC. We have published in a number of research on this studies, what is happening in EDC.